Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the WR Chess Masters Round 7 here with lovely Yasser.
I think I'm the one who's supposed to say the lovely Elizabeth. Lizzie, it's been great. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our broadcast. We've been having a lot of fun because the games have been exciting.
Indeed. I mean, yesterday we had a very amazing day in terms of a thrilling game of Wesley, who was probably quite lucky to escape against Levon, the tournament leader.
Indeed.
And also the game of Giri against Pragg showed us that we are the ordinary people and these guys are from a different planet.
That is absolutely for sure. That was a game that confounded us inside and out from start to finish. And by the time the game was over, I was exhausted, wasn't sure what's going on half the game. Pragg came down after the game. He'd been playing for well over 6 hours. He came in and he was like...
So it's just like kind of small Ivanchuk, right?
And he was excited and thrilled and shared his perspectives and was full of energy. It was an outstanding round, and I'm looking forward to the round today. Here we take a look at our current standings, and of course Levon has been our leader.
Yes, but
Lizzie.
he will have another critical game, I would say, today,
Yes.
because Nepo was supposed to be one of the favorites of the tournament.
Still is.
Yes, but maybe at the current score sheet, I wouldn't say that he's among the leaders, right?
That's correct, but he is on the outside with a 50% score, drawing all of his games. He plays today against Levon. This is a huge test for both players as they have their medal. Wesley and Gukesh sharing the second, undefeated, both of those players, with a +1 score. And we have our pairings, Lizzie.
Okay, we have Andrei Esipenko against Gukesh. I'm expecting some dynamic encounter.
Yes, me too.
We have Levon against Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'm not expecting a dynamic encounter. I'm expecting a solid approach.
Well, from Levon's point of view, if he gets past this test, let's put it that way, he'll be very happy drawing with white, even though he's been incredibly on fire with white pieces. I understand what you're saying.
Okay, Pragg. Let's call him Pragg. It's easier.
It's much easier.
Pragg will definitely try to put the game on fire.
With Wesley.
And Vincent against Giri are like two players which I would consider the positional solid ones.
Yes.
So sometimes, of course, things change, but also here I believe we will have a positional approach. And Nordibek against Duda, if Nordibek has a chance, he will put the game on fire.
Absolutely, absolutely. Again, each and every day we come to see some great contests, but when I look at across the room, if I can put it like that, I do see the game of Levon and Jan as being quite promising, and it's so dependent on the opening that they will play. Like, for example, we've been talking about Levon trying to play e4.
Yes, and he did it in almost all his games. I think only
Including
against Pragg he didn't do that. He went for c4 in the first game, if I'm not
and
mistaken.
against Anish it was this Berlin. Now, if Levon plays one e4 and Nepo decides to play a Russian defense, then it's sort of like you can say, okay, we can expect a very solid encounter with maybe not too many, highlights or lowlights.
Okay,
but
maybe you can find something.
Yeah, but I mean, for a long time in his repertoire, Nepo has had the Najdorf Sicilian.
By the way, we have today the Chief Minister of Sports with us, and she will do the very first move. But I'm not sure on which board she will do it.
Here she is. She's the Chief
Minister in Düsseldorf of Sports.
Yeah, and look.
And she's giving a very nice smile.
I thought it was going to C3 for a moment, but no.
It's C4.
An excellent first move. Bravo.
Yes, it's your favorite one, right?
I've looked, I decided to replay the games from yesterday to try to understand them. And I noticed in the game between Jan, where I played the first move c4 and Jan played d4, there was the shadow of the move c4. is like my ceremonial first move was included in the opening moves. And here we go. By the way, Levon not playing e4 is a kind of, for me, what I had said at the start, that I could imagine he would want to play a very solid game and not invite the complications that he would feel himself obliged to go for an open Sicilian.
You know, like sometimes you have these people who are trying like to find something new in the Petrov.
Yes.
But I think that Levon probably didn't bother to try, right?
You know, it's a very interesting approach that I had versus maybe the players of today. I don't know. My approach would be I would never try to refute the Petrov before the game or at a tournament. Like, that's ridiculous. That's just not going to happen. So my idea is that if I'm going to refute the Petrov, I'm going to do it at home months before the tournament, get it all accurate, and then, play it at the event. So this idea that you're at the event, and oh my God, suddenly tomorrow I'm going to play Nepo, and Nepo's going to play the Grunfeld. What am I going to play? You're in the wrong business. You should have decided that long before you got to the tournament, because there was a possibility you could play Nepo and a Grunfeld.
But now comes a very interesting question.
Bishop f4, yeah.
If you would start to refute the Petrov weeks ago,
yes,
would you please share these analyses with me?
Yes, exactly. I think I would start, by the way, by playing the move e4, e5, d4.
Ah, okay.
Then he would take, and then I play knight f3. And now the problem is, for most Petrov players, when I play knight f3, knight f6, d4, they don't take on d4, they take on e4.
You are clever. You give me like a lesson for life. I have to remember that.
There we go. Bishop f4. By the way, long before Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana were debating the merits of this approach against the Queen's Gambit, it had been tried by Nigel Short, myself, and many others in the 90s. And for some strange reason, it never really got popular. And you can look at Viktor Korchnoi versus Anatoly Karpov. They played these variations very, very deeply. And now it's kind of interesting to see fashion change. And they're coming back to Bishop f4 more and more, because it shows that they're not getting much with the traditional Bishop g5.
That's true, but on the other hand, I think a lot of openings got renewed in a way when Alpha Zero entered the market, the chess market. Let's put it this way. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, in the good old days, Queen c2 with the idea of castles long, or even Rook d1 was all the rage. You could play it in a kind of a slow fashion with Rook c1, with the idea of exposing this bishop on c5. And even c takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, e takes d5, bishop d3 was all the rage for quite the while, with, again, just many games. Just the database just seemed to, your inbox just seemed to get full of games in this line. We'll keep an eye on this one, as it's still very early days in developing. Queen c2, a2, a3.
Are the main moves here.
Are all the main
I remember moves. Just in case Queen a5 is played, then usually 92 is the answer. But this is all what I remember, because I don't play this line neither for white nor for black.
There you go. So the players rehearse their theory. We have a Catalan.
Oh, for a change. But with bishop b4 check, actually.
Yes, and bishop to d2. And again, as a kid, I would see these really top grandmasters making these marvelous subtle moves and things like that. And it's this bishop b4 check, followed by bishop back to e7, is one of those decisions that would completely confound me. Because the white bishop is on d2 now. If you had not played the bishop to b4 check, the white bishop would be on c1.
Yes.
And what the argument black is making is the bishop stands worse on d2 than it does c1.
But
so he provoked the bishop to d2, so it stands worse.
I thought like the reason was that the knight cannot come to d2.
No.
It was not about the bishop.
It's all about the bishop.
Oh, wow.
Because the bishop, first of all, it stands in the way of the knight, therefore you are right, of course. But look at White's last move, b2, b3. He reinforces the pawn on c3. Kind of, if you like to say it, he's discouraging d5 takes c4. But now that you've played b3, aha, isn't that wonderful? You've played the bishop. Imagine the bishop was on c1. Where would you say the bishop
Yes,
going?
but you know, like you will be laughing, but I think b3 is the latest fashion in this system.
Yes.
And sometimes the ideas here could be connected to bishop c3 and knight d2.
Yes, and that's my point, is that if the bishop were on b2 in this position and not on c3, the move knight e4 would probably not be encouraged if the bishop were on b2. But now the fact that the bishop is on c3, the move knight e4, bishop d2, now no matter what you think of, let me just put it this way. Let me put it this way, and let's say this way, and this way. Now, no matter what you think about the Dutch stone wall, the old predecessors used to think it was a perfectly viable system, except that White had these ideas of putting a knight on d3. Like the knight went, you know, these Tigran Petrosian ideas, yeah? And the problem with that approach is black is much more sophisticated now. His bishop is already fianchettoed. The bishop is on b2, not so interesting. And if you look at the games of Michael Botvinnik, he shows that black is perfectly fine. So it is I know what you mean when you're saying the b3 is like a more modern approach, and after b6 I've even seen them playing a4 and a5.
And rook fc1.
And
actually.
rook fc1, and here we go.
I would even dare to say I had this position on the board during the Olympiad, but I'm not 100% sure. But I think I remember, like this kind of, I mean, I'm sure I had the check twice against Atalik and also against Maria Mutsushuk.
Yeah.
But you know, like, I don't quite remember the correct, like, or the exact move order because, you know, my memory is just a little bit rusty nowadays.
I'll tell you a very nice story about knowing the line and not knowing the line and things like this. It was one of these marvelous tournaments in Monaco, the rapid chess with the blindfold, yeah? And after one of the rounds, there was a game Vishwanathan Vishy versus Anatoly Karpov. And it was a very, very typical game with White having an isolated queen pawn. And 20 moves into the game, the players are openly discussing. Everybody around is a grandmasters. Lubomir Lavoyevich. The whole place is full of grandmasters. And Vishy complains. He says, well, on this position, I just didn't know how to continue with my advantage. Should I play this or this? And I'm not sure I made the right choice. Advantage? Says Karpov. Advantage? I have the advantage. No, says, in this position, I have the advantage, and I played this move, or I didn't play that move. Advantage? No, I have the advantage, says Karpov. So Vishy looks at Karpov and says, dude, this is your game against Tigran Petrosian from the USSR Championship in 1974. You were white. You achieved this position. And then Karpov was like, listening to all of this, this was your game. He said, okay, white's slightly better, but after a few maneuvers, I will be better. It was great. Everybody was laughing with glee. Let's see. By the way, Andre did play b3. Mm-hmm. And against b7, b6, Gukesh move, Andre did play knight c3 with a very clear perspective of what he wants to do. He wants to play the move e2, e4. Now the question everybody will ask is it serious?
I think not bishop b7, but bishop a6 could be the move here, no?
Also, that's I think that this was a long variation by games of Karpov and Timon and many others. You may have seen some of them in your career.
Well, I have to check my files, to be honest, and it would be written there. But
and you might be surprised that black is welcome to simply capture a pawn. Play e4, you can capture a pawn, and the idea is if you capture more pawns,
yes,
then you get
have
something
this
like
extra tempo. Yes, I remember. Yeah.
Yes, that was what you moved faster than the point. Bishop b7, e4, and now you have a very interesting ideas. If you're in black shoes, one idea is to take and play
Push
the move c5.
And if you can manage that, it would be always a relief, of course.
Correct. And then the other idea, and it leads to really double-edged play, where once again I play c5. Now, if you imagine just for a moment that you take, instantly what comes to your mind in these types of positions is you must, for any type of advantage, bring your rooks quickly to the open files, e-file and d-file. The bishop on d2.
You know, like actually I can relate now to my game against Atalik.
Please.
And I will get to it.
Good.
We had exactly this position, maybe a different move order, and after bishop b7, I first went rook d1, she went rook c8, okay. I played, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. So bishop is, Jesus, rook no, but where we are. Right?
It's black to move.
Okay, bishop b7,
correct.
Rook d1,
okay.
Rook c8, I played e4, she played c5,
yes.
I took, and here I did a mistake.
Okay.
Don't ask me what I did, but I remember it was a mistake. But here I checked it with the engine.
Later.
And yes, and the strongest move here is bishop e3, and black has a problem.
Okay.
Because, and this is like exactly what you relate to the rook on d1. That's why I want to show why the rook on d1 is important. Because if you take, the move is d5.
Okay.
And that's the reason why the rook should be on d1 and the other one should be on a1. So if you take on b3, the a7 pawn is additionally hanging.
Exactly. So after c4 takes b3, a takes b3, there's the double threat, thanks to the fact, as you put it, the rook is actually still on a1 and has a use there. Yeah. Yes.
No, I remember that because I didn't play bishop e3. I reacted wrongly for this reason. But now I remember that actually, according to super engines, after exactly in this position, rook c8, e4, c5, take after bishop e3, it's almost plus minus.
Wow.
Actually, by evaluation, because black doesn't have a move.
So the idea is as desperate.
Even you take with a knight, and you cannot take on c4 because b7 is under attack. You have knight f5 ideas, so this is already a very bad position, or the bad version of the Catalan for black.
And then also just to make the further point that after bishop e3 takes d5. If you made a move like knight e6, then the idea is, well, white has the
space
protected,
advantage,
and the protected pass pawn and the space advantage and all the good stuff that are supposed to be enough for an opening advantage.
But unfortunately, Yasser, I'm not sure how the position is without rook d1 and rook c8 included, because I don't have the move d5.
Right.
And that makes actually a very important difference. And this is, for example, the reason why, for sure, Andre knows everything by heart.
Right.
But, even when you learn the Catalan for white, and I learned it during the Olympiad a lot of times, I got always confused because the positions, even with such minor difference between rook d1, rook c8 included, or bishop b7 or bishop a6, it's very difficult to understand when you react how in the center.
Exactly. The subtleties it's enough to send you mad. I mean, by the way, instead of bishop b7, the move that we've been discussing the most, bishop a6, and again, I have seen numerous examples of pawn sacrifices here that, could go, again, just challenge, right? It's just an open challenge, and I don't know. Maybe I'll put this rook on d1.
Yeah. But it's very important in any case, in the most lines when you play b3, to keep one rook on a1 actually, because for this extra tempo, this is what I remember from the lines they taught me during the Olympiad.
Good to know. Good to know. Sadly, today, I mean, if anybody, we need Boris Gelfand to give us a lesson on the Catalan. He could speak very knowingly about this particular position. He won't be joining us today, but I do believe in one of those championship rounds, the penultimate round, round 8, Boris will make a triumphant return and make us feel proud of our sport. And by the way, here we go. We're in the pawn sacrifice business. E4 captures. I have to give Andre credit. He's
a pawn sacrificer.
Well, I mean,
you can learn from him.
he's the underdog, let's say, as you said it very well. He's the lowest rated player in the tournament. He comes in, but I see him as somewhat fearless.
No, he's fearless, but he even said to me at the start of the event, because we were sitting together with Shansai on the same table for dinner, and he says to me like, he's last seated, he has nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose.
So he's playing without any compromises, and I like it really. And he sacrifices a lot of pawns.
And he sacrifices a lot of pawns. Well, he's done it today, and we'll keep an eye on this. Again, I do want to say that I'm very familiar with these pawn sacrifices ideas. I helped Jan Timman prepare for his World Championship match in 1993 against Anatoly Karpov, and they are very dangerous for black. It's not an easy ride. Just because you have an extra pawn, many things can go wrong. And one of the things that can actually go wrong is many times the move e5 can be followed with a knight to g5, including h4.
Yes.
And it's it's not an easy life you're going to have. Let's jump to the game of Prague and Wesley So. Wesley So again. Yesterday, kind of got a little bit lucky. It was a very difficult game with Levon Aronian, but Wesley is undefeated at this current moment and is sharing the second place with Gukesh. How did we get here?
It's an Italian, I suppose, because the pawn happened to be not on a6 but on a5.
a4, yeah, right. d3, knight f6, castles. You know, I played the Italian when I started chess because it just felt logical to bring the pieces to those squares. And I stopped playing the Italian as I became more sophisticated. Now that I'm the most sophisticated player ever that I ever was, everybody's playing the Italian.
Actually, Italian got a new kind of, we would say, a new spring.
Yes, it
certainly
did.
Also, like a couple of years ago, I think with the entrance of the super engines on the market, Italian was renewed. It has a lot of new subtleties. For example, the idea of a4, knight a3, we didn't know about that.
Of course not.
It was like an idea which was kind of new, but entered the market, I would say, like a couple of years just ago.
Yeah, but for me, I mean, when I was playing the Italian, I was doing it with two purposes in mind. The first and most primary purpose, of course, was to grab the center. Nowadays, it seems like whenever the white player plays for the move d3, d4, it always goes wrong. Like, this is almost like they never play d3, d4 anymore. So what they've been playing instead is to expand on the queen side and or playing these very slow maneuvering games where somehow the knight gets to d5 in a certain moment or in f5 in another moment and some advantage is secured. It's tough. I mean, talk about the subtleties of the Catalan for a moment. And
it will be interesting actually to see how Prague is going to break, this rock solid wall, because I don't remember Wesley actually losing any games. And he has a very nice strategy. Usually in a tournament, like, he does a lot of draws, but he wins like a couple of games, and that's how you win the tournament.
Precisely.
In a very easy way.
He gets his +1, +2, and sometimes his +3. Then he's gone. But yes, his formula of a lot of solid draws combined with a win here and there has made him one of the highest rated players in the world.
Yes, but this is what you need. You shouldn't lose, and you should get your +1, +2 in a tournament.
Exactly.
And since the average is around his rating, he gains points.
Exactly.
Very simple logic.
Very, very simple. So in this position, it was funny, we were talking the other day about the knight stepping in front of the pawn, so that like the knight on c6 is misplaced in this specific position, right? And then I was thinking to myself about the move d4, d5, c4, knight c6, the Chigorin defense, and how our predecessors must have looked at that move and go, ugh, that is so ugly. Okay, so tell me, I mean, again, this is all...
The idea of this a5 move is often connected with queen b8 and queen a7 ideas.
Correct.
That's one maneuvering.
Right.
And also like knight e7, knight g6 is a kind of standard plan.
Exactly. And here, forgive me, but I just don't see any problems at all for black. Let's say the move d4.
Yes, likely. I mean, the only risk of then this kind of pawn push is to always calculate taking on d4 and d5, which is not
Correct.
here anyhow important, because you can even take with a knight on d4 in this particular position.
Yes.
But this is like something which you have to pay attention to, because sometimes it can turn out not to be strategically so good for white, no?
Indeed, and there was a very nice game from an Olympiad, and I'm thinking it's an Olympiad in Baku, but I may get the Olympiad wrong. Anyway, Nepo was playing for the Russian team and had won his first 6 games. Stop. Oh my gosh. Nepo's on fire. It's like the most terrible thing ever. And it was the matchup between Russia and the United States, and Wesley was black against Nepo. And I promise you, my team captain gave Wesley strict orders. Make a draw. We don't want to see the guy go 7-0. That would be too much. Wesley improved on the captain's suggestion and won
The game.
Very similar to this, where Nepo had the center and developed, and the black knight showed up on e4. So I mean, Wesley, like when you force him, because Jan came ready to crush Wesley off the board with his 6-0, and Wesley said, no, I'm ready. You mentioned queen b8. Here,
at some point there was queen b8 as an idea, and I've seen it usually with a pawn on a5.
Yes.
I'm not sure you play it here, but even here it might be a move, because, sometimes white decides not to put the bishop on e3, but to keep his bishops on the board, and then there are these ideas to get the bishop back to c5 or to b6 and queen a7, and suddenly shoot on this diagonal.
Right. Here I'd be a little bit reluctant if I was black, because the queen, and you can see there's a little traffic problem going on here on the queen side for black. That's rook on a8, may not be particularly happy. Yeah, you put the queen on a7, everything's okay, but I would be a little bit reluctant to step into these types of positions now, having committed my queen to b8, It just kind of feels like, well, probably if it was my turn, I might play queen back to b8.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention the idea, not that you should execute it.
Yeah, it does exist. I know exactly what you mean. It does exist. I'm thinking to take on e3, and again, my brain kind of turns to mush when I do see these positions, because it feels like they've only 200 games from this exact position, and I don't know who was on the white side. Was it Vladimir? Was it Vichy? Was it Wesley? Was it Jan? So many games, and it just feels very, very balanced to me. We'll keep an eye on this one, and we'll continue to Vincent versus Anish. Yeah. Wow. Okay, I'm looking at this d5 square. My eyes are popping out of my head. So, this is another one of those g3, bishop b4 check games.
The one you actually mentioned yesterday.
Yeah, that suddenly
just D6 wasn't played.
Right.
It was played.
Yes. See, so
actually, Anish was listening to your stream and thought, like, this guy is so smart. I should just copy paste him.
I really should keep my voice a little lower. I agree with you, Lizzie. Give them ideas. Knight C3, castles B3. Well, B2, B3.
Why do we need that move?
Yes. That would be the salient question. Why do we need that move?
But on the other hand, let's think logically. Like, let's say we play not this move. Knight f3 runs into e4 and d5. Could that be the case?
Absolutely.
And then the c4 pawn might be hanging. So b3 is prophylactical.
Right. I would imagine, for example, rook d1 is one of those moves that you just look at it and you say useful. Another way is, for me, useful. E3, knight e2 to avoid, just as you described it, the e5, e4 break. Anyway, b3, intriguing. The jury's out. We're still undecided as to the verdict of this move. Queen e7, d5. Now, strictly speaking, I have played in my career the Czech Benoni. Essentially, the Czech Benoni is this structure. And I have a bishop on e7.
And here you have a much better version because this bad bishop is exchanged.
It's not only is it a much better version, I don't even think it's a version of the Czech. It's just like the Czech Benoni on steroids or something. The much improved. So I would have been playing c6, c5 in a heartbeat with both hands. Rook d8. I definitely wouldn't. I'd be closing this position, e5. I'd be putting my knight back, playing for f5 and g6. And I've played, well, I won't say hundreds, but let's just say dozens of games.
Yes, I agree with you. But okay, maybe the reasoning for Giri to keep the tension.
Yes, which he now
relieved. Yes. But not to give too much space to his opponent, because if you play c5 and then probably I will play e4, knight e2, or like even e4, f4, knight f3, and try to put some pressure on the king's side. Yeah. Even though the bishop is exchanged, still like white can try to put a waltz on the king's side with f5, g5.
Sure.
So, and then the question is like, where's your counterplay?
I understand. I've been squeezed in my life.
Yes.
But one of the things that tasers me is the Sveshnikov. The Sveshnikov is one of those variations that's been shown to be completely viable. Like black has 3 results in many of the Sveshnikov positions that my predecessors would say, you can't do that. You cannot give up the d5 square frivolously. And when you see the Sveshnikov and the fact that it's completely playable, it alters your thinking, and you kind of you say to yourself, gee, do I know anything about chess anymore?
But okay, in the Sveshnikov you have a bishop pair, at least for the weak square on d5.
Right.
And here I think, even though I give you the square on d5, I have some dynamics here for black. Besides, I mean, like, you cannot go for knight f3. I mean, you can, but then you have to calculate bishop h3. So maybe you have to lose the tempo on getting back to g4, g2 to g2.
Right.
And I have a very easy setup. I go knight c6. I will bring my bishop, I don't know, maybe e6, maybe f5. I will see about that.
So what do you choose?
Bishop h3 here.
And I'll chase you away because I'm that kind of a guy.
Yes, and then I will go back. I'm not sure where I will go.
But you kind of help me. For example, if you go back to e6, and I'm not saying it's a good or bad move, I'm just saying that I'm more or less on my way to the place I wanted to be, which was knight c3. If we go back here, I understand what you were saying about the dynamic. Maybe in this position I can imagine a different approach for you, which would be something like this. So the idea is if you play knight f3, aha! Maybe
I immediately fight for the square and push you out with a bishop on e6 eventually, and the knight takes ages to get to c3.
Yes, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Okay, that could be just what Anish has in mind. At the moment, I must say, just color me rabidly skeptical. If this is a way of playing and equalizing, wow, great stuff, just great stuff. And finally,
this is a well-known line which actually ended in a lot of games quickly a draw, but sometimes it's actually tried. I mean, I've seen it before in some top-level games.
Okay, this is what I meant about refuting in knight takes e4. So just to be clear, what I had suggested to Lizzie is that if I was going to refute the Grunfeld, if I was to refute the Russian, I would start like this.
But then actually after knight c6 you have to place a Scotch.
Yes, precisely. But here's the point. When you as black are playing the Scotch defense, you're not playing your Russian.
Sometimes the players actually tend to play both.
Okay, but I'm getting you out of your system. And also, if you play, for example, knight c6, I could play a number of gambits, not the least of which is c3. Another one is bishop c4 and bishop to b5.
Yes, a lot of things possible. But how about bishop b4 check, actually?
Yeah. You're talking about my game with Lubomir Lebojevic. Very good. I mean, I see you studied your classics.
But this one, actually, I mean, this position I've seen already. Like
you have. Well,
somewhere.
Knight f6, d4, knight takes, e4 takes. Bishop c5. I thought everybody was playing d5 there. Never mind. No, never mind. Bishop c4, knight takes f2, takes. This is all very well known, yes?
I think yes. No, well, really well known, I would say it's an overstatement, but...
What's the perpetual? Could you
I have
us?
seen it in some top games, even with Nepo, either with white or with black before. But I'm sure I've seen this kind of positions. And not so long ago. But I can check it, actually.
Yeah, if you don't mind,
I'm just curious, because I remember I've seen it, and I remember I've seen it not long ago, and it was a top-level game. So I will check it now for you.
I mean, the move that feels the most appealing is the move d7, d5 for black here, but maybe I'm just barking up the wrong tree. King h7 looks normal, as does, for example, developing the rook. It seems to me that black would like to play 3 or 4 different moves.
Yes, and I will just check.
As Lizzie is just checking on her database of games, just going to do a quick gander at the game of Levon and Nepo.
Yes, Nepo against Aronian. I mean, like, I remembered correctly that there was such a game.
Okay, I see that really it's a big file with lots and lots of analysis.
No, it's not a big file. It's just this particular game. It's a game between Nepomniachtchi against Aronian, played in 2020.
Okay.
And I think in some internet Rapid event.
Aha.
And also Queen c4 was played.
Okay.
And here, according to the analyze, it was analyzed by French Grandmaster Romain Edouard.
Yes, he's very diligent.
And usually when he analyzes
very well.
It very well. And here he gives knight c6 or king h7 as the options.
Okay, developing
but
moves.
But just to tell you, like, for example, like king h7, knight d5 as one option.
King h7, knight David 5?
Yes, knight David 5 and rook e8 would result in bishop takes h6.
Wow. Okay, that's a visual.
I just wanted to say, like, there are stuff like this.
Wow.
And apparently you cannot take with a king. I will leave this up to you why.
Thank you.
But it could be connected to his queen f4, knight g5 stuff. I don't know.
Yes, I can see how dangerous that
And then after g takes h6, it's just go long castle.
with a fearsome attack. I mean, there's
and this is apparently a game between Mozilyov and Friedman.
Wow.
So what I wanted to say basically is it's a well-known theoretical line.
Okay, so
but they both have to learn and do their homework. Let's
well,
put
they
it
both
this
have
way.
to remember their homework here. And just from that perspective, what is your opinion of Duda's openings and his...
Actually, you know, you will be laughing. Abdusatorov lost it once with black. And he lost it against Pankratov. So this could be the reason that... No, Duda is black, right?
Yes, Duda
but
is
it could
black.
be the reason that he would try it with white.
Fantastic.
So it was a blitz game, he lost. So I guess he was, like, you know, analyzing it carefully. And he got these ideas.
King h7, queen e4 check?
Yes, it's one option. The other option, which I mentioned, was this knight d5 and bishop takes h6.
Right. And he went back with the king to g8.
Which is somehow needed, because if you played g6, knight d5 is anyway coming and the f6 square is weak.
Yes.
It was knight d5, knight c6.
Yes.
Bishop e3.
Yes.
d6.
Okay.
e6.
e6, yes.
And he sacrificed the bishop. It was a blitz game, I have to say, you know.
Okay.
And then, like, he sacrificed the bishop, like, went to h7, got a check on e4, long castle, and eventually lost.
Gotcha. Okay, so of the choices of knight c6 and king h7, Duda chose none of the above.
That's interesting, because I will check whether d6
He
is a
played
novelty.
d7, d6, which looks strange to my eyes.
And it's new, according to what I've seen in the database. It's a novelty.
Okay, because essentially white has sacrificed a rook in order for, you know, free, quick development and to get to black's king. The move d7, d6 is almost an invitation to say that I'm going to open the position. I would never want to play as black. I would never want to play the move d6 takes e5. So the only reason I would be attracted to the move d6 at all is to develop my bishop, but I couldn't develop the bishop to f5. Knight h4 check would be
and also to
I would say
devade,
disappointing.
you know. But also to devade. I mean, I want to check actually, like, if this move is a super engine move. Just because then we know whether it is like a preparation or whether it's made up.
It looks strange to my eyes. Let's put it that way. If I'm in white shoes, I would probably be highly inclined to a move like bishop f4 with the idea to castles, or bishop to e3, just developing. And I don't see the move as d6 helpful. What does the supercomputer say?
I will tell you in a moment. I just have to do it. But I'm curious just to understand whether this is prep or whether this is homemade, whether this is self-created.
Uh-huh.
So I will tell you in just a second.
As Lizzie keeps us hanging by our fingernails and the clock is ticking.
Well, actually, it is, from the super engine perspective, the second choice after king h7.
Okay, so king h7 is considered the best, but d7, d6 is the second choice.
It's the second choice, and with equal, like with knight c6 choice. But there are like three playable moves. It's king h7, it's d6 and knight c6. Everything else is, according to the super engine, not a good idea.
Not a good idea. Just don't do it.
Okay.
Okay, and after d6, what is the super engine's thought that how should white prosecute the position now?
They give two options. They either say e6 or knight e5.
Right, and e6 looks very attractive because obviously you have this immediate threat of queen e4, which simply wins. So after e6, I guess the king has to go
to h7,
hiding away. We have something like queen e4 check, and I'm assuming g6 is necessary. And here we get into those bishop takes h6 and knight d5 types of positions. Yeah?
Yes, knight d5 is very strong. And like just from the psychological point of view, we will see by the reaction of Abdusattorov whether he prepared d6 or not. But since he
is so furiously calculating with this.
No, d6 was played actually.
Uh-huh.
But this is strange that it now pops up. Maybe the move order was different. And it was played between actually, like, interesting enough, and I can tell you that maybe a lot of players don't know about this. But, usually top women chess players have the best preparation from all these top GMs serving in the world.
Helping them,
and it's like Anna Mutsushuk against Hampi Konaru.
Yes.
And it's a different move order, but they get exactly to the same position.
Yes.
And here, the move after h6, e6 is a novelty, but this is like what the Super Engine anyway wants.
Okay.
And it was a blitz game eventually won by Black. But this just because the mistake happened right after e6, king h7.
e6,
king h7 here, like knight e5 is a blunder.
Oops, that hangs
because
the
of rook e8. And then you have
the pawn on e6, bishop takes e6. Yeah.
No, this doesn't work because of queen e4 check, I suppose, but you can play rook e8 and you have a problem to hold the guy.
Gotcha. So e6, king h7,
you have
knight d5
is a blunder because of rook e8. You have to first give the check on e4 to lure the king to g8 and then knight d5, and this is a different story. Yes. But I think Anna remembered it, but not good enough, and it was a blitz game.
Gotcha.
But just played a few months ago in the Tata Steel Blitz chess event.
This is very, very topical. It's strange how, because in my mind, I'd always thought that the move bishop c5, bishop c4 had been worked out to an absolute concrete result, and that's why I thought that they were playing d5 instead. Bishop c5, and we have what turns out to be a very topical rook sacrifice. Whew. Well, certainly you don't go into the round without preparation. Come on, Liz. This is like tough.
What I don't understand is why Nordibek thinking here. If you analyze this line and you prepare this line, right? Yes. Unless like Duda played the Petrov out of Sutton and it was not in his repertoire, which somehow I don't believe, let's say.
Me either.
So then it would be normal that apart from the lines which are played in the database, you check it anyway with the cloud engine, but then you see the move d6 popping up. And either now he's thinking because he's trying to remember, or he is in new land. But this would be strange.
Very strange.
Just to understand.
One of the things that is tough, though, Lizzie, is that you get in a position like this, and your head is kind of swimming because the variations include the moves knight d5 and queen e4 and e6, and then you get to the board.
Yes, I know.
There you go. Is this the line I'm supposed to play, e6 or knight d5 or queen e4? I mean, it's very easy to get yourself confused, as we see Rebecca at the board there, kind of just suffering. Let's go back for a moment and jump back into this all-important game between Levon and Nepo as they played this Queen's Gambit decline position, cd5, knight d5.
So we got this actually.
Yes. Knight takes, pawn takes, bishop d3. All of this stuff is really standard. I have to give Timur Rajabov a lot of credit because he really blazed some opening theory on the black side. He really worked very, very hard on these positions, and he showed in some very precisely played games how black can equalize. Bishop b4, knight d2 check. When I was a kid, I was very often known for my eccentric king moves, and I have reached this position and I have played king
e2.
E2.
Why not?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. You would be shocked by the amount of criticism I receive.
But why you can sneak back to F1 anytime you want. And the knight on F3 is much more useful than going.
I should have had you as my coach. I mean, you would have how do you say, improved my spirits. Instead, I got criticized. Look at this guy. He doesn't know what he's doing. You know, he puts his king in the center of the board. He could have blocked the check easier.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. He did not do that. Mm-hmm. Instead, he played...
Knight d2.
Yes, he did. Knight d2. Knight c6, castles, bishop e7. Also, I think the players have played many times moves like queen f6 there. Pardon me, right here. Queen f6 is also, I believe, kind of a theoretically played move.
But then I can probably just answer with queen c2. I protect b2, I attack h7.
Yes.
And then I will move my knight around the globe.
And this bishop oftentimes ends up on b6 as I'm supporting with my queen on... sorry, let's put those moves that we've spoken about at least on the board. And you said queen f4, queen c2, attacks the pawn. Yes. And the idea is that this queen is actually... You want to play the move d4 without necessarily...
to get rid of your isolated pawn. And then you would equalize, actually.
Thank you. That's... I mean, boy... finishing the thought. This did not happen. After castle, bishop went back to e7 and the bishop popped up on f6.
But I mean, now if they would hit d4, I mean, white can easily answer by e4. I mean, not now the threat is clear, but before bishop e6 arrives, just one move back. Yes. I mean, how is it like to play d4 here? You think e4, I play something like knight e4 and I claim I will just like somehow mess around? Because if you play bishop e5, bishop g5, and I would say like I'm...
Messing around,
as I usually like.
Right. It's I don't know.
Bishop c4, but okay, it looks like that my coordination starts to shake around.
Well, yeah, you're messing around. But yeah, I liked what when we had Levon on here, he was explaining that these types of positions, Liz, where you do end up, pardon me, I messed up there. You do end up playing d5, d4, that you get the strategical risks for both sides, but the idea is that this bishop is actually doing pretty good things, and as soon as you get to play f4 and e5, so let me just play a bad move. Apologies, it's not what maybe you have in mind. I give up the two bishops very happily. I don't know you. Whoop, you go here. And you kind of get an impression, at least, of what white is trying to do. He's trying to bring his knight to e4. Maybe on a good day, this queen will...
It looks very, actually, like, risky for black, because the bishop on c7 is a very
vulnerable.
Bad bishop.
Yeah, even if it goes to b6, it's not like this bishop is great. It's defending a pawn on d4 that you might not want. You might want the open d file. Anyway, this was a strategic possibility that could have crept up. No d4 for Jan after rook c1, bishop e6. Okay, now the move d5, d4 was a threat.
Yes.
And that was why Levon played queen to b5, and we've caught up at last with the players. And I'll ask you your assessment according to the rules.
According to the rules.
Yes, the German prescription of isolated pawn.
Okay, both kings are safe.
Very good.
Central
but isolated queen pawn. Do you like playing with it?
Yes, I mean, by pawn structure, like, white has a small edge.
Okay.
But the benefits of the isolated pawn is, since he doesn't have friends, that the files along the isolated pawns are open up.
Yes.
So here we speak about the C file and the E file, and the E file, even though it's semi-open, it's in the possession of black.
Yes.
Also, what is important to know when you're playing with the isolated pawn, you shouldn't change pieces, because the more pieces you change, the weaker the guy gets.
Okay.
Also, you have the advantage of C4 and E4 square, which is in your possession.
Correct.
And apart from that, I prefer to play with the isolated pawn if I have a dynamic play, because I like dynamics.
Okay.
But I understand those who don't like it, because if they don't get through with their attack, they may just lose the game because of that guy.
Yep. That's the downside.
But here in this position, for example, I would even dare to say that the queen on b5 is slightly misplaced.
Okay. I don't really like it either. At the moment, it's going to be difficult for you to kick her away. For example, a6 will only invite the queen to snuggle up onto the b6 square. From my perspective, you're right. I like to play against the isolated queen pawn and these kinds of things because already one pair of minors have been traded. The problem I'm having for white is that my piece coordination is not what I would call ideal. In other words, the knight on d2 is not very good. I would be looking for a better home, let's say, for the knight than where it currently resides. To my way of thinking, the best square is c5 for my knight. And to get to c5, I can get there quickly, but I would lose a pawn.
That's why I would prefer the queen on b1, for example.
For example, or maybe even on e2.
E2 would be a nice square, and then like to have knight b3 coming without any issues.
Right. So here I might be tempted to play a move like rook c2, which is a kind of a preparation for the knight to swing to c5. The problem I'm having...
After a6, where you go with the queen?
Queen b6. I just snuggle up.
You still believe that your queen is safe?
I don't know what I believe. I'm not a big believer in...
Queen d7?
Queen David 7.
Yes.
Now, I know that you would like to trick me somehow. But, okay, I'll fall for your devilish plot. Knight f3.
Bishop.
Oh, what am I doing? Jeez. I apologize. Let me take that move back. I will go, not knight f3, knight to d... Oops, how do I do it? Here it goes. Rook c2, a6, queen to d7, knight to f... Knight to b3.
And after bishop d8?
No, I needed the square.
Huh?
I needed the square b6 for my... No, bishop to d8. Okay, sorry. I'm confusing myself.
And you are still believing that everything is bishop e7?
Yep.
Or b6? Where is your queen going after
There
b6?
is d6.
Okay, bishop e7 then.
So we can make a draw, or I can play for a win. Be a hero. I've always...
Knight b4?
That's not very heroic.
Well, actually, maybe like you will play for a win, but
of
you mean black.
Of course.
No, but I have actually a quite good idea instead of rook c2.
Yes.
Which is maybe a little bit sophisticated, but quite...
Then I'll have a hard time understanding it then. What?
No,
not rook
not
c2.
not rook c2.
No.
Something like which is a
very
style.
clever idea. Yes, please.
But can I go back like this?
Yes, you can.
I will just go bishop b1. And I thread queen d3 with a tempo, and then I will take care about the bishop pawn on b2.
I like this move because it's very Karpovian. Anatoly Karpov put his pieces at a distance so they couldn't be attacked. Bishop to d3. Okay, let's say I develop. Yep.
Okay, I will go for queen d3.
The problem I'm seeing is at the end of the day, b2 is still a little tender.
And bishop f5 is also a little tender.
Tickle. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will
it was
have
too
to
sophisticated.
It was
Very
too optimistic.
Yes.
But maybe actually this bishop b1 I would even keep, and after g6 I would go with the bishop to a2.
Okay, so, sorry, let's go here, here, here.
No, not the queen to b5. I mean, like, not yet.
Not
but then he doesn't have to play g6.
So here, here.
Yes, it's not so easy, yeah.
And
I thought like bishop a2, but then you have d4 probably even at some point, and it's getting annoying.
Yep.
I don't like the queen on b5.
Well stated. Okay, well, we'll leave Levon. Going back just one more moment here to this moment. And again, if we don't like the maneuver of rook c2, I just don't like the knight on d2. If I can't bring the knight to c5 because I have this interruption, then for sure, knight f3, h3, rook d1, bishop f1, or bishop e2 are kind of the go-to prophylactic moves that white can play. The queen on b5, pardon me, does make a little awkward impression. Feels like Jan is fine, and I would call the position balanced.
Yes.
By the way, this was also the annotator's cop-out. When you really didn't know the proper assessment of the position, here it comes. Are you ready for it? What we all said was dynamically equal. It meant nothing. But every commentator around the world
you could also say like positionally better, but dynamically worse.
Exactly. They would nod their head in agreement that yes, dynamically balanced. Let's slip into the game of Andre and Gukesh for a moment, because this was the Catalan that went into the direction of a pawn sacrifice. And here it comes. Rook e1, e5.
A counter pawn sacrifice.
Wow. See, this is what the computers have taught these juniors.
Yeah.
The computers have taught the juniors to be really forcing.
Yes.
They go into these lines that they can calculate to an extraordinary depth. No captures.
Knight e2 is like the least move I would even consider.
Wow.
Because it doesn't look logical at all. Explain to me knight e2, please.
Well, indeed. Well, first of all, I think this is his problem, right? If you try to take the pawn and try to somehow maintain it,
it might backfire because you have a lot of dynamic play.
Bishop c5, queen e7, and somehow white's pieces look awkward. Yep. So if we go back to the position at hand, after the move e5, so if we go back to the position at hand and after the move e5, you think to yourself, well, if I'm in white shoes, what would I like to happen? What I'd really like you to do, please, 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 is take my pawn on b3.
Yes, because then, of course, I will get active.
Yeah, be sportive. Help me out. My rook would come with a tempo. So when I see the move e5 and I see the move knight d2, e5, knight e2, what I'm seeing is, please, be sportive, take my pawn. If you're not sportive, I might take the pawn. And on the other hand, if you take my pawn on d4, the knight on c3 kind of did a nice little pirouette.
Turnover, yeah. This makes sense now.
Ended up on the square d4, where it's tickling a pawn on c6, threatening knight f5, and suddenly you're starting to feel like an artist or a scientist or something. But here's the thing that blows me away. Look at the reaction that Gukesh made to the move knight e2. Like, what?
Knight g4 was played to knight e2.
Like what?
So explain to me, please, right. What happens after h3?
Right? Okay. So logically speaking, there's a square. Yeah, there's a square. It's just a beautiful square. Look at that square d3. Mm-hmm. And in our mind's eye, holy smokes, if we could get a knight
I agree with
on
you.
d3, life would be really good. So the move knight g4 is literally aimed at, I want to take, bring this knight to
e5 and then place it on d3. This I agree.
Okay.
But
so your move h2, h3 would be met by the move e5 takes d4. Now if you took the knight, I'll play d3. I'll win my piece back. So I'm assuming you wanted to take with the knight, yes?
Hang on.
Hang on.
Yes, I wanted to, yes. Then you go knight e5.
That's right. And that's the idea behind Gukesh's knight
Very
e4.
deep.
But it's, wow. I can imagine coaches around the world tearing their hair out at this moment as they're teaching their pupils to develop the pieces that are undeveloped, to bring their forces into play. And then you see one of the top grandmasters in the world playing a move like knight g4, which seems to be a leap of faith in the middle of the board. It's like, coach, why did he do that? I don't know. Next.
But you know, like knight g4 looks so counterintuitive because you think like h3, but of course if you can take on d4 and
you have time
set the square e5 free for the knight, it's a different story.
Yeah. There was one game where, coaches around the world are telling the children, control the center, develop your minor pieces first, bring your king into safety, connect your rooks, and occupy the center, and you'll be fine. And then there was a game that Hikaru Nakamura played in Gibraltar Open, where he moved, in the first 12 moves, he moved his pawns like 5 times and his queen 7 times. And then finally his king. And at the end of which he was slightly better with black. He hadn't moved any of his 9 pieces at all. I mean, he moved his pawn 7. Like, what? You look it up. It's like all the coaches in the world were crying in misery. Hikaru, we hate you. Because all of our cherished principles were violated in one game.
No, but actually, like, chess changed a lot because of the influence of the modern digital world. So I'm not surprised that suddenly things are working, which before would have been like just considered
condemned.
Illogical.
Just like, get out of here.
So this is, of course, something.
So here, because this is going to be great, because it's impossible to guess these guys, e5 and knight g4. I'm going to play the move bishop c3. So what's the idea behind bishop c3?
This I understand.
Absolutely don't understand.
No, this I understand it now.
Because when the knight gets to d3, there's going to be a bishop takes g7 splat, right?
No, I meant like if you take on d4, I could maybe take with a bishop and you don't get towards e5.
No. I'm going to give you everything you ever wanted. And you get your knight to d3. Actually, I should trade a pair of knights. I shouldn't be so flippant about it. Let's go. And I'm saying bishop c3. Check this out, Liz. You're going to love this. Takes, knight e5. I will take. What's better than a pawn sacrifice? Yes, you guessed it, an exchange sacrifice.
Yes, okay, but this is like whenever you sacrifice something and the king is weak, it's almost always justified.
Thank you.
So this is a rule number 1.
Oh, this is even a rule.
King's safety is before material advantage.
Okay, wow. I didn't know that one. But yeah, I can imagine bishop c3 as being a very logical answer. If the fight is over e5, if the fight is over d3, the bishop is on the way. And I want to fight for this diagonal. Yeah?
Yeah.
So I can...
So bishop c3 actually, yes, looks tempting.
Yes. Thank you.
Could be.
And who knows
what they're coming up for now. Yeah.
For sure. We'll leave it. Where would you like to go? Take us.
Maybe we should go back. Okay, naughty back is hardly moved.
After d6, he took.
No, the guy on h1 was gone for ages.
Yeah, no, I'm saying after d6 he did play knight d5.
Which is, I think, according to what I saw, also possible.
Of the supercomputer, yes.
Yeah, I think knight d5 was next to e6. Not e6, I mean, e6 it was next to e6, other possibility, yeah.
Well, here I look at this, and the move knight d5 looks, frankly, awesome. Why? I'm one of those people who also cherish king safety, and the problem with the immediate king h7 is knight f6, and come back out, let us play. And yeah, that's okay. So if you don't mind, if it's on, if you didn't close the screen.
No, I didn't close it yet totally. So I will
tell us what the supercomputer thinks of the move Knight D5.
I remember at least that the supercomputer didn't scream for huge advantage in any circumstances.
Okay.
But yet I will tell you. 1 second.
I think Lizzie loves these moments of supreme control where she says, "I'll tell you in the second."
Actually, some chat said that there is a lead chess game, or like there is a game in the lead chess database, but I'm not using lead chess here on this computer. That's why I didn't check the lead chess database. So there is apparently like there is Alma-Shigiri game as well, but I paid more attention to the Mutsushu Konoru game.
Okay.
And actually, in this game, Knight D5 was played in the Almashi game.
Oh, good. And after Knight D5...
there are 2 games now, because they're different move orders, apparently. So we have Rook F8 only move.
Rook F8?
As for the super engine, sorry, I didn't...
double check that.
Check that.
But I love the move Rook F8 because that is a move.
Well, but it's a mistake.
No way.
I mean, it's not a mistake. It's not given by the super engine, so I considered it to be a mistake.
If it's not given, it has to be considered
it's
a mistake.
-3.
After Rook F8, I love that move.
Because Queen E4 is just winning, and that's how Almashi and Pankratov probably won their game easily.
Queen E4 check is just winning.
And then you have Knight H4. This is a problem.
Bishop F5, Knight H4. I agree with, but King F7. I didn't see why I have to resign. I thought I would.
Because there's guess it.
Guess it. Bishop H6.
Yes. But it's logical. Like you bring all the pieces in. You have this Queen H7 check idea, and if you take on H6, which was tried in one game, then obviously it's Queen H7 check and Knight takes C7 and game over.
Correct.
And if you play Knight F2, which was tried in a more sophisticated style in another game,
oh wow,
then you can even take on F2, or you can be even more like sneaky and play Queen H7.
I like Queen H7 best.
Yes, but I mean King takes F2 is probably easier.
Understood.
But anyway.
It looks like black is being roasted and toasted here in this one. So no Rook F8. So Knight D5, Rook F8 is a known...
And in the database, only 2 games, and those were played with Rook F8. However,
in both cases?
Yes.
Okay.
But however, I think these are not... Let me see if it's a classical game, because I would be surprised if Anish...
Blitz, I understand.
If it's Blitz, okay, but if it's a classical game, it would be a shocker. Let me just check. Alma-Shigiri is... why I have always this kind of stuff. 1 second, I'll tell you immediately. It's a blindfold border chord. So,
okay.
I mean, these mistakes, I would dare to say, can happen in a blindfold. So it's not like that we should, like, But since, like, Duda is not blindfolded and has a couple of times...
yeah, you're right.
He will not come up with...
he's not wearing a blindfold mask at all.
Best move according to the engine is C6.
C7?
C6.
Wow.
But this is difficult if you don't know it.
Difficult, I'd say near impossible. C7, C6 is not a... After playing D6, to follow it up with C6, I gotta tell you, I would find that really,
and
really,
the other
really
move
hard.
which doesn't lose is Knight C6.
That move makes far more sense to me, developing a piece.
And apart from these 2 moves, every move else would give white at least an advantage of plus-minus.
Yes, I agree with you. Knight C6 would be a move I would find easier than C6.
Yes, but the situation actually for Duda doesn't look good, because it's easier for white than for black.
It seems like white could always be making perpetual checks in so many cases as well. Like
yes.
just to give you a demonstration of what I think is one perpetual check. I mean, it's not...
you can play D5.
You could play D5. Oh, sorry, I have to play Queen D5. Apologies.
Yes, but then it's Troya.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that it seems to me that white always has a bailout with a perpetual, like I'm just showing our audience. Now, don't walk into this nasty fork, knight fork. So it does feel like, black is taking some risk. I mean, white always has a perpetual in his pocket, and if black makes a mistake, and rook f8, my goodness, rook f8 is the type of move I could easily find myself making and thinking, I did it good, and then I resign.
I can show you the draw line after
Please.
c6, how the computer equalizes.
How messed up is it?
So you go knight f4 check.
Logic.
Yes, you have to go king h7.
Logical.
So you go queen d3 check.
Okay.
You have to go king g8.
Clear.
Now you take on d6.
Yeah, with the pawn.
And after knight a6, you decide to make a draw.
With perpetual.
Yes. Game over. I just thought it's fun to show that.
Right.
Because apparently if you don't do the draw, it's a bit too much.
Well, it is a rook, and at a certain moment, I can easily imagine g5 and even rook h7 to unwind my entanglement on the king side, and suddenly the perpetual check will no longer be in the pocket. Wow.
But with knight c6, it's more tricky because actually white can seriously claim the advantage.
After?
After knight c6, you also have to find a move which is not that easy. Guess?
For white?
Yeah.
I'd be developing the bishop, but that would be probably the wrong thing to do.
It's e6.
E6?
Yeah.
Okay, I could
knight c6 is on the board, actually.
Yeah, I could probably guess that e6 is a very tempting option for white.
Because you cannot take on e6 because of knight f4.
Correct.
The only move is king h7.
Makes sense. Logical. Yes.
Queen e4 check.
Yep.
King g7.
King g8. Yes.
King g8. e7.
Yes.
Now queen e8. This is all forced, and actually this is very likely to come because it's easily calculable.
Yes.
And now bishop e3.
Very human play, I would say. Yes.
I mean, okay, bishop e3 is not so human if you take into consideration I have knight takes c7 instead.
Yeah, but then he's got queen takes e7 and da-da-da-da. And but bishop e3, yeah.
And now only move which doesn't give terrible things is bishop d7.
Bishop David 7.
Yes, and now
castles.
No castles. After rook c8, black is much better.
Oh my God!
You have to take on c7.
At last.
Yes, and then you take on take everything on e7,
and
you take on a8, and you play this.
Whew.
This is
modern chess.
Modern chess. But at least everybody knows now what we are expecting on the board. And we can compare it. But it's interesting to check it anyway. Usually we don't work with engines, but for this reason here, since it's theoretical, we decided to...
We do have e6 on the board as well.
Yes.
And like you said, I think that this is... And king h7... So I think, and queen e4 check.
I mean, up to e7, I would say it's all fairly easy.
Up to e7.
And then when you have the first choice, you have between bishop e3 and knight takes c7. But since knight takes c7 doesn't run away, it's also fairly easy.
Right. And again, we're looking at king g8. What did we say? Bishop e3, yeah?
Yes, but if you even analyze this further, it's getting even more and more ridiculous by the engine rules.
Oh, really?
Even the final positions. No, here it's e7 after king g8.
Okay.
e7, queen e8.
Yep.
Bishop e3.
Bishop David 7.
Bishop David 7. Knight takes c7.
Right.
You take everything.
And we took a rook.
Yes, and now you take on a8. King f7 is the best move.
Logic.
And now you go king f7, knight c7, rook c8.
Yeah.
And now you will never, ever guess the engine move.
Never, ever?
Yes, I would bet a milestone.
A milestone.
But actually, okay, you don't have moves for the knight, so maybe then you can guess it.
So, whoa. No, castles makes no sense. Rook takes rook. I'm dreaming to play the move knight e5 check in some wonderful opportunity. But
no, but actually the engine is sympathizing a lot with you in your style.
Yes, taking pawns.
Yes, he took on a7. But it equalizes long castle and then taking on a7.
And then rook takes and now long castles.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And that's the position. And the knight gets lost and you play with a pawn up, apparently.
Wow.
But still, the position keeps going because you have this bishop f5 move, and then you have a lot of tactical tricks because after bishop f5, knight d4, you have this knight f2 move. But that's like how the situation would
That's
develop.
what happens with the supercomputers.
That's what I mean. Like that's how they should play, or that's how Duda has to play not to lose the game. Unfortunately.
Wow. Like I said, I mean, you entered these positions only after calculating them. Guess what we have on the board?
Yes, but this is crazy.
E7.
I mean, you know what I don't understand?
Please.
If you get this position on the board and you play bishop c5, and this line, I mean, it's such a forced character.
Right.
You either know it by heart or you don't play it.
I think he knows it by heart. I mean,
you mean Duda is trying to remember? You mean?
No, I think he knows it by heart, and he's just sort of like going through it all. I don't think he's trying to remember. I think the players, once you get to this position, there's only one move, queen e8, and yet he's thinking about it, so it's not like he's trying to remember. He knows there's only this one move, and then he's calculating the line that you just proposed. Bishop e3, bishop d7, knight takes, again, the threat is rook c8 in this moment.
No, this is fairly easy. I mean, I agree up to this point.
Yes. And what I find difficult is this moment after I took the rook and the king came to f7, this idea that
Okay, here you can either go bishop a7 or long castle. This is indifferent because you do these moves anyway.
Yes, I would be on the persuasion of this, and this is where I'd stop, because I find myself much more attracted to the d6 pawn than I do the a7 pawn, and I'd probably want to take the a7 pawn now, because I need to make sure that I get the knight, right? And this would allow knight f5, and I would start to feel a little bit queasy.
But if you take on h1 and I protect the pawn on a7, how you will likely win the game?
In the words of Victor Korchnoi, it wasn't easy. We have. Did I tell you anything about isolated pawns?
No, I have at least I have the right bishop.
Yeah, I have the structure. You know. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Well, we'll let these giants slay themselves in this remarkable piece of preparation. Did I mention to you the idea of rook c2 and knight b3 I would find attractive?
Yes, it's on the board. And did I mention that also queen d7, bishop d8 I find attractive?
But Lizzie, let's talk about my plans.
But I have a draw here. No, you cannot play on.
I cannot play on?
Bishop d8, bishop e7 is a draw offer. You
okay,
cannot play.
Maybe not the worst thing that ever happened to Levon as he's leading the tournament, but you're right. And then in that case, by the way, let me just refresh the board. In that case, by the way, if you refuse my offer of a draw by bishop d8, bishop d, knight c5 is really scary, right? Like if it was white to move, knight c5 might just be winning the game.
No, the only thing is like that after bishop d8, queen c5, if you have anything else in the pipeline here for black to play on.
Well, the problem is that once again...
Yes, and also you can take on c8, so knight e5 tricks don't work.
Right.
That's important to mention in this
knight e5
particular case.
That's a rook that I am grabbing. The rook is not defended by the rook on f8. Good point. Well, another accurate game that theory has provided us. good play by both players, and well.
Yes, we can actually have the last look, maybe even in Keymer is Geary.
Okay, sure. By the way, this is, again is the game of Andre, and I suggested bishop c3, but kind of in a flippant type of way. Let's see what happened, because this was this crazy outpost game.
And he played knight a6. I mean, it seems like that
he didn't play knight takes d5. Vincent
took with a bishop.
I mean, either it's genius or, dude.
But actually, it makes sense not to take with a knight, because then, like, it's harder. Like, you don't want to exchange this knight because it gives very good space. Not space, but control of the d5, and you don't want to exchange it on the other hand.
I know one of your rules. I've been around you so long now. You've said, when you have an advantage in space, don't unnecessarily trade pieces.
That's true.
There you have it. So I'm just reciting the laws. Now came the move e5, e4. That seems to me to be extremely ambitious. What do you think of that move?
Well, I just get the control of the e5 square. I have the e4 square under control, and I give my d5 square a little bit of freedom.
Wow. Okay, so from those perspectives, it's
according
good.
to the rules of the central control, this move makes sense. But of course, you have to understand whether you lose this pawn or not. But
that's.
I mean, like to basically discuss your concerns, right?
I mean, I understand. I need professional advice, but yes, to assuage my concerns, you should inform me that the pawn is safe. So, for example, Vincent, who is thinking, is very pleased, I would guess, to play the move knight h3. On a good day, the knight travels to f4 and then to d5, and he will be lord and master of the center.
But maybe like here it's a good moment to take on h3.
Okay.
Give you the bishop.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's fine.
Yes, yes, yes.
And
are you going to be playing for d5?
Not yet. I mean, after knight c5, are you going to play b4, or you're saying no?
No, king safety. You. I've seen these guys play enough to know that king safety is important.
Okay, then maybe a5. Okay, the b5
knight
square.
Safety. I get that. And finally, yay, the beautiful blockade.
Yes, it looks like that white is actually
the beautiful blockade.
Has a much more comfortable position.
Yeah, I like comfort. I like comfortable. I'm looking. I'm kind of like dumbfounded. Vincent is analyzing furiously as if there is another alternative to the positional knight h3. Is he thinking that he can just win a pawn? No, I can't imagine.
Queen g5?
He's getting some
like
ideas, you know.
Queen g5, he seems h6, queen h4, and then saying like, it's mine? Why not?
Well, he seems to be calculating it furiously, but of course, well, I mean, I can just defend it, right? Like knight c5. This must be where he's going b4 or something. No, I don't feel it. I feel like knight
yes,
h3.
I think it's a bit over the push, but
over the push.
No, well, I don't know how you say it,
but I like it over the push. I mean, I'm pushing him over,
which means like it's exaggerating.
I get it. I mean, with my niece and nephew, we play King of the Couch. You know that game where you kind of just push the smaller people off the couch and tell them that the floor is a very nice place for children to stay. They push back over the push.
Over the push, exaggerating.
I like it. E5, E4. Wow. Not a move that would have come to my mind. And as we prepare for our first
we are still
break,
we are still in the line.
Look at this. Aren't they amazing?
Yeah.
The players today. That's the other thing that I find. It's one thing for me to tell you that, you know, I can play everything. I can play the English, I can play the French, I can play E4, E5, I can play D4, C4. I can play everything. I can play the sharpest variations of the Russian defense, and I know them.
But
and you go, well, I mean, come on, that's ridiculous. That's encyclopedic knowledge. It's impossible that you have all of those patterns and lines in your mind, and yet you find that when the guys get here,
honestly,
they
like
seem
I
to know what
love
they're
the
doing.
times when we didn't have the super engines and
Of
the
course,
engines
the
arrived.
chess was a mystery.
The chess was was much more like, let's say, creative and not out-analyzed.
Wow, and again, they're following the lines perfectly. Bishop e3, bishop d7, just as you said. Knight c7 is the main move.
But
anything that allows rook c8.
But I think this is actually not that difficult to find because of lack of possibilities,
alternatives,
right?
Yes.
Yeah, alternatives.
Yeah.
I would actually rather be curious after, like, we have the position with knight takes c7 and rook king f7, which you will likely get.
Yes.
Like, if he would dare to take on a7.
Yeah.
So up till here, I think it's very likely we will face it.
I could imagine castles long, but yes, bishop takes a7 and
Is a
away you
phase
go.
which, I mean, this is like maybe a move, okay, all along castle, rook takes c7, and then bishop takes a7, no matter which order it is.
Yes.
But that would be, and now bishop f5 has to be played.
Yes.
Knight d4 is suggested.
Knight d4.
And now knight f2.
Knight f2.
Now I don't remember, probably rook f1.
Yes.
And here I also can't say what is the move.
It's tough. For those of you who want to find out what the move is, you're going to have to join us as we're going to go on our first break of the day as we're bringing you this action of round 7 of the WR Chess Masters. And it's been a great event, Lizzie. So far, so good. We'll see everyone on the other side of the break. Ooh.
Well, I have with me Jan-Krzysztof and Vincent. Both of you played a very long game. But what amazed me was the opening idea that was played. Was it preparation from you, Vincent? It was an exchange sacrifice and the engine seemed to approve of it.
Okay, then that probably was preparation because I was not sure. I knew that this was an idea somewhere, but I didn't know if this was the line. I also spent so much time before trying to figure out all the move orders, which then I probably also did correct, but yeah, I spent too much time. I think it was not quite a good idea, and then this exchange exercise, I knew it was some idea somewhere, but of course you really have to make sure that it is here, yeah, because it's just exchange for nothing. And then after bishop a7, I was not sure what to play. It's like a weird move and a weird position, and I think it's very complicated. I don't think that like bc and d4 is strategically very risky, and I only had this idea of going immediate for like bishop b4, bishop c3, knight b4, but forgot about this rook ec1 move when you can just give it back the exchange and get a slightly too much better position, which I then had to defend quite a long time.
Yes, this move bishop a7 was very interesting. Jan-Krzysztof, people were saying it's similar to the Karpov-Unzicker game, putting the bishop there. Was it something that you knew or you figured it out on the board?
No, I was totally unfamiliar with the idea of giving up the exchange. At first, I honestly thought it was a blunder by him, but then I spotted this rook b5, and it's. I didn't believe it was enough for him, to be honest, but but I understood. That he had two bishops, for the exchange and pawn. So it's bishop a7 is very weird move, indeed. My main idea behind it was just to take on d5 and play c4, not allowing knight takes c3 at all. Position is it's difficult, to say in general much about this game because I I have no idea what was happening like in the entire game, you know. Even in the end game, at some point, I was thinking that we were just playing basically random moves. So yeah, I mean, but this idea of giving up the exchange was very nice.
But it felt like you were pressing in the second half of the game. Wasn't that the case? Did you feel like you were better and you had your chances?
Yeah, of course, because I had one pawn island and he had two. Yeah, actually, I thought, you know, it was like a large edge for me, and that I should eventually squeeze it. But Vincent defended very well, and yeah, I tried, you know, as hard as I could. But yeah, I mean, I thought I played logically, but I was, you know, playing like quiet moves because Vincent was also long time, so I wanted, you know, to play like not committal move and make him think, like rook a3, queen b5, or king h2 even. But I mean, he played very well, very reasonably, and yeah, and it's hard to say right now, you know. I mean, of course there are improvements, but it's not easy for me, you know, now to say what I could do better. So yeah, definitely. I mean, in the end, in the very end game with rooks and bishops and knights, I shouldn't have allowed him to play like put his knight on e6 for no reason, because I basically wasted 3 moves for nothing. But still, I mean, this rook and bishop endgame was. I mean, I was pressing. Of course, it's a draw, but.
Vincent, when you know that you're facing Jan-Krzysztof in that endgame and he generally presses for a long time, what was your attitude while playing it? Because it's not easy to defend such positions.
Yeah, I mean, at first I thought it has to be dead draw because, you know, I normally believe in the drawing range of opposite colored bishops. That, I mean, normally even without the c6 pawn, I should be able to make a draw. But yeah, the issue is that basically the c6 pawn is really not doing anything. Yeah, it's just blocked and I can't unblock it, and my bishop has no real use. And I have the issue that if he ever gets to play g3 or 4, it can get quite serious, because allowing fe5 is also kind of dangerous because I might lose the pawn, and taking on f4, then I might just get rolled over, with all the pawns. So I had to be fast enough to get some counterplay with either bishop d1, rook a2, or bishop b5, rook d8 or something, which then forced him to play g4, which at first I also thought that, okay, this can't really be something serious in terms of losing. But yeah, even then, like, okay, I could even force him to play d4, but suddenly, rook on the 7th rank, and probably had the idea of just, I think at some point I heard of just played maybe rook d8, forcing d4 take, and just c5. Yeah, just give up the pawn to finally free the bishop and get some control back, because like the structure at this point is not the issue. Yeah, even if I'm a pawn down, I should be able to hold easily. It's just that I need to be sure that I don't get mated. And anyway, this c pawn won't play any role in the whole time. I mean, it's not going anywhere. It's just blocked, and I can't even block my bishop at some point.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for the insights. I think it was a very long game, and I would let you guys go and have your dinner and prepare for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andre, what a marathon game that was. Are you tired?
Yes, a bit. a bit, yeah.
Well, the opening when he played bishop to f4, were you prepared for it? Did you, because the main move there is knight c6.
I couldn't really understand what Jan would play in this game, because his main move is e4, first move, and in this tournament he started to play d4 also and c4. So I repeated all these lines, but not this Nimzo with queen c2, because Jan, I guess, never played it before. So I don't remember what I analyzed. So I just played bishop f5 because it looks logical. And knight c6 is the main move, you said, yeah? But I thought e3 maybe, something like this, like bishop f5, bishop d3. I couldn't really understand what... Yeah. If you don't remember, then it's probably better to play bishop f5, I thought.
Right, and I mean, there are all these complicated lines with g5 and everything, but giving up the pawn is also fine. Did you think you had enough compensation?
I feel that that's what I analyzed in this line, and I thought I hope that I thought that it was fine, and I think it should be enough compensation, because I know that the engine usually says that it's about equal in this kind of position when you like give up this pawn, and you have some counterplay on a C line. So I think it should be enough, but in the game I wasn't sure how to play. I think this endgame is slightly worse for me. Yeah.
And when you reach the bishop and knight endgame, the engine always said it's 0.00. But did you feel on the board that you were under pressure?
No, I think it was like absolutely equal until I played this knight b5 move. Knight b5, knight e2, right? Knight e2, knight d6, and knight c3. I just missed that he has rook d5, and we have this endgame, which is really unpleasant. I wouldn't play it if I don't miss this rook d5. I just would play like rook c8 back and something like this. So I blundered a bit, and yeah, I choose to suffer.
At some point when he gave bishop e6 check, I think you had to play king d8. Otherwise, you were in some trouble. Yes.
King d8
when he played bishop e6 check, your pawn was on g4.
Yes.
And king d7, knight c6.
Yeah, king d8 is the only move. Yeah, because I saw that after king c6, king c7, he has king f6 and then e6, and I thought it's really unpleasant.
It might also hold, I guess, but king d8 was, I think, the safest.
In time trouble, it would be really hard to defend, I think.
And in the end, you gave up your knight and you brought your king out.
Oh, actually, I just, I don't know, I decided to calculate this line, but then Jan showed up and he made this expression like I missed something. And like I'm now, I think, older, like 10 years or something after his expression, so it's really hard to describe.
Well, after such a tough game, how do you generally unwind? Do you prepare tonight? Do you take rest, have dinner, and call it a day, or how does it go?
I think, I'll prepare a little bit. At the evening, I just watch some games of my opponents, and then in the morning, I think I'll just repeat some lines and yeah.
Andre, it's been a long day, and thank you so much for your time, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the WR Chess Masters, and the games are ongoing, and at least I would say in one board we have a quite, let's say, ancient way of playing.
Truly.
And actually this is also the board we have on our screen, and we obviously talk about the game of Abdusatturov against Nordebek, and Zaga gave us a very nice hint or insights about the position. And this is actually interesting to say because we didn't really analyze it yet. And this is a position before bishop e3. We discussed the move knight takes c7, and we just decided bishop e3 must be stronger because knight takes c7 doesn't run away.
Right.
But after knight takes c7, black has only one move to underline that actually the move of knight takes c7 is bad.
Oh no, bishop f5.
Yes, bishop f5. But this is something important to mention because you may think like, okay, but why knight takes c7 is like worse if queen takes c7 is played. Then actually we can even say that the bishop on c1 at some point can get to f4, which is better
Then
compared to
on
the
e3.
bishop e3 line. So let's say if you go knight takes a8,
Yes.
king f7 for instance, and
Yes.
then bishop f4, we get a better version probably.
Precisely. Yeah, makes sense. Knight will come back to c7, the pawn is on
Even
d.
so, I'm not sure because with the bishop on f4, the knight cannot get to f2. I mean, with the bishop on e3, the knight wasn't able to get to f2.
You mean I will have to play king e2 to trap the knight or something of that
Something
nature?
like that.
But that's not the problem, what you wanted to mention. What you wanted to say is that knight c7, unfortunately, doesn't
a bad-
force queen e7.
Yes, that's a bad move because of bishop f5.
And that is rather remarkable, too. As you sit there and look at the consequences and you go queen takes f5, queen takes e7 check. Oops, there's an issue, and queen e6 isn't helping. Nice point. That's, again, one of the subtleties that you sit at the board. Oops, excuse me. By the way,
Is this a final position?
apparently I was just clicking through and they reached our position, but instead of castles, king came to d2. Queen takes, knight takes. Knight takes. King
Knight
f7.
c7.
Knight c7, rook c8. Gift me the pawn, very important. King takes and king d2. So the idea from White's perspective is that in those lines where we were playing bishop f5 and I was playing
Knight d4. This was our usual answer.
I was thinking that here the difference might be that I will play the move c3, and for Nordebek, he is sitting there saying his king is more useful on
d2.
d2 than c1.
Yeah,
And by
makes
the
sense.
way, of course, we meant to mention that Duda is playing black.
Yes.
It's not just Nordebek versus himself.
Yeah.
Okay. Great stuff. Did we have a result in the game between Jan and Levon? Because when we left it, I just kind of felt like a draw was going to be a forced statement. And we do have a one-time repetition. And I don't think that Jan can avoid it.
Well, if
Because
he avoids it, yes.
Knight c5, he will just have a worse position.
Well, I
Simple.
mean, like, if he avoids it, then he has to avoid after bishop d8, queen c5, right?
Yeah, and the problem with the move bishop we mentioned that White's problem piece is his queen. If I can play queen d7, force the trade of the queens, I get rid of my problem piece, and then my
Indeed, yeah.
rook will be on the c file. I'll double plant my knight on c5, and I'll simply have a far superior position, which almost requires that if you're going to play for a win, you do it here. And I wouldn't even know
How?
to make a suggestion. I mean, d4, bishop f5, like what? These moves are not, I would not find these moves attractive for black.
Okay, but why not bishop f5? What's wrong with that?
I will be very
Because the b7 pawn is hanging.
happy to trade and bring my rook, doubling the rook, and like you just said it, you said
Yes,
the magic
this
word.
is not looking quite tempting indeed.
Yeah. Yeah.
But looking at Nepo's face, he's not happy to make his 7th draw in a row.
Not at all, and it wasn't really his fault. He played, this bishop f4 is a little bit enterprising, and here he goes. He's kind of like, yeah, you're right. He's not, but 7 draws in a row. I would lose a big wager.
Well, the thing is like that, he is not known in the chess world as the Minister of Defense.
No.
This title gives, it was like a big fight between Anish and Kayakin,
yes.
who would get the title of the Minister of Defense.
Right.
But I'm sure that Nepo was not among those candidates.
No, not one bit, not one bit at all. Very, very quickly, I'd like to tell you a story because so many people in our audience that would have no idea what I'm talking about. Was the computers of today. The kids have raised up with computers. They've always accepted that the chess engines are the strongest of all the players, and they're ubiquitous. But I had this experience. I was the second of Viktor Korchnoi. And I was with him throughout all of his candidate matches, 3 candidate matches, as well as the World Championship match. And this is the repetition we're expecting. We can imagine a signing of the score sheets shortly. So that's why I can get in the story. And Victor was playing his most hated rival in the entire universe, Tigran Petrosian.
I didn't know that they were hating each other.
Vociferously. It just...
But there was a story behind this hatred?
Major stories. And they're too long to get into. And yes, there we have it. A draw has been agreed with. They don't have to play to the 30 move.
Well, they can repeat up to the 30 move if they want to, but it would look a little bit ridiculous. Yeah.
Apparently, Levon was a little premature with his I claim draw. And since it's a false claim, his opponent is going to get 2 minutes added to his clock.
Oh boy, but this is like, I understand rules, and I understand German rules, Especially because I am German. But sometimes, you can keep things a little bit more relaxed.
You don't have to be such a stickler. Anyway, the point was that these 2 great rivals were playing this World Candidate match. They had drawn some games. Now they had 2 adjourned positions. And Victor thought he was winning in one of the adjourned positions. And we had to analyze it all day. And I had suggested a move for Victor to play the move G2, G4. He despised this move. Oh my gosh, Elizabeth. He was like,
and he would say but yeah, sir, I can't take this pawn back.
Exactly. He hated this move. And because we had this luxury of an extra rest day, Petrosian had taken the time out, we could analyze the game. And Victor couldn't win it. And I said, Victor, please look at G4. He goes, this is such a disgusting move. Look, I can play rook C8. And I went bang, 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 you lose. He went, so I have to play H6. And I go, yeah, now H4. And then I go, okay, now I go here. And bang, 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 and you lose. He goes, oh, yeah, sir. So then we analyzed G4, and I had written all my analysis down, like all pages and pages and pages. And he had gotten to like the 7th page, and I said, correct. And he made the right move, and it was a draw. So he said, you see, it's a draw. I go, yeah, but the position's a draw. I'm sorry, and this is the most testing. Victor, So he played the first adjournment, made a draw, and then they have a half an hour before the second adjournment. And I said, Victor, are you going to play G4 now? So I left him alone. So I go and I go into the audience, and I'm sitting in the audience, and after the opening sealed move, they played the perfunctory move. They get to the position instantly. Korchnoi plays G4. Instantly.
And did you remind him?
Well, just a sec. I'm getting there. So there I am. I'm in the audience, and I want to burst out, my hands in the air. Yay! That's my move, everybody. Victor has played my move. Yay! And I didn't do that. So 5 minutes goes by. Tigran's making all kinds of faces, and Tigran writes down his move. Doesn't play it. Another 10 minutes goes by. Tigran scratches out the move, thinks for another 10 minutes, writes down another move. During this time, my feelings of euphoria started to fade. I went from great euphoria, he played my move, to unbelievable self-loathing hatred of myself. As more time went by, it occurred to me that Tigran might find a move I have missed. He would play that move, win brilliantly, and Korchnoi would despise me for the rest of my life because I was the one who made Korchnoi play this horrible move g4, right? So these thoughts of absolute fear were running through my mind when he played rook c8 and Victor won just as I showed him. Bang, 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 game over, and he wins. But the computers have taken the mystery out of chess. Today I looked at the position and the first move they considered was g4. But now we have the computer as a kind of a spell checker to say, yeah, that's the right move.
I agree, but
at the time, we were in the dark, and it was an exceptional moment. By the way, the draw has been agreed, right?
Well, there's something actually like I was puzzled about.
Yes.
Because I saw at some point the move bishop g3 popping up.
You're right. My goodness, you are absolutely right.
And I don't know whether they claimed the draw and who claimed the draw because I don't get it. So it was one time, 2 times.
Yeah.
No, only if bishop d8, it would be 3 times.
With 3 times g4.
And now?
1 time.
But they know, I mean, sorry to say that, but they're such actors.
They really are. But g5, we just talked about g4, lifting the kimono and exposing the king. No way, Jose. There's no, just a second. Hold on. How come I can't play for the win suddenly? So help me out here, Liz. Yeah, I'm missing something. Just, what am I missing?
Knight b4 again.
Knight b4 again. I'm playing for the win, and this is how I blow it.
It doesn't change anything yet. But
Quite
what is what is very strange? I mean, you said that Aronian was claiming the draw by the arbiter.
Correct.
And the arbiter said no.
It's
and
not.
got the time
penalty.
Yeah. And then Nepo came back and played g5.
Correct.
But I mean, my question is, was Aronian so much convinced that Nepo would repeat?
I think
he
had made the... no, I think he didn't realize he was making a false claim. I mean, he just thought that...
But what I mean is, usually if you're convinced that your opponent actually repeats with you, why you need to claim the draw?
Yes.
I mean, I would look at my opponent when he comes back, and just, after he would play bishop d8, and I would look at him and understand whether he wants it or not, and then I would call the arbiter. But just to stop the clock and to call the arbiter and to claim the draw, I mean, it looks a little bit like he's begging for it, which is a bit strange because he's leading the tournament.
Exactly. And by the way, to avoid the claim of a draw, he played the move g5, which is a very consequent move. I mean, come on. I mean, if you play a move like g5, you're begging.
Wasn't there a Taimanov Larsen game
F5
with g5?
An F5, yeah, sure.
It was Taimanov Larsen. Was F5 also happening? I'm not sure, but that g5 for sure was happening in the Taimanov Larsen, Bent Larsen game.
Yeah, I will have to see it. I'm sorry, I don't recall it immediately. But no, I mean, you look at g4, g5, and f5, and you go, isn't this a kind of a suicide variation? I would take.
Did he play f5?
No, I'm just suggesting that you played g5. Why on earth did you play g5?
Well, because
so you could chase down this bishop, right?
Yes, but you can still like make a draw if you want. With
Of
black.
course, you don't risk anything. But if you imagine that a drawn game, you're in a knockout match, yeah, and you're trailing by 1 point as black, and you absolutely had to win to equalize the match. You've just played the move g5, bishop g3. What's your follow-up to g5? It can only be f5, no?
Well, f5 makes... I mean, the thing is, like, he doesn't want to lose. And maybe, like, you know, sometimes this is a kind of, I think, male-ish thing.
Male-ish?
Yes, that they need to, you know, that they need to, like, you know, to make something special out of this kind of ceremony.
Male-ish? I'm outraged. Where's my Me Too hashtag?
Because, you know,
Me Too
like,
movement?
to have to make this kind of repetition, a kind of ceremony.
Yes.
So, like, to add some, you know, like some kind of, you know, a show off. Because, like, at least by the nature of evolution,
yes,
the man was always a strong.
Exactly. We
know,
were the ones dancing. And
yes,
showing
and that's
and
why you
prancing.
have this kind of inner need to, if you can show off, you would show off.
Wow, great stuff.
And that's why this move g5 and eventually like repeating the moves
Only
is
afterwards is a kind of a show.
Yeah, it's a kind of theater to me in a way, you know.
It is a theater.
And actually I could probably bet that he would repeat the moves, but he is like with g5 first giving the impression, the hope for everybody.
I was searching for everything except the draw. I didn't want to make the draw. It was only after a terrifying realization. Again, f5 looks like such a ridiculous move. I would be loath to make these moves, but maybe I have to take them seriously because f5, f4 is threatening to trap my
But what's
bishop.
wrong with like knight c5?
I was starting to have some doubts about it. If I take with a rook, for example.
Okay, let's say you take with a rook.
And I was starting to think that, well, wait a minute. I mean, there could be some issues. If I take the pawn on f3, the knight could potentially jump to e5, and I do, or even to d4. I don't know. Like, for example, if I take, let's say I go knight to d4, you start to wonder, like, what? was this like desperado stuff, or
King h1?
Yeah, what's going on suddenly? Because there's guys around my king. Like, hey.
But okay, after bishop g3, it's not a mate yet.
No, it's certainly not a mate yet. But there's guys around my king. You know, something could go wrong. I don't know.
Yes, especially if I change these bishops. But maybe we go back, and I think that we should have something else.
Well, at the moment, after bishop g3, Nepo has actually been thinking, thanks to the additional bonus on his clock, he gets 2 whole minutes for free.
Yeah.
All right. I still think a draw is the most likely. Also, what I wanted to say, sorry, just to complete my point, f5,
I was wondering if you can just read the threat.
Right.
Without, like, paying attention to the fact that they can still repeat the moves.
Exactly. And I think the move f4 is actually a very decent response. Anything that black does, such as g4, allows me to continue with what I always wanted to do, double on the d file, play knight c5, and I'm a happy camper. So I suspect the draw is still in the offing here. Where did we go with the Duda game? Because I just found that so... Yeah, okay, they followed everything.
Nothing changed. But actually, I heard in the chat that Keymer is winning the pawn.
Oh,
or maybe
Vincent.
he won the pawn and we just missed how he did it.
Vincent's a man after my own heart.
Yes, he's following your advice strongly.
Look what he did. E4.
Yes, he went
Queen
for
E3.
it.
This is what he calculated.
Yeah, a pawn is a pawn.
Well said. You read my book. B5.
Bishop b7, trying to spice up the matters.
Yep.
But I mean, my question is, after he pushed e4, did Anish, I mean, likely he has to calculate this all, right?
I'm sure. I'm sure.
I mean, he would not just play e4 and then say, like, after queen e3, it's just a pawn, right?
No problem. I'll play on. Knight f3, takes on c4, takes on c4. And Vincent is saying, hey, look.
It's a pawn.
I just saw Vincent kind of flash his eyes towards his opponent there. Like, hey, what do you got? What do you got? What do you got?
Tell me.
Tell me, please.
But if I play bishop f5 and you think you can take on d6.
I do. I did. I shall.
And knight c2 check.
I did. I do. I shall.
You go king f1. I give a check on h3 for the fun of it.
Yes, you did.
And then I'm puzzled.
Something like rook c8?
Yes, rook c8 was probably the next follow-up. And the question is, like, how quick are you getting out of these pins? You can play knight g5.
That's a good move. I like that move very much, Lizzie.
Bishop.
Because if the bishop goes, I will always get to connect my rooks. Remember, I'm 2 pawns up.
Yes, I remember.
While greedily eyeing even a third. Go back for just a second, shall we?
I have another idea, actually,
Please.
instead of rook c8. I mean,
Okay.
let's go knight c2 check.
Knight c2 check. Pardon me. Knight c2 check, yes.
Yes.
King
f1.
f1.
I mean, for now, are you threatening actually to take? I mean,
No.
bishop h3 check still, I would even
No, I
agree.
mean, I really feel my threat is to play king g2 and be safe, yeah?
Yeah.
So this
And
is
now
the way
I
to
will
get
play rook b8.
rook boy 8, so you're
You
threatening
guess-
rook takes d5. Rook takes d6.
Yeah, so I
right?
wanted to tickle this pawn move. And now I play rook c8. Does it make a difference? Apart from the fact that at least the c5 pawn will be falling,
Uh-huh. I
still go...
I have only one antidote.
Yes, the pawn
Antidote.
crapper. And if I go bishop e6, you will claim to me that you will be better in this ending.
Correct.
Yeah, you are.
Right.
Sure.
Well, I'm claiming to be better by the justification of 2 extra pawns in the pocket. And now back to the Levant. No.
No, there's f5 was played.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. Wow. Okay.
I like Nepo. It feels like that for the unjustified claim, he wants to punish his opponent, you know.
So what were the words? Manly,
Malish.
Malish.
There's male and there's female.
The malish prancing and
Nepo is underlining
beating
like
of the
that he's...
of the chest.
No, for me it's impressive because, like
F3?
he's white, he's black,
Yes.
and he just declines a draw. Besides, having a draw with black against Ahonyan is nothing too bad, I would say. Regarding
a lot
his
of players will be happy to grab that draw offer. F2, F3, by the way, by Levant, as he basically is trying to make the statement like this demonstration of F5, G5 is mistimed, and it's not like he's trying to prevent the move F4. So let's take a look. Again, you've played A, B, you got to play C, right? You've just played G4, F5, F4. So shall we take?
Yeah, but now slowly the opportunity to make a draw vanishes.
Oh, yes. Oh, no question.
Okay, with bishop on F2, I still have the chance, I guess, to repeat, even now, don't I?
Again, I'm thinking whenever you get into those positions where the queen gets trapped on c3, you start to worry that
Knight b4 is coming, right?
Yeah, that the how do you say, the exposed king?
It's not yet that exposed. I can play bishop f5 and I think I'm fine.
Yeah, it's true. You're right. I can't make such a devilish claim. By the way, did I just miss something here just a moment ago? Let me...
I mean, the question is like that after like f4, or they're repeating again.
One more time. if they do manage to somehow cross the drawing margin here, how about in this position? No, I'm looking at knight c5. I'm looking at knight c5, but I don't think. Again, your king looks really, really exposed, but it's okay. So no, I can't avoid the draw yet.
But you know what could be?
Yes.
Like from the psychological point of view.
Please.
I mean, Nepo currently plays on.
Yes.
And at some moment when White would have a chance to get off the draw, he may just do it on principle to show that you get punished.
Oh, absolutely.
For me, declining it. And maybe it's this kind of attempt may be superior than the objectivity of the current position.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes, pride, psychology, demonstration of,
everything
being
you're saying,
superior.
Yeah, everything you're saying occurred in the most extraordinary way in the candidates. And I believe it was the game of Richard Rapport and Nepo. And Richard played a line which is known to be a main draw in the Russian defense. And then he got to a certain moment where after the repetition, he wanted to play on. And the move he makes is like losing. Like just losing. You have to make the draw in that moment. And it was sort of like Nepo just picked up a point for free. It was a very important point.
Yes, but I can tell you something similar happened in the Women's Grand Prix in Gibraltar.
Please.
When the position objectively, it was opposite colored bishops, and there was a kind of draw offer in a way, repetition, indirect, discrete. And it was Gunina with White. And I mean, objectively speaking, she cannot win this game because of the opposite colored bishops, but there were still rooks on the board. If she pushes, she can only lose. And she decided not to make the draw. She pushed and she lost the game.
Right.
But this, of course, had a huge impact somehow, of course, on
the women's championship prizes.
And and of course, some of the girls, I was not concerned of the top three, but I remember some of the girls were quite upset that, Gunina would never accept the draw no matter how the position is, because she had the thrill to win every game.
Right.
I think she made 0 draws in this. She had 0 draws until round 11 against Nana Tsagnice, and they played on for 6.5 or 7 hours because, Valja tried until the very end. And, people were just, girls from the tournament just shaking their head and saying, Valja.
Why, dear Lord? Why? I remember it very, very, very nicely. I was playing in Argentina, in a place just outside of Buenos Aires, in a place called Morón. And it was a very nice open tournament with huge cash prizes. And in the last round, Ulf Andersson's White against Bent Larsen.
But it was a time when he didn't make just draws.
No, Ulf was number 3 in the world at the time.
Okay, because nowadays, when he played in tournaments in the past 10 years, when I saw him, he made a lot of draws, actually.
Right. So Ulf is the number 3 player in the world. He's got the white pieces, and he and Bent are tied for first, a half a point ahead of the chasing pack. I was one of the players in the chasing pack. So I'm dreaming I'm going to win my game. And I did win my game with White against Daniel Campora, Grandmaster from Argentina.
Yeah, I remember this name.
Yeah. And so all I want is for Bent and Ulf to make a draw, and I will tie for first. Then there are other Grandmasters who also may win their game and also tie for first. I think Larry Christensen was one of them. Anyway, Ulf played nice 20 moves of knight f3, g3, bishop g2, castle, c4, knight c3. Very quiet. He stood slightly better. And he made his move and offered Bent a draw. Instantly, Bent, no. Just no. And I was they went on to play 6.5 hours. They eventually made a draw. And I was like, please, just somebody interfere. Somebody.
But sometimes, the pride of a person can be superior over
Correct.
objectivity of the
right.
situation, right?
Yeah, your pride gets in the way of the object.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we do have bishop d8, queen c5 on the board.
Second time, no?
Was it second time?
I think so.
Just a second.
So
You may
if
be right. Hold
now,
on. 1, 2, you're right. Second time. So
if now bishop e7,
and I don't think now they're looking at each other again, and
you know, it's just imagine now bishop e7 and like Levon would.
He played f4.
No, yes, but I just
Please,
imagine like if bishop e7 and Levon would again say like queen b6 is it like claiming a draw, he would make a second false claim and he would lose the game.
Well, if he does it 3 times, 3 false claims must be 3 times.
No, I think like 2 false claims might be lost actually.
Really? Well, in that case, I would make a 6-time repetition.
I remember it
before
because of the Blitzrun Rapid Championships, like 50 moves rule, you can make 1 claim, but the second claim, if you're wrong, you lose a game.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's what I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's what I got acquainted to in the tournaments.
I have to reacquaint myself with those knockout rules, because you just mentioned a situation where I always thought that I have the right to go and speak to the arbiter at every moment. That I can just go to the arbiter, excuse me, where are the bathrooms? Excuse me, what about this? I can ask the arbiter questions, right? So are you saying that I can go to the arbiter only once and say, how many moves of the 50 moves have I played?
Well, you can ask the arbiter. I mean, I had such a case now in the World Rapid Championship. I had 2 knights and king against king, and I thought like I have 50 moves to try even. So, you know. And after the game, actually, I asked Richard Rapport, can I actually win if my opponent goes wrong? And then, like, he says, unfortunately, there's only one position where she can have a 50% chance not to run into the mate.
Correct.
And I said, like, oh, Jesus, and I could have spared, like, 20 minutes of trying because it's unlikely that this is going to happen, right?
Right. Oh, my. And you did make a draw.
But she called the arbiter to count the moves before, like, the situation appeared. And I'm not sure that she can actually claim that, because according to the nowadays rules, after 75 moves, the arbiter has to intervene, as well as 5 times repetition. The arbiter has to stop the game. Otherwise, it's a claim of the player.
The players have to go through. By the way, in this herky-jerky, are you playing for a win, or I'm not, are you playing for a win? Finally, I think we can decisively say we're not going to see a repetition anymore. After the move f5, f4, I think Nepo is basically saying, okay, I'm
still chance. Bishop f2 and still they can repeat.
Yes, but
last chance.
You're here, you're kind of obligated, I would say.
But actually, can you now play b6 and knight b4? Because queen d6 is not there anymore.
The knight on b4 will not be defended by the bishop.
Ah, yeah, true.
I will take it.
Ah, yeah.
With both hands.
With both.
Yeah. I was reading the rules of the bug house, and they said you can't use 2 hands.
I have to study them yet, but I will rely on you on Sunday.
Yeah. But you can't use 2 hands. And in this case, I would use 2 hands to grab the knight on b4. And I will receive my warning with a pleasure.
Yeah. Maybe we go back to Vincent, because he was a pawn up, and I was wondering if anything
has transpired since.
Nothing happened actually, no?
Nothing.
We had this position and black is still to move.
Anish is wondering to himself,
what did
do
he
I
do?
get for a pawn? What do I get for a pawn?
Maybe not. Hang on, can I play bishop e6?
Yes.
And if you take
legal.
on d6?
Yes.
I take on c4.
Got you. Bishop e6. Nicely spotted.
So,
yeah,
it's a pawn. I have 1 or 2 pawns down. 1 pawn,
unfortunately, just one.
Unfortunately, I think it's not so much, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, just one. I'm a little reluctant to grab this peshki on d6. I'm looking mainly at rook takes d6. Can I just see it? I'm a little bit unsure. I guess you would just take on c4.
That was my plan, yeah.
Yeah.
And then claim that a2 is loose, a2 is a bit shaky, and your development is not so great.
My development is not great at all.
I mean, you can play a3, of course, but...
It's not why we're here.
You mean like a3 and we are not here because of... No, but I can play knight c2, knight takes a3, so actually it's not what we want, yeah.
Not at all. I mean, I was thinking that I would play something like knight e5, bishop a2. It's not your only move, by the way, I'm just saying, and castles, but
still
I'm not convinced that white is better in this.
No, white is not better at all, so maybe bishop e6 is the easier solution to get back what you wanted back. But on the other hand, I think Anish has been thinking for quite a while.
So I wonder what he's found something that disturbs him about this move, but the more I'm looking at bishop e6, Lizzie, I love it.
Maybe you can play knight e2, but a2 is hypothetically speaking also hanging, right?
Absolutely. I wonder why he's taking so long on this particular...
Because he has a lot of candidates. He has bishop e7, he has bishop f5, he has maybe...
Wait a minute. He doesn't have that many.
He has bishop h3.
Whoa, just a second. No, bishop... if you're going to play... Does bishop a6 make any sense? So the whole idea, folks, is that knight takes, bishop takes, knight takes is being met by knight c2 check, driving the king away from the rook and allowing rook takes. And black is the one who's material ahead in this case.
That's true, yeah.
So, along with bishop e6, there is bishop a6. And maybe bishop a6, because any move like c5 will expose the e2 pawn.
But you know what is the problem about bishop a6? That once you grab the pawn on a2, you have always to deal with this, rook a1 stuff. For example, like I play a3, you go knight c2, king f1. I mean, of course you can, well, even if you grab the c4 pawn, this rook c1 is perhaps, okay. And bishop d5, doesn't work.
No. Interesting. So it seems that Anish does have bishop e6 and bishop a6
choices, yes.
I don't know, but even bishop h3 is a consideration. Maybe bishop h3 threatening, I don't know, d5 and knight c2 operations. No, but bishop h3, I was always afraid I could get chased away, right? Something like knight g5. Wait a minute, now I'm getting myself confused. So I go bishop here, rook here, knight c2 check, king here.
d5? Or first taking on e4 and then d5, maybe that's...
Right, but unfortunately at the end of the day, I'm genius, but I'm a pawn down.
Yeah, that's not what you want, I agree.
Not what I had in mind at all. No, that did not bring home the bacon, as they say. All right, and let's just go around and see some other games. Again, this is the game of the round in the sense that so much is at stake between Levon Aronian and Jan. Jan coming into this round, 6 consecutive draws, looked like he was heading for a 7th. Decided to play on, taking some risk. We'll keep an eye. And the Wesley So Prague game. Let's jump into that for a moment.
It's very solid, actually. I think Prague didn't manage to spice things up against Wesley.
Very few managed. So. Yeah, after we left it at bishop e3 parts. Yes. He took. Knight e7.
That's what you predicted.
Yes. The so-called Vladimir Kramnik maneuver. And here Wesley is at his very, very bad. Yeah, when he can eliminate the play. Well, okay, Prague has gotten some nice space. This is. Do you have that expression in German? This wedgie. You create a beachhead and you kind of divide a little bit the forces of the defense. A wedge.
A wedge.
The pawn on e5 is this.
Well, we have a splitting wall. We call it Trennwand. But I'm not sure that we use this expression in chess, actually.
Right. Okay, so this pawn is a little bit of a wedge for the moment, c5. And let's see what we got. a4. Well, the move a4 is such a casual kind of move. It suggests to me that Wesley is not unhappy, about his position. Maybe he's just thinking that he can, at his luxury, play the move rook e8. I would be more inclined to want to speed up moves like rook e8 and rook
rook a6 again and rook g6. He learned from Levon yesterday, you know.
Yes.
And for now, at least, he cannot take on a6. So, and also a3 is on the take.
Is up for grabs. Yeah, I like that. Rook a6. Okay, that's the kind of move that says, okay, I don't believe what you're doing is causing me any grief. Maybe I can play for an attack.
But here actually a4 might be a good move, positionally speaking,
I
for
love
white.
the move a4 for black.
No, yes, but I meant like if you play rook a6, maybe white answers with a4.
I agree.
And claims the space or the hole on b5. And that's why a4 was played first, because positionally speaking is a very important move.
Yes, you gain space to begin with. There are times when you want to use this. You get these crazy times in king and pawn endgames where you get these pawn breaks, and these breakthrough pawn breaks, and they're beautiful when they occur. And I like a4. I would say that Wesley's doing fine, and I think Prague is doing fine as well. Excuse me.
So,
I'm not exactly sure who benefits the most from the trade.
I mean, like, you don't want to trade on e6 immediately, but keep the tension?
Yeah, I'm more or less inviting white to make the trade.
No, I was just wondering if e6, knight e5 stuff, but it doesn't work.
Well, then I have to congratulate myself on being provocative again.
Yes, you got a pawn.
I mean, why is everybody trying to kill a kindly, gentle Yaz? No.
In terms of crapping pawns, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. But I mean, objectively speaking, Wesley has absolutely no worries here.
Right.
He got what he aimed for.
Yes, he did. And once again, great opening prep, right? Gukesh versus Andre. We kind of let this position get away from us a little bit. We saw the position up to knight g4. Whoa, nope, that wasn't right. I wanted to say that that was not the position that happened. He played after e5. He played knight e2. And here I proposed bishop c3. He said, I'll take the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Back, knight e5, and again, c4, d3, knight e5, bishop c3. The bishop did go to c3, but in a different move order.
And now we have like pawns, like black is a pawn up, right?
No, it's even at the moment.
3-6, true. But I mean, like if you take on c4, I meant.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly right. But rook 8, I can see what's on white's agenda, and it's pretty obvious that on a good day you plant your knight on f5, you put your rook on d1, and life is good. The bishop on c3 will be on a fantastic diagonal. So Gukesh facing a little bit the pressure. Bishop c5. So he sidesteps knight f5, hitting the bishop on e7. Rook d1. Sidesteps the tempo against the queen.
And
F4, that's a spicy move.
And now probably like, okay, first the prophylax and then e5 is coming, and then we claim that these two pawn runners will give enough compensation.
Exactly.
Which I'm not sure, but which color you prefer, Yasser?
Unfortunately, I have to go against my baser instincts.
And not take
the pawn. I dearly love these types of attacks for white, where I look across the board and I see a lot of dark square pieces on the queen side. Yeah? A lot of dark square pieces.
Yes, and while everything else...
I'm looking at the white, the
Knight
black
F5
king.
is, like Knight F5 is currently actually a threat.
I would say it's a massive threat, and it's almost like a winning threat.
But if I take on d4, I know this is painful to give up this bishop, but maybe I should. And then claim that I will play f6. No, not yet. Maybe, I don't know, rook d8 first. I change pieces.
Rook to d8
because you have
first.
a bad back rank. And I'm hoping to survive because of that.
What do I do with a bad back rank?
Well, you can make a Luftloch, but...
a Luftloch. Okay, well, let's go. How would the attack play itself?
No, I take on d4.
Fair.
I play rook d8.
Fair. And now I pause because I'm really reaching for my e pawn here, so that if you take on d4, then I play e7, and you would have
e6,
a back.
I can take, no?
Correct. You will take.
Queen e4, bishop c3.
Or no, queen.
You give a second pawn? Yeah,
No. Wait a minute. First of all, what's very important for you to understand is I did not give my second pawn.
Because I wanted to ask you, what's wrong with you?
His pawn.
What's wrong with you?
The guy over there, Andre, that's the guy. I'm giving up his pawns. And you see with Elan, with understanding. Yeah. I just wanted to say
because I just wanted to underline there's something like rotten.
Yes, I think.
Today.
Okay, but hold on. We went here, and hold on. We were just making some nice suggestions, right? Where were we? Here? Uh-oh, I lost it. Where was our analysis? Let's say e5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you took, yes?
Yes.
I took. You did
C5.
what? Yes?
No, you took with a
With
rook,
the rook.
actually. But
Oh,
okay.
it was no.
It was not good?
He didn't play bishop. He didn't. We were looking at a different position with rook takes d4, I think. Yeah, we were like looking at a position like this. And how did we... Every time I press the wrong button, I have done it wrong. Okay, anyway, rook d8. Let's try again. I'll play e5. Go ahead. Bishop takes, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Bishop takes, yes?
Yes.
Your turn.
C5.
And I will... Where will I put my bishop? Let's say here. Just get it out of the way.
So take, and rook d1.
Take. And let's say take. I don't want to run
rook
out of material.
d8.
I don't want to run out of material.
Yes, I know that you have something sneaky ongoing on.
Checkmating.
Don't. I don't believe that yet, but maybe you're taking it more serious than I thought.
Right.
Tiny bit more serious.
Right.
If I play g6, you play... No, I will do play e6. No. I will take back this move. I will play queen e7.
Queen?
e7.
E7.
Yeah.
Okay.
I give you this pass pawn. Yes, I know that you are like...
right.
going all in.
A dear friend, Eugenia Torre.
Bishop e7. This one is hanging. That's net news.
Eugene Torre of the Philippines. I think we were playing Blitz, and I have made a move, And that took all the pressure away from the position, and he went, like now he could relax his team. And we both laughed with enthusiasm. It's a pawn sacrifice. It's been a pawn sac for
okay, actually, if Andre would win, he would be on +1.
No, seriously?
Because Andre has
-1.
No, Andre is 3 points out of 6. -1 have a couple of players, but not Andre Esipenko, I think. He lost to Abdusaturov and he beat Keymer.
Is that right?
I don't think he lost to anybody
I have
else.
to ask you, is
I mean,
50-50?
leading is Aronyan with 3+, Gukesh and Wesley with 2+, and
Correct.
then there are 2 players with 50%. One is Esipenko, and the other one is maybe Pragg.
Nepo?
And Nepo, yes.
Yeah.
And then all the other bunches have to have 2.5 points.
I see. Okay.
So Esipenko is actually because he beat Keymer and he lost to Abdusaturov. If he wins today, he can even discuss a little bit.
Wow. Okay. All right. So once again, we are here, right? We do have rook d8, e5. Like, Lizzie, what did you do? Because you scared me last time.
Well, I wanted to take on d4 actually, and I wanted to change the rooks to claim that your back rank is bad.
And it's true, my back rank is
Plus,
bad,
I have
yes.
space disadvantage, so I learned that I have to change pieces according to the weight. There's
Okay.
knight e3 actually in this particular position.
I see. Yes, you
It
are
can't
right.
be that
That's simple.
easy. Yeah.
Okay, so just a second. So right here, you wanted to take... I beg your pardon. So should I be playing e5? I don't know what else to play, actually.
Instantly, yeah.
Well, instantly is... Because there...
I mean, like knight f5?
There are reasons why I might be drawn to queen a4 as well, right?
But that's why actually, like, in our variation, I first wanted to take on d4 and then play rook d8, actually.
Yes, to avoid the
to avoid all
possibility...
these kind of
okay, knight f5
tricks.
actually... No, thank you for the suggestion very much. Knight f5 I find to be an attractive move.
Yes, but...
And so did Andre. Andre
but that's
played
why
it.
I wanted to take on d4, but I understand psychologically, like, to take on d4 and to give up the bishop is a huge commitment, right?
That's
In
right.
such a position.
Okay, so here... Okay. You know, this is another thing. I mean, somehow when I was a kid, a book fell into my lap. It was all of these checkmates, right? 100 checkmating patterns or something like this. And I think this is one of the checkmating patterns that I've learned. Yeah?
Yes.
But I'm trying to think about it. I don't think I've ever gotten this checkmating pattern. It's like everybody knows it. They never allow it. You know, it's like, stop. You never get to make those checkmate patterns anymore. It's like terrible. So knight f5, a forced continuation. Gukesh obviously had to play the move f7, f6. Whether he likes it or not, that's a different question. And now, is it time that we try to blast things open, or should we trade rooks? Blasting open.
You
or
mean
trade
like if you trade rooks first, we don't have to bother about taking by black himself, right?
Yes, we don't lose momentum, if we will. If you take with the queen, I'm not suggesting that it's a good or bad move. I think both rook takes d8 or queen takes d8. My intention was to meet them with the move e5. Now, how do you like this? How do you like the position? You asked me.
Depends against whom.
It depends.
In my taste, it's always a matter whom I play, and that's very important.
Okay, so imagine you were playing Alexander Kosteniuk.
White.
Because you have the initiative and you're
Gunina,
pushing.
white.
White.
And now we talk.
Okay, Nana.
White.
Okay, interesting.
But for for those who love the easy play like Ayashkina and Conroe, I would also take white. But if sometimes I like white in general. But if I'm not sure, from the top elite female players, there is like one player who is famous for outstanding defense. I think Conaroo is quite solid and good,
yes.
and somehow defending resources.
Right.
But she needs time for that on the clock. That's important.
There's no Petrosian of the ladies' game?
I don't think that we have this kind of typical Petrosian players. Because we don't have these players who have this need to sacrifice the exchange all the time.
Yeah.
So that's typical for Petrosian.
I was just saying Andre at the board there, as he's really tucking into the position. And, you know, to my mind, he has built up already, a formidable attack. But how to, press on. Again, the move e4, e5 is very suggestive. Queen b3, if anything,
but King h8 is probably even helping black.
Exactly. And I'm just wondering, where besides e5, I mean, g4, g5 is taking far too long.
Hang on.
Uh-oh, we had some moves.
Actually, the thing is, like, if you play e5 right away, then there might be taking on e5, and if the pawn takes, there's knight a3, and you cannot protect the f5 knight. But
by the way, I'm just going back. Okay, so he played rook d3. Inviting.
I don't get this move.
Inviting black to capture the rook.
Why didn't black capture and play rook d8? Why he played rook d7?
I think white's idea was something along the lines that
using
I keep the pin.
Yeah.
And okay, just a second. Let me get out of here for a second. I've got this. So I think Andre's idea was we can trade, but do it on terms where my queen could potentially come over to the king side with a gain of time. So he offered the rook trade on his terms with the move rook d3. Yeah.
Yes, but I mean, like, this kind of going into the diagonal of the bishop still feels a bit counterintuitive. But yes, I get it.
Oops, sorry. Gosh darn it. Okay, so this should just go back, right? I just want to go back a move or two. I want to go back to rook d3, rook d7.
We just have to go down.
It's all the way at the bottom.
But it doesn't work. That's the thing. It just doesn't work.
It feels like the position, the screen froze. Yeah.
Yes, and what did we have to do when the screen is frozen?
I think we go control. Okay.
Yes.
There we go. I think we just refreshed it. Yes, we did refresh it. So knight f6. F6. Rook takes d8. There was no rook d3.
No, but I don't know what we got as a transmission. Very strange.
Very strange. It was there's a ghost in the system.
Yes.
It takes d3. Queen takes d8. So this was more or less, and here I wanted to, now I'm confusing myself. Isn't this the moment I was trying for e5?
But we tried e5 beforehand, before taking. But the thing is like that.
He played queen e2.
The problem about e5, I think, in general, is that you may have a problem with defending this knight. But okay, but even here there's bishop d3.
Gotcha.
So it might be something about that you can't play e5 because you cannot hold the stability of this young fellow. Queen e2.
Makes sense.
Okay. Doesn't work like this. Okay. No, it doesn't.
It. So one more time, we just in this moment, the desirable e5, unfortunately, leaves the knight unstable after takes, with a threat of knight a3. I know it looks a little bit, it is very odd, but I don't think your next move is to take on f4. So I'm just having some aspirations.
You want to sacrifice more?
Well, I'm sort of like compelled. I've already a pawn down before I sacrificed another pawn. But what I'm trying to do, Liz, is get as many pieces
into the attack as possible, because it's a rule. Yeah.
So the rule is no can do.
You get this kind of pirate's mate. It's called the Blackburn's mate, something like that.
Yes. Yes, exactly. So you don't go there, but you do go. Your bishop on g2 is not helping.
No, I mean like e5 we call it like in German the so-called Räumungsopfer, which means clearance sacrifice.
Yes, we have the clearance also in English. But he did play the move queen e2, and I do like the move queen e2. I like the move queen e2
because it's queen g4?
Yeah. So we have this idea of bring more bodies.
Bring more bodies into the action.
Exactly. And the queen is a very big body, and she is ready to pounce on certain squares like g4, and maybe from the other side with the queen on g4, you're ready to play e5. By the way, for the moment, for what it's worth, this is a little bit awkward.
Yes, but actually it basically tightens down Black's options.
Yes. Yes. Here, if I were in Black's shoes, I would really want to play the move bishop
c8, and
Correct.
You can't do that.
Because the knight needs protection. So I would find myself drawn to the move b5, principally because even though I close the diagonal, there's nothing good. There's nothing good on the diagonal.
Yes, but it takes time. Like you give another move to your opponent.
And I am threatening though bishop c8 in this moment. But okay, after queen g4, just play along, be sportive.
I mean, my question is actually, Yasser, can I play first e5, and if you take, go for queen g4? Is there a difference or not to open up an extra diagonal?
It might be that actually after a move like b5, e5 is an exceptionally strong move, Lizzie.
Just to clearance the other diagonals
right,
as well.
Yeah, and I don't want to see this e5 pawn landing on my doorstep with e6, and I don't want to see even e5 takes f6, so I'm compelled to capture. Yep.
So queen g4.
Queen g4.
And you go queen f6 maybe, and you claim.
You gave me a chance to make a defense.
Yeah, no, this is not working. This is a pity. So this clearance doesn't work the way I wanted it to work.
Right. So b5. So, but I was just asking queen g4, yeah?
Yes.
What happens now?
That's a good question.
How do you, rook f7, of course, is
not
terrible.
A good idea.
Not a good idea. That's right.
g6
is maybe not a good idea either, but first we have to make sure we have this.
You take.
Now knight h6, check, nothing, okay. And now you take, yes?
Yes, but why knight h6 check is nothing?
I don't know.
Well, don't because we will be back.
Yes, it will be.
I learned it
after 1,000.
Like this?
Yes.
And now I take?
Okay, now you take, yes.
I was hoping to have
some... Yes, me too. e6, go.
So first e6.
Yes, so now you're threatening mates with queen h3 and queen h4.
Well, it's not made yet, but it's close to be made. Stuff like this,
Good
so
enough.
It's not like that... I mean, I don't know how the position is. Maybe I can play g5 and I claim, black is fine, you know. Why you disagree? g5 looks like a super valid move. Okay, you have e6 and rook e6. I also tend to believe maybe it's not working. No, but there's also queen h3 and bishop e4.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. But no, you were the one with the clearance sacrifice and da-da-da-da. And it was looking very...
So we had the position after e5. No, first queen g4, that was important. And if g6, now e5.
Maybe g6 is just too... You have to play queen c7 or something.
That's what I thought was the most solid approach, actually.
Okay.
But there are also some tricks, yes.
Please.
I'm not sure they work. They don't work. I mean, I was hoping that I can give this check.
Looks good.
And stuff like queen e6 and tries this kind of smoother it's made and this kind of stuff. But here I think you don't threat anything.
All bluster.
That's unfortunately not working, I think.
Okay, but if you go back to before knight h6, just after queen c7, I like...
No, this is a wrong knight h6.
Right? No,
this is
queen
a wrong.
g4.
Yes,
was a
queen
good
g4,
move.
queen c7.
And now go e5. I like
Yes.
your clearance. Just
To have one additional option in this position. So you have to take, otherwise you're getting...
killed.
Well, yes, I would call it also like this. You give a check?
No,
No?
I just take the pawn back.
Okay.
And I just claim that a lot of white pieces are
Yes, I mean, like,
angry.
the threat is stronger than the execution. Why not?
But do you know the etymological root of that expression? Where did that expression, the threat is stronger than the execution, come from?
I heard it once.
You heard it once?
But I don't think it was related to chess even, no?
No, it wasn't. But it was related to Nimzovich.
No, I mean, like, I'm sure I heard it once, but I forgot.
Okay, so here it comes. So Emanuel Lasker, the world champion, he liked smoking cigars.
Mm-hmm.
But he was not a wealthy man, and the cigars he smoked were awful, like the most awful smelling cigars
But
of all time.
it was allowed during those old
allowed to
times,
smell.
right?
So the competitors in the tournament have all got together, reached deep in their pockets, and bought Lasker some cigars that were actually really good cigars and the best flavored smells. So Lasker was very appreciative. Thank you guys. You all are the best. And he took the good cigars and put them in his pocket. And he took his bad cigars and put them back out on the table to smoke when he was playing Nimzovich. And Nimzovich went to the arbiter to complain about his opponent smoking. But the arbiter said, but Aaron, he's not smoking. And he says, but look, the threat is stronger than the execution. The threat of smoking these cigars was enough to compel Nimzovich to complain. It was pretty hilarious. Do we have queen? Let me refresh for just a moment. And do we have queen g4 on the board? No, we have queen e2. And Gukesh is thinking, and he's down to 41 minutes. And I was thinking that it's a good time to inform folks that we're going to be very delighted to have with us shortly Sagar from the Chess Base India is going to join you. And I'm just looking at the game of Wesley. So we did have a trade of bishops, by the way, after a4. a4.
But nothing really changed, right?
Nothing changed.
I mean, not significantly.
Not at all. Queen e6, I find that a remarkable move.
Actually, I said runs a little bit into knight g5 options, but they're not working yet because I have always like queen g6 or stuff like this.
Exactly, and the queen on f5 is not that great because it is attracting knight e3 or knight g3 ideas. So queen e6, and we're up to date. I still find the position to be a little bit balanced.
Let's quickly, before we go into the break, to go to Jan-KrzysztofDuda, because obviously he played on.
He most certainly did. And was he justified in doing it? When he played f4, gf, bishop came back to f2.
And he teased his opponent one more time. And played bishop f6. And this was it.
And then we had the doubling of the rook, something that Levon had been aspiring for quite some time. Queen g7. Oh boy, it feels to me like Levon is playing with fire. Queen to d6.
Levon or Nepo?
Pardon me, Nepo. Yeah, black is playing with fire here. White's king is perfectly safe, and
knight c5 is coming.
Yes, so
but you know, this is kind of phenomenon which I like described in the Grand Prix with Valja not accepting draws, and maybe it's like Nepo now not wanting a 7th consecutive draw, and he wants to break this flow, but I'm not sure that this is a nice tactic.
Breaking the flow with a loss was exactly part of the great strategy of breaking.
But he lost
the
his nerves in a way, not to make a draw again.
Okay, but come on, this is not a difficult move to find. Knight c5 attacks a bishop on e6. Of course, bishop h3 is possible.
But you can even take on d5.
With a check.
Yeah.
With a check. Before addressing the threat. And I will address the threat with moves like bishop f1. So knight c5, bishop e5 is simply terrible. I'll take on e6 with a queen.
Maybe bishop d4. I know bishop d4 doesn't work.
No, I have rook on f2. Rook is defending f2, sorry. If you have to go back to c8, that's just too dreadful to contemplate. This looks terrible, terrible, terrible. So something is going on. Once again, we're missing something very obvious, as the move knight c5 is begging to be played. You bring a knight into play.
I'm just thinking, can you play bishop e5? You want to go where?
I'm taking
what, rook
either.
takes c6?
Yes. I will have, at the end of the day, I will have taken a bishop and 2 rooks. You will have taken a queen and a knight.
Yeah.
And my 2 rooks are, by the way, coordinated. And my king, remember you were telling?
Yes, it's about king safety, and my king is weaker than yours.
Yeah, I remember the German rules. When it's 2 rooks versus
You're
a
learning
queen.
quickly, Yasser.
Actually, I feel I'm a slow learner. This is like our 7th day of broadcast. And I'm now, I haven't written them down yet, right?
Maybe like I will present you a booklet at the end of the story to remember these rules forever.
It will be like this children's booklet with nice fairy tales, and it will be Lizzie's guide.
Golden rules.
Lizzie's chess, golden rules of chess.
Yeah.
German edition.
Yes, very important.
But knight c5 and Nepo, our challenger, our top seed, could be in trouble.
Nepo took it a bit too aggressive today.
Well, it's kind of, he had like this, I want to say, passive-aggressive approach, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as he started the game, he set out to equalize, and he got an equal position, and with correct play, a draw would have been agreed, and everybody goes home with big smiles, except for Nepo, who will have taken the 7th draw in a row. So at a certain moment, when the draw was ready to be signed, he decided that he had to now fight as if his life was at stake, and he's got himself in a position where I'm looking, help me. I mean,
I don't understand. I mean, like,
Cigar, knight c5 in the game of Levon, and how it's an advantage. Bishop h3 is required, right? Because what else?
Yeah, but even then I don't understand. If I take, you go with the king, and I go bishop f1.
Correct, and I'm guessing he's going to have to play rook g8 then, yeah?
Something like this, or knight d4, here bishop d4, maybe, yeah.
It just looks, no, you can. It looks like a very, very, very strange way of playing. But knight c5, bishop h3. Let's just go back here. Where are we? Knight c5, bishop h3. Has he done it? He didn't. He did not do it. Oh my gosh! What did he play beside the move knight c5? Rook e1.
Also looks not bad.
Confusing. I'm absolutely confused.
I mean, like, what you do now?
Well, I mean, I'm going to play bishop h3 anyway, right?
I will take on d5.
Yeah.
And I go bishop f1.
Okay, but...
Actually, I also would prefer the other version.
Of course. The knight would be sitting happily on the c5 square and coming to e4. At the moment, I don't know. I still think white is for choice, don't get me wrong.
But this is so-called alien chess, which we discovered yesterday. It's chess we don't understand.
Exactly. So rook e1. All right, Lizzie, as we're just going to take a really quick tour de force. We do have f6 and g6 in the game of Gukesh, by the way.
Prag we have seen. Keymer, actually nothing.
What happened?
d5 was played.
Okay, we were looking at bishop a6. We were looking at bishop a7. We were looking at
bishop f5, but we didn't look at d5.
Yeah, we didn't look at d5 at all. Like what? Okay, so I'm assuming we're going to see rook takes d4, and this is probably some type of a draw. Drawn rook ending after castles and...
Bishop takes f3, yeah.
Yeah, so a draw, and then finally... that was the last.
No, the last one was Abdusa tour, which we didn't check in a while.
This one.
Oh, that went into some trash.
Cleaning. But, wait a minute, Duda's rook.
Is a little bit absent-minded. Takes a nap.
Duda's rook. By the way, that's got to be a great name for a short story in the chess. Duda's rook. Look at this cleaning going on. I'm impressed. Wow.
Yeah, the question is like, can the rook from white... But okay, the rook from white has to stay on the first rank so
to
that
guard
the rook...
a1, yes?
But if this guy has to stay there, I'm not sure you can use it much.
Well, I guess it's
okay, bishop c4.
About getting the king, and
yeah,
I'm going to try to trap that rook, right? I mean, bring my king to maybe b4, so the bishop is frozen. It has to stay there.
So like king d4, bishop c4, let's say, yeah?
King d4, bishop c4.
Let's say king c5.
Yes.
Or even not king c5 now, even h4 makes sense.
Okay, I like it.
Rook g6.
Okay, I like it.
No, this way actually like you can protect the guy.
Correct.
But okay, I still win the guy because of rook h8 and bishop d2, but then, well, wait.
What?
Can I go rook h8?
Yes, and I will...
Activate your rook?
Probably not right away.
Okay.
Okay.
I was hoping.
We're going to take a short break over here from the Dusseldorf WR Chess Masters. It's been our pleasure bringing you this broadcast, and we're going to bring in a guest
after the break.
After the break, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
Levon, very close to making it +3 today. Are you slightly disappointed with how the game ended?
I think I actually made +3.
You were all, so +4. You
No, it was kind of interesting. I felt this is a sharp line, very double-edged. So I was coming to fight, and I think when you fight, you get chances. But at some point it was not so easy to see. I think, closer to the end, I was thinking that I can play just bishop e6. I thought I was playing precisely, but then I blundered knight takes c4 after bishop e6, and then it just leads to a draw. So I've missed some chances, but it's going to be inevitably happen. You're going to miss chances. Opponents are fighting very hard, and they're all great players. You cannot convert every single better position.
But this opening idea, everyone was very impressed with it when you played c4. Even Boris Gelfand was in the commentary, and he said that it's something quite new and fresh.
Yes, this is Fabi's idea. So I use my friends' ideas once in a while.
So after c4, as you mentioned in the analysis, bishop c2 and f3 does seem like white should have the long-term kind of, because e4 and stuff, but it seems okay for black.
Oh, it's extremely sharp. I mean, this was my main focus, because bishop h7, I thought I'll play somehow. It's a fun position to play.
And you got very nice attacking chances with a5, rook a6. Did you feel like at some point you had a winning position or a clearly better position?
I felt it should be close, but it required great precision. As I was told that I actually missed this. I saw the c3, queen d2, but I've missed that I can play just queen d3. This is something I've missed. That's beautiful. Probably it's still a fortress as it looks, but this would have been a beautiful way to continue.
And Levon, you are leading this tournament, and 3 more rounds to go. Generally, when you are doing so well in a tournament, how do you take, because the finish line is in sight, how do you approach it?
I think only the last round is the round where you need to, just calculate, like in poker, just to calculate your mathematical chances. All the other rounds you just play as you would normally play.
And finally, this tournament is also considered as sort of clash of generations, because we have 5 experienced players, 5 youngsters, and you are the oldest participant here, but you are cruising through. So what would you say to people who give a lot of emphasis on age related to chess? Do you think it matters, or do you think that it's not so important?
Oh, it is important, of course. But one very important factor is to be in a right mood, or to be in a carefree environment. And now I'm very relaxed. I'm very happy in my life. So now I can concentrate on chess.
Would you say because you recently became a father and so on?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, I mean, it was not very easy, but now we have a wonderful, wonderful bundle of joy. That's something we really appreciate with my wife, and now everything is wonderful.
If I may ask, because you became a father, and I've spoken to many chess players, they are like, okay, results matter, but even if a tournament goes not so well, we go back to the young kid and we forget everything. I mean, Surya, I've spoken to many players. Does that, do you also feel the same?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's very motivating, and it's very relaxing, and gives you extra energy.
Fantastic. Well, Levon, thank you so much for your time, and good luck.
Welcome back to the WR Chess Masters, and I'm very glad to have you here again, Zagar.
Thank you, Liz. This is turning out to be a fascinating round and could well determine the fate of this tournament, because until now it seemed like Levon was running away with it, but today Nepo has seemed to taken it in his hands that he wants to stop Levon.
That's true. I mean, I was also fascinated because he was kind of teasing his opponent always with a move repetition, but eventually in the last moment he said no.
Absolutely, and that requires some amazing self-confidence, especially after you made 7 draws.
6 draws, in round 7.
6 draws.
Would have been the 7th draw if he had allowed it.
And then he's now ready to sort of fight it out. And what's happening? The last 2 moves were knight e5, threatening knight takes f3, and Aronian defended it, and now Nepo is attacking with bishop h3.
Yes, and we were actually wondering beforehand whether rook e1 was necessary or what was wrong about knight c5, and I remember you said you mentioned something in the break, but I'm not sure because bishop h3 would be coming anyway.
Bishop h3 here was also quite an interesting move. So Nepo's instincts here of attack seem correct, giving up the d5 pawn and going all out against the white king.
So, but okay, I mean, Levon didn't go for knight c5, and we were still puzzled why he didn't go for knight c5, because it looked more natural to us than the move rook e1, which was played in the game. And maybe we have a chance to ask him later about that.
Right.
But for now, we don't have an answer to this, actually.
Yes, but rook e1 he played, and I think he wanted to just put some pressure on this file, but knight e5 was very natural.
Yes, it's very natural. It's also invitive, because I solve my problem about the bishop on e6, but I also threat knight takes f3, and I bring more and more pieces into the attack. So
Levon stops it with knight d4.
And obviously calculating knight takes d3, because this already requires some calculation, whether you can allow this or not. But it looks like that black here...
Maybe knight e6 should work.
Yes, that black here is in trouble after knight takes e6, and it's a bit too much because the white squares are quite weak in black's position.
Right.
So that's why Nepo just followed the rules of attack.
Yes, the rules, you love to create rules here. Bishop h3, and it's a mate in 1. And for now, Levon is thinking there he is in trouble.
You think he's already in trouble?
Yeah.
Because bishop f1 looks very natural.
Right. Bishop f1. And now...
There are some tactics. I mean, you can calculate stuff like knight takes f3, but I'm not sure this is at work. Knight d3 might work.
Ooh,
because the bishop on f1 is overloaded. Yeah.
And now you're attacking this and this. Okay, imagine I take this.
Yes, you have to, and I have to probably recapture.
Yeah.
You can give a check on d5, but it's nothing we can do.
I think d5 pawn is something that Nepo is ready to give up at any point.
I mean, he gave up on this basically by the opening when he chooses this to be the isolated pawn.
Right.
So, but now the threat is knight takes f2 and bishop takes d4, and the black squares actually are a little bit shaky.
And can we move away our knight? Let's say maybe just move this knight away, because this is the threat. I don't see where we can move our bishop.
The knight doesn't have nice squares, I would say. Maybe knight e2, it looks awkward.
How about knight f5? Is that a possibility?
This is more active, actually, as I prefer this too. But let's imagine you take on f5.
Yeah.
Queen takes f5 and I take on f2, and I claim that whatever you take back, I have bishop d4 check. And...
Okay, this is a pretty finish.
Yes, and this is mate even. I didn't see that it was mate, but
wow.
Yes, it's mate.
What a finish that would be. So, in a way, I mean, of course, the analysis is by no means exhaustive, but the first intention does seem that black has a lot of possibilities.
That's true, actually. And for me, as I said, I mean, the only surprising moment arises after rook e1.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I understand the pride issue, when your opponent with white wants a draw and you decline it, it's you even want to show more that you are justified to do so. And I remember Levon was claiming the draw even in this game and he was miscalculating the 3 times rule.
Yeah, and I think he had to be. I mean, Nepo was given 2 extra minutes, right?
No, he was losing 2 extra minutes. Nepo was giving 2 extra minutes, and Levon was losing it. But maybe such a kind of incident may even push Nepo further to show that you have to play according to the rules. And now I will show you that I don't want this draw at all.
When I was going into the playing hall, and at that point the arbiter was giving extra time, Nepo went out and got himself a drink, showing that I want to play on. And then when he started to think, Aronian went out to get his tea, which shows that okay, I'm also ready to play. So there were some mind games going on.
Yes, but anyway, eventually we saw that the approach of Nepo was quite an aggressive one, and probably for him it's important psychologically to break his draw floor, and also to get the confidence that he's ready for the match against Tinglieren. So even if he loses today, at least he tried,
Yeah. And right now, this is a big threat, right, to take the bishop.
So I think bishop f1, isn't it forced? Or you can play something else, which I don't see yet, to be honest.
Maybe you
bishop h4.
Bishop h4
probably doesn't work, but I mean just because you have the problem your mate on e1. So if you take on d3, I saw you take on e8, you take on f6, but unfortunately your mate on e1. So this likely doesn't work.
So take here is just
it doesn't work. I was just wondering if you can somehow use this coordination in a way, but you have a back rank problem. So I think bishop f1 is actually forced.
So bishop h3, bishop f1, and now this amazing move that you pointed out, knight to d3, and this is something which has to be calculated in depth. Is there some trick that is being missed here? Is there something with queen d5, king h8? I think Nepo is completely okay with that. And maybe if this is the move that Levon has missed, then it means that he's in big trouble.
Well,
because essentially this bishop is kind of trapped here on
and
f2.
the knight on d4 is loose as well.
Exactly.
I mean, for now I'm also not sure there's a solution for white.
So let's say take, and we were trying knight f5, right? Let's be a little more passive and go knight b3, trying to be, because our knight was hanging. But it still is the same issue, right? You take, but you can take with the rook now.
Yes, I can take.
Instead of the king, there's bishop d4, but
you take with a rook, and I could take on b2 and play with a bishop pair. But I don't think that actually black has something here. Maybe I should do some more tricky stuff, but I also have a back rank issue. It's not like that I can move my rook freely to e1 or something like that.
But definitely a lot for Levon to think about here. And while he's thinking, should we go to another game?
Yes, we should go to another game.
Should we go to Gukesh versus Esipenko? Because that one seems to be heating up like anything.
Now it looks quite good for black, and I remember that in the chat someone wrote that black is even not winning but close to be winning, in a way.
There's something about Gukesh which is just amazing, that he's able to create a messy position and then somehow sort of trick even strong opponents like Esipenko. I mean, here Esipenko gave up a pawn, but it feels like there's not enough compensation.
I mean, I'm wondering what happened in this position when we left it, because we left it, let me just think, when we left it, that's good.
Yeah, rook d8, queen d8, right?
Yes, we left it here, and then the next move was queen e2, rg6, and knight h6 check. I'm not sure what we had here actually, whether we had queen g4 probably doesn't make sense, and g6 immediately was, looks logical actually.
Yeah. G6 kicking the knight away, and knight at 6, king G7. The knight coming back. This, as you said, it's putting pressure here, but Gukesh instantly neutralizes that with bishop D4.
And now,
Rook D1, is it a possibility to...
That's, I think, was played in the game in C5, but it looks, I mean, it looks really pretty much like that black Black has just a pawn up.
Yes.
And
okay,
now,
this is some sort of a pin here, but how do you take advantage of it?
No, you don't have extra pieces to take advantage. Maybe you can try e5, but it's also like a risky business for you, I suppose.
E5. And then can we push forward with f5 here?
Even this is interesting because of the e3 square. But even taking on e5, I didn't see like so much things wrong with that, because the rook would certainly play. And somehow I have the feeling that the compensation of white is gone in a way.
Yeah, true. Seems like Gukesh has a very clear edge here with an extra pawn, unless we are missing some tactic here. Maybe something like knight e3, but then there's knight takes e3 and there's nothing much, because if you take on a6 there is d1 hanging.
No, and by intuition it looks like that white is not good. Let's put it this way. And Gukesh actually just took the pawn and defended well. Yeah.
Right. So Gukesh may move to +2.
If he wins today, isn't he not +3 even? Because I think he was +2 with
no, he
Wesley.
was +1. He beat Prague only until now, and rest draws.
Yeah.
So.
He was close. No, he was not close. He was a little bit in trouble. It seems like against Keymer, but it was not really trouble. But
right.
And he held strongly against Anish in the round 1, and the rest he met. Yeah.
So if he wins this, he will move to +2. And if Levon something goes wrong there,
then suddenly 3 players are playing for the title.
And Esipenko is about to make his move here. He's thinking about what to do. Maybe he wants to take on d4. That could be an idea. But then pawn takes. Liz, this looks like a very strong pawn here on d4.
Well, it's not like something you want to have, because also the anchor on e3 is there. And sometimes you can even allow yourself to play h5. The knight on g4 needs to move. I mean, h5, why not? I mean, the king is rocking safe, and after knight f2, if I just have a tiny prophylactic move like queen c8 even, not now because
defending
d4 is yes, but at some point I don't think that you can exploit this pin anymore in a way.
So I was thinking about a move like queen d3, but I think that's just a tactical blunder, right? Just knight b2 and it forks this way and attacks this way.
Yeah.
So I think there's no way to get the d4 pawn as well.
No, it looks a little bit like, what is the time? It's 5 minutes for Esipenko, which is actually very important to mention here.
And he has to make 14 moves without increment.
And he's the one to prove the compensation, which currently I would say is not even on the board.
Right. So things looking very bright for Gukesh. Can we go to the game of Pragg and Wesley?
Yes.
Because if Wesley wins this, he would also be fighting for the top spots.
And he has, I think it looks at least from the first glance, that he has a small edge by coordination and pawn structures.
Beautiful pawns in the center, but Pragg has gone knight to e2. He's planning to go with his knight to f4 and put pressure on d5.
Yeah, probably I can prophylactically try to hold this with knight g6, but then sometimes these moves like h4 may arise. Not sure that this is somehow dangerous, because I can in the worst case play h5, but I understand it's not such an easy move to do.
Right, and also here the rooks are well positioned, but knight a3 fork does not work because I first take on b8.
Yeah, so that's not yet a threat, but maybe it's... Okay, king h7 doesn't work. To threats is knight h3 in a kind of tiny stylish way, but it's premature, yeah.
Right. So let's say if this is a possibility here for white, and as you mentioned, knight g6 to stop knight f4.
Maybe h4 here, yes.
And
but I mean,
h4.
but e5 is under attack, so you can't do that.
Right.
So, but he must have had an answer after like knight g6, because he has to protect the e pawn. Question is just what was the answer here?
Yeah, that's an interesting, because this pawn is pretty loose, and you don't even have a way to defend it.
I mean, like, c4, can you try this kind of counter-attacking moves, like to play c4?
C4, but
you
pawn takes?
And now I wanted to sing queen e4 maybe.
Oh,
and
nice.
I just ignore it and gain some space. And I threat rook takes b5 and queen takes a8. So maybe here is the compensation, like
very sharp.
Pragg is hoping for.
I think it's a typical Pragg-like move, c4. But even if you don't go c4, maybe an idea like rook e1, maybe that doesn't work because rook e1, knight e5, and that's also possible. So here, very interesting position. Would be nice to see what Wesley will do. Wesley has 19 minutes. They have to make 9 moves. Pragg has 14 minutes.
Yes, but this is actually, compared to what we have seen in other games, quite a nice situation.
Quite comfortable for both players.
Because yesterday, I don't know if you saw this final stage where like Geary and Pragg played on seconds.
Right.
And like usually like I always understand like if parents are watching, but even I felt like, very nervous whether they would make a move in time or not.
Absolutely. It was nerve-wracking. With 5 seconds left, Anish had to make like one move and then finally he managed to do it. Let's go and check. So here we are waiting for what move Wesley does. Can we go and check the game of Nodirbek and Duda?
Yes, we can, of course. And actually, we analyzed something very similar to this.
The rook on a2 is kind of trapped.
Yes, I mean, like we had this discussion that at some point, like we will move the king towards c5,
right?
Play h4, get rid of the pawn, and then try to win this pawn while that guy is not playing. But I'm not sure it was the same way. I mean, like I have to go back to this position. We think we stopped somewhere close here. Yes, and we had this position and we were thinking that actually the king should go to c5, but maybe after bishop c4 the king is better to stay on the other wing because those are the targets we may try to get. So he played king f2, king g3, and he played h4 this particular
he did
way.
It that way.
Yes, okay, it makes sense because the king is guarding,
right,
and the rook is still not playing. So, but the question is, can he actually win this pawn without moving the rook from the first rank? And this question I'm not sure I can answer because it's not that obvious.
This does look a little study-like, right? The rook is trapped on a2, cannot move at all, and this bishop and pawn are not going anywhere. So in a way, it's the job of the rook and the king to fight against the bishop and the pawn and the black king. So
but yes, by logical point of view, how you can win the h5 pawn if it's on the white square and the bishop in the worst case can always protect, right?
So I don't think Nodirbek has enough resources to convert this into a win. But you can always see him like fighting really hard till the end and trying to get every minute chances for himself. But this does look like it'll end in a draw. So that leaves us with one game, Vincent versus Anish, and
that's changed a lot. And we actually even like saw something similar, and we said it's a draw actually.
Because I think Anish really equalized precisely in the game, and he played this move d5 at the right time.
Actually, like I don't know if you checked it or not, because we thought instead of d5 there were a lot of interesting moves for us. For example, like hang on, this was a position we thought about bishop e6, we thought about bishop a6.
Right.
You mentioned now that d5 was very precise, so did you check it up?
Yes, I saw it, and it felt like Anish just played b5, d5 were all the first moves of the engine. So in a way, it seems like a very, very clean game by him. From the tournament situation perspective, maybe not the best, because he would definitely have wanted to play for a win here, but I think from a chess perspective, a draw with black in a solid way is a good result, I think. So here he went g5, castles, took here, and I think this endgame should be a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, although white is a pawn up,
but the black's rook is actually too.
So that means, Liz, we have two games. One of Anish and Vincent, which seems like ending in a draw. Nodirbek and Duda also looking like a draw.
Yes.
But definitely Nepo versus Aronian is the game of that we should be following.
Yes, this could be the game like which has a sort of result, a chance for a result, but actually something's already changed, right?
So he went bishop h3. Levon did play bishop f1, and now not knight d3, but it was knight f7.
That's a very sophisticated, cute move, actually. But why not? Because you prevent queen takes d5 with a check.
Okay.
And you course a
And
double threat.
you're threatening d4.
Plus a queen, yes. So you have to do something about that.
So only move was to take.
Well, could you take on f4 instead, or wasn't it possible?
Taking on f4.
I mean, it looks suspicious, I agree, but I thought like maybe we should...
But
know
then
we
take
can
on e1.
Yes, you overloaded.
Take on e1 and take on d4, and that's trouble time. So what after queen takes?
And rook e1 anyway, no?
Yeah, he took on e1, bishop e1, bishop d4, and piece up.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Nepo is a piece up.
That is...
That's game over, right? Or not? Or is there some trick?
Well, there's how many? You have
just one pawn.
Well, it's...
So let's just imagine that even if we move this bishop, but where is the question? Is the bishop trapped? Because this is hanging. Can we go to c8?
We can go to c8, and the bishops are like, maybe you have bishop c4, but it's not like that. It's like a game changer or something.
Yeah, I don't see that there's any threat.
Yeah, this is impressive. How actually like Nepo just showed today that
this knight f7. I mean, your move knight d3 was really cool, looked very tempting, but knight f7 backward move wins a piece.
It's amazing, yeah. I'm a little bit like surprised how easy it went after rook e1. But have you actually, like, just because of curiosity, we don't use the engines, but have you checked the move rook e1 when we discussed knight
rook
c5?
e1, knight e5 was almost -1.
And after, like, instead of rook e1, knight c5, how was the evaluation there?
0.5, -0.5.
For black?
Yes.
That's interesting because you totally underestimated. We thought like that Nepo was somewhat in danger, but actually...
No, I think he has assessed this really well. This entire game, he's played it very precisely, and for now he is a piece up, because notice he's taken on d4. First he took here on e1, bishop e1, and now king h1. The only thing that he needs to solve is his bishop on h3, but it's not even hanging. There's queen g1 mate, so actually he can keep it there for the time being.
Yes, he has all the time in the world, and I believe, I mean, like 40 moves are passed. I don't think he will like takes his win from his hands in this position.
This is completely winning. Well, he has to take care of the b7 pawn, but I think this move bishop c8 may not be so silly. Just putting the bishop back, defending the pawn.
Yes, and I don't see like how White's bishop will take an influence here.
Right.
But this would be impressive. It would be our first black win in the tournament, actually, which he didn't have yet. And even so, like in some games, like Pragg tried hard yesterday.
Yes.
He was black here, he was black. And even Levon was having a totally winning, not a totally winning position, but he had quite some good chances, and there was a tactic he, as far I heard, missed, even so it was very sophisticated one. So yes, it might be our first win, and it would change totally the table in a way, because suddenly Gukesh, if he wins today, and he has good chances, he's a second. Yeah, he's a second.
Oh, Nepo, by the way, he's about to make his move. Let's stick with Nepo for a bit to see what move he plays. Because if he plays... he plays bishop c8.
Yes.
Nice.
Rock solid.
Rock solid. The b7 pawn is defended. Nepo takes a sip of water. And he's just telling Levon that you're a piece down.
Yes, he looks quite, enjoying himself in the table.
Exactly. I think for Levon, this is quite a tough loss then, because he has been in such great form in the tournament, and to lose the 7th round could mean that his tournament could go downhill from here.
Yeah, I mean, of course it will break a little bit his confidence, losing with white pieces, against Nepo, and maybe the psychology was wrong that even like he got into the situation where he offered the moves repetition with white is usually not a sign of like, you know, confidence, which is strange because he played so well in this tournament. He should be rocking.
Yes.
I mean, his confidence should be rocking. Yeah,
I agree with you. I think for Levon, maybe this threefold repetition did play on his mind. Should we go and check the game of Gukesh and Esipenko?
Also, it seems like it moves into the direction of,
So we saw until, this Queen E2, F6, this all we noticed.
saw with C5 and we understood that already here we liked Gukesh's position very much.
Queen F3, H5 was played and he went back to F2 and Gukesh got his knight in to E3 attacking D1. So Esipenko had to move up. Queen C7 breaking the pin, but now isn't D4 hanging? But then there is some
check on D1. I think you have a back rank ish.
Oh, it has happened, by the way. That has happened in the game.
So Queen C1, Knight D1.
Yes. So check. Do we go? Knight D1 seems forced, right?
Yes, and now we need something.
What has Gukesh seen, or is it that white has gotten back his pawn?
Well,
is there something?
I'm looking, but I don't find the trick yet, to be honest.
maybe something like...
In the worst case, I take on G2.
Yeah, okay, knight takes G2.
And probably, if you take with the king, then Rook C8.
Okay.
You have a check on D7, but
then King
H6. It's not like that the king there is in danger, and your rook, your king looks a little bit more shaky. There's also Bishop E2 threat and stuff like that.
Right.
So this is maybe not, but maybe this is the idea, just to say like I take your best like protecting piece, the bishop on G2.
Right.
And then just play with the rooks and the very nice bishop on a6, which becomes actually quite a weapon once the bishop on g2 is gone. And if you take with the queen, nonetheless, I will go rook c8.
Still rook c8, yeah?
Yes, and I just prove... I mean, the king on h6 will not be in danger.
And also this diagonal could become very important at some point.
Yes.
And this bishop could reroute itself.
And I don't even have these kind of like strong attempts like g4 in order to have g5 because f4 is hanging.
Right.
So this move is not available here.
But it's quite interesting to see how Gukesh just changed the material. Like here, he could have clung on to his d4 pawn. There was no need to play queen c7.
But when you look at this position, you see that probably like he was playing on the back rank issue.
Yes. And if he has assessed this position like queen c1, knight d1 and taking on g2 as better for him, that's very interesting.
Yes, but this means like that he is just like incredible dynamic intuition, Gukesh. I mean, we saw it already in the game against Pragg, what kind of incredible intuition. Even like he was on the defensive side. Like the Indian players here, they have an incredible dynamic intuition. The way they calculate, it's beyond explanation.
For me, it's like, having a pawn is like having money in your bank. And here Gukesh is like putting in the money and says, I need something else. I'm exchanging it for experience. He's just changing. He goes queen c3.
Queen c3, and which point you can go queen c3?
Rook d7. So here rook d4, he goes queen c3.
Okay, also interesting because I have queen e1 with a double attack.
And so rook and e1, but he gave a check.
Well, this is probably the only solution because you have to...
And rook f7. Okay, this is getting very interesting because...
This is getting very technical, I would even say.
I don't even know if Gukesh has blundered a pawn, not blundered, but given back and lost his edge. Or is there something here which is...
Look, I think h3 has to be played.
Okay.
Probably.
Only move, yeah.
Well, I don't think you can hold the e1 square with your pieces.
This is so amazing that the bishop controls e2 and the knight controls d1.
So either h3, which looks a little bit more sound than h4.
I think he's done it. He's played your move. Oh, he played h4.
Okay, so he has an extra square. Let's assume we give a check on e1.
Okay. King h2.
King h2, and now...
knight f1 stuff? Is that good?
Well, usually like when the knight is close to the king, it's very difficult to mate. Queen takes f2 doesn't give anything.
Oh, that's a nice tactic,
but it doesn't give anything.
Yeah, this doesn't work.
Unfortunately, this doesn't work. And the question is that in our final position...
Here, h4. This is the live board
position. Live board.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like, it's very wise to understand what is white's next move. Does white have a next move?
Because that's a very good question.
Yeah, but this is like these kind of positions where like someone is tied up. It's a very good moment to ask yourself, what is the next move from white? And it can be that even after queen e1 check and king h2, let's assume we do nothing, like bishop b5, whatever. Just nothing.
You're saying just...
give the move right to your opponent. So now, I mean, of course you have e5.
e5, yeah, that one does look a bit...
But now it might sound like, or like look like a little bit even more in a way, sadistic to play bishop b7, not to allow you e5 and still claim. But then you have knight e3 actually. So this doesn't work, this kind of prophylax. And e5,
but
yes.
Do you think that here, just out of curiosity, such a thing...
Well, the f6 is hanging. But if the king is on h6, it may work.
Right. But the king... So, by the way, I must tell the viewers that, after the commentary ends, often at night, in the VIP room, Liz gives some amazing positions and trains, shows some fantastic stuff. And I think this is one more example where you are trying to sort of use some rules, right?
Yes,
to break it down.
Yes, to use basically like this I mean, here actually I wouldn't say there is a rule, but I think in general it's always good, especially in positions which don't have a forced character, to ask yourself the question, what does your opponent want or what can he do?
Right.
But if the character of the position is forced, then it's clear that you calculate the checks, the captures, the moves with a threat and everything. But especially in positions where there is no forced character, it's the best question you can ask yourself. What is your opponent doing?
Right.
Can he improve?
So here, if we ask that question, the only thing that comes to the mind is e5.
This move he has in the pipeline, and the question is like how severe this move is for us and whether we can do something about it. Like, for example, even prophylactically bringing the king to h6.
Right. Oh, I like this idea. So let's start with king g7.
And let's say like he plays king h2 and he's doing nothing, right?
And then put the king here and could be much better than on f7.
Yeah, but the moment the king is on h6 and maybe e5 can happen, and then you have this check on f8, and I'm not sure whether this is the right moment to have the king on h6 or whether to do another waiting move.
Right. So for Gukesh right now, you would say one of the candidate moves is to think about moving his king to g7.
Yes, basically because for now I think that white doesn't have much resources.
Right. But do you think that there can be some forcing ideas here?
I mean, I have the feeling that black must be winning here. This is my feeling. I feel it.
Okay. But and I guess in such positions, that's your forte, right? The dynamic ones.
Yes. I mean, like I feel that the position somehow must be winning. Just, I mean, like it's not like that you do like this and you see everything. But it feels like that white is so much tied off or tied down. How I don't know.
Tied up, yes.
Tied up that... it looks very close to be.
Okay, I just want to try one thing, king h2, and here I was thinking about some ideas like
bishop f1 is also interesting.
Bishop f1, yeah.
But the question is, can we actually mate with knight and queen against?
But this is great move, right?
But he has to take.
Yeah, he must.
And now wait, take knight takes f1.
Yes.
But there's king h3.
But
because I thought like
so dangerous.
Knight d2 I was thinking,
d2?
but here like you have spare moves.
Like queen g2.
Yes. And even though you look totally tied up, unless you get in Zugzwang.
I think queen e2 or something, because e4 is hanging. And then you can start pushing your queenside pawns.
No, I mean like something like this. And I think that Gukesh has enough time still to think about it, yes.
A result has come.
Keymer was did a draw and Abdusatturov did a draw, but these two positions we saw that they are objectively both drawn actually.
But we can just quickly look at the finish of this game because after we saw that the rook on a2 was trapped. Oh, he sacked rook takes a3.
Yes, but why not? Because probably it's like facilitating his life in a way.
Right. It was the fastest way, and Nodirbek decided not to play this position. That was wise. And Vincent versus Anish also, they drew. So actually we have 2 results, 2 draws, which leaves us with 3 games where one, Gukesh is pressing against Esipenko. Nepo is a piece up against Levon, who's just played bishop c4 here.
Trying okay, but I think the position objectively or technically speaking should be lost.
Right.
And Nepo has 1 hour on the clock. It's not like even that he has to approach the 40 moves.
Yeah, exactly. So this one, Nepo should take this home. And that leaves us with Pragg versus Wesley. And wow, this one looks closer to a draw, but at least on the first look, Black should have something to play for, right, with these doubled pawns.
Yes, these double pawns, of course, the problem is like that they're easy to attack.
Right.
At least with the knight. And the knight, I mean, if White manages to exchange the knight, he will be fine. That would be a goal.
Then it's a draw, right?
On the other hand, maybe he can try something like f4 and king g2, but maybe in a way that rook a4 is not in the pipeline. I don't know. But yes, I mean, somehow Pragg played it in a way that he got in trouble.
Right. So we were looking at knight e2 here, and then knight g6 was played.
Yes.
The move which you suggested, and queen d2.
He went for
this. Oh, and I think he must have missed knight d4.
Yes, this might be the changer of the whole thing, because otherwise if you take on d5, I think you're not so much in trouble because you have very active rooks.
So knight d4 was a very nice move by Wesley, and after that, well, I guess it was good luck for Pragg that it did not lose any material, but it does look like at least some effort to defend it. Let's go to Gukesh's game, because that is where the time pressure is also kicking in.
So
5
bishop
moves.
c4.
Oh, he played bishop c4.
Just grabbing the a2 pawn is also maybe an easy recipe to play for. Besides e5 never works because of bishop d5. So maybe this is
fantastic.
This is just an easier solution in a way. I take on a2 and I run with my a pawn.
So Gukesh will take this
and then play a5.
Push this pawn, and Esipenko has no counterplay.
Yes, because as long he can't push e5, there's nothing he can hope for, I think.
Wow.
At least it's going to be very difficult.
I'm amazed with that transformation which you talked about, like how he gave up his extra pawn and then tied up all the white pieces. And now he's attacking this. But let's just look at bishop a2. Is there anything that white has which could give counterplay? Is f5?
Maybe he even has to go for something dramatic like f5.
Yeah, f5.
But it looks...
Because the threat is to take and then weaken the black king a bit.
But now... Wait a second. No, I mean, he would want to take. You're right. Can I give a check? Doesn't help yet. Can I play no g5? I can't do. If I go king g7.
King g7, and if I take...
Yes, and now I have some time to think what I want. I mean, like for now, this pawn on g6 is a very good guard.
Right.
Protecting my king, so I can
And also I can
never
go and snatch this pawn, because then queen e1 and my king is too weak. So maybe it's quite safe for black this way.
Yes, it should be an option to play like this.
Right.
Just I was wondering if there's something more tempting, but for now, since I'm also a little bit pinned...
Maybe we can just do this and start with the a pawn.
Yes, because
and say that you can't do anything.
Okay, he will try king h2 to be against but then I can go queen d2 or like something like that.
Correct.
But then this e5, now e5 is possible. But I can take likely, but it's still, this is like maybe not what I need to have, but...
this is what Esipenko wants. He wants to muddy the waters in a way that at least he has some chances. Because otherwise he's just losing his A2 pawn, and these two pawns are very, very strong. Oh, look at Gukesh. He says, no counterplay, I'm playing F5.
Yeah, okay, F5 is like this kind of move where basically like if you are white, you know, like you're saying like, you know, I want, you know, the last small tiny hook, you know, to have some breathing. I was hoping for, you know.
It's like you have started a small fire, and even before you could think about anything, put water on it, and now there's no chance. But still, he goes king h2, and he's like, okay, if you take on e4,
I get some,
maybe with the queen, and then you're trying to create some play with your bishop and the queen, so maybe not taking.
But wait a second, can I play queen e1 here, and I claim whenever you touch
if I take this,
bishop d5,
but then check,
king g7 and knight e4, and then I take and have queen f2, and I'm not mating.
Oh, but here take and
I
knight
win the
g4.
Queen, and I win the queen. Yeah, something like that.
Nice.
So basically, just be like, you know, Gukesh tells to his opponent, you know, like, start to get you, like, I don't know how you say it in English, when you have this kind of
can you tell it in German?
Sauerstoff supply. I mean, like this oxygen supply. When you're like diving in the sea and you have this oxygen supply, and the moment he plays f5, he's taking it from you, you know. So last supply you were hoping for with f5 to get some, like, you know, area where you can breathe.
Absolutely. I think that sums it up pretty well. But what did Gukesh do? Did he make his move? Oh, he played queen to d2.
Yeah, but it's probably very similar, like preventing taking on f5 because of bishop d5. It's more or less the same pattern.
Right. Same idea. And Esipenko has only 50 seconds left, and you could just sense from the body language, Gukesh got up, now he's taking his bottle, that he thinks it's over.
Well, I think you can play bishop g2, but bishop g2 probably I can
he
say.
resigns.
He resigns, yeah.
Wow.
Because it's interesting, he resigns and he's not even material down yet,
exactly.
You know. But I mean, this f5 move is just like, you know, it's a beautiful game. In terms of, I mean, Gukesh in this game showed to be like the son of Karpov in a way, you know. Even so, like in other games, he was rather showing that he's the son of Tar. No, but I mean, it's very impressive.
Beautiful, yeah.
I mean, like I never had the chance really, like to look at the Indian prodigies, and you have a lot of them, obviously, right. so carefully, like in this tournament. But I'm deeply impressed by Gukesh, and I'm very deeply also impressed by Pragg for yesterday.
For sure.
I mean, this is amazing stuff.
You know, if you look at this game with an engine, you would be even more impressed, because after the opening, it showed like Esipenko had a +1 edge with the moves that Gukesh was making. And still, I think it was complicated enough that white didn't have a direct path. And that's what Gukesh does. He likes to muddy the waters in the opening, has his own ideas, and he's managed to completely...
No, this was today just something absolutely astonishing and impressive. By the way, like from all these prodigies, you know, if you could give like a prophetic kind of view in the future, what do you think? Who will be world champion?
Wow, that's a very tough question, especially asking me. It's a tough thing, because, you know, I've kind of followed them right since they were very young.
But I can tell you are the most known person in India because of your channel. So basically, like, people will probably be very interested about your prophetic
for sure. But I think right now it does feel like Gukesh and Arjun are doing exceedingly well in classical chess. Arjun Erigaisi. They both had reached 27-30.
Yes.
But Pragg, you know, he shows his class every now and then. He beats Magnus Carlsen in rapid events.
He beat like Ding in a kind of way where you think like this is not a young boy, this is like a mature adult with tons of experience,
Absolutely.
you know, in his back, you know.
And just when everyone's not talking about Nihal, yesterday he won a rapid event somewhere in Jerba.
I read it, yeah.
So I mean,
one of these four, you say. By the way, one question about Arjun, because I remember I haven't heard his name unless the moment when he was playing in Wijk aan Zee B tournament and won it.
Really?
Before before he was not popping up like Gukesh, Nihal and Pragg. I mean, these guys who have been seeing around for a long time, but compared to, well, like Arjun, I mean, I read his name and I got interested about him only when I saw the YKNCB tournament which he won, because I don't remember beforehand he had some kind of huge success to show, because I think in this tournament he was close to 2-6. He was more than 2-6, but not even close to 2-7. No.
The interesting thing is that in the year 2021, when that entire year, I think 2022, when Arjun won, after that, in many of the events in India, Gukesh and Arjun both played. And Arjun finished first, Gukesh would finish second,
but that's why maybe like we didn't read about it, because it's were tournaments in India. Because as I said, like Arjun, this name popped up to me in the YKNC event some 2 years ago or something.
So should we get Gukesh?
Yes, we will
here?
get Gukesh here any moment, and I'm not sure like whether we should do a break for that or whether we should still stay on. This I'm not sure about.
I mean, getting Gukesh would be amazing, but meanwhile, while we decide whether it's a break or not, we see that Levon and Nepo are playing and piece up still for
And
Nepo.
I think according to what I read in chat, it's -4.
Oh, -4, okay.
And -4 looks like to me that it should be like, Nepo would win it like doing a marathon meanwhile and having 40 degrees of fever.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So maybe we could take a short break.
Yeah, we should take a break and then we wait until Gukesh is back.
Okay.
So see you soon.
See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of WR Masters Chess. I'm here with Gukesh. Congratulations.
Thank you.
A beautiful victory today. And indeed, you're in a good situation with the tournament, and thanks to today's victory, it's looking really good. What happened today, your game?
So today he generally recently has started playing Catalan, and he almost always goes for this.
Okay.
So until knight b7, I think both players had it in a prep, but b3 I kind of remember checking something similar. I'm not sure if this was if it was in this position or a different one, but I didn't remember this b3 very well, and I decided to play some logical moves. Yes.
Yeah. I'm instead of after b6, I'm also familiar with a4. I've seen white players sometimes with
here a4.
Yeah, also trying a4. But knight c3 is completely standard, and I've seen these pawn sacrifices. The white players.
I've seen this too, but I was not sure about this exact position, how good this is.
Right, we're both going to run to our rooms and check it. Go on, yeah.
Yeah, so I thought a4, maybe I can just play a5. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a game, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So after bishop a6, he decided to sack the pawn.
Right.
And yeah, here already I had no idea about the position. And
you came up with a remarkable solution.
Yeah,
e5 and knight g4.
I thought so. I mean, the first time I looked at this position, I thought e5 must be the move because it's very common and takes the venom out of e5, knight e4, and some attack on the king side. But after e5, I played e5 after like 20 minutes of thought, but I completely missed that he has knight e2, and at first I thought after he played knight e2, I thought okay, he is prepared, and this is probably quite dangerous. So I spent more time, and I was very proud of what I came up with. Knight g4.
Again, I find it remarkable because it's sort of like all the coaches in the world are saying to their students, connect your rooks, develop. And knight g4 is kind of but it has a very specific purpose. You're fighting for control over the e5 and by extension the d3 square.
Yes. So in general, this is a horrible move, but in concrete terms, I think from at least what I thought about it, it works quite well. So the point is, if I take ed4 here, then knight ed4 and c6 and white is happy. So c6 is hanging and e5 e6 is too dangerous.
Clear.
So I thought when he plays knight d4, I had to get knight e5. So to stop e5, and I thought knight g4. And the point is that after h3 I have ed4, hg4 d3. And if knight d4, I get what I want, knight e5.
Exactly.
So in the game, it was, I guess, a better version for him, like taking here, knight d5. I mean, like after knight g4, he started thinking. So I assume if it was not in his preparation, it must be like there must be some way for white to gain at least a slight advantage.
Right. We didn't check in the engine, so excuse me for that. Just go back a few moves. Because I was, right here. After the move knight g4, I had it in mind bishop c3. Was that in your consideration as well? Not to take the pawn on c4, but bishop c3.
Yeah,
again, just making the fight for e5, yes?
Yes, I did consider this move.
Yes.
But I thought after bishop f6, I should be doing fine.
Okay, nothing.
Because I'm still waiting with the break. And when you get knight e5, you have knight e5 and you don't have knight f5 hitting.
Right, exactly.
But probably you can go like rook d1. This is what I was thinking.
Keeping the tension, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I thought I can take and go queen c7, and I didn't really see any
way of remarkable.
Yeah. So I think bishop f6 is also quite important, I assume. But what he did was quite logical. bc4, just taking the pawn and you get knight d4. But here, I assumed there should be something for white, but I couldn't see it, and I thought, okay, if I don't see it, my opponent will also not see it.
He will show it. All right.
And yeah, like what he did was so logical, but it suddenly got out of control for him.
Right.
Bishop c3, bishop c5 are logical moves. I also thought maybe I could start with queen c7.
Okay.
But then I was afraid of him starting with f4. I'd take the pawn, knight f5, bishop c5, king h1, f6. And now compared to the game where he had to spend a tempo for rook a1, he can just go e5 directly, and I think I'm crushed here.
Yes, this is the problem. Like you could easily get crushed.
Yeah.
And bishop e4 is coming, and there's just a lot of
the c3
dangers.
bishop is a monster. So
exactly. So I thought you played it quite well.
I thought bishop c5 was the correct move, and I think here there was a possibility of knight b3, if I'm not wrong. I think it was in this position. And what did I think?
Queen d3?
Yeah, queen d3 I was thinking about.
I, in such positions that you're facing this attack, when you get to trade off the a little bit sense of relief.
Yeah.
But maybe knight b3 was a good alternative to the game. Because
but here maybe queen c1 he could go.
Whoa, okay. Surprise move.
This might actually be very strong.
I'm looking for a follow-up. I don't see anything immediately for black.
Yeah, I thought maybe this was
the better choice.
Yeah, this was better choice, and like I wanted to go queen e7 here.
Okay.
If I remember correctly. Then if take, then take.
Right.
Okay, maybe he shouldn't be too ambitious and just go for this. Yeah. But it's hard to do that.
Exactly. Yeah. You have to be full of self-restraint. The game was actually fascinatingly interesting because at a certain moment it just appeared that white had built up his forces. Yes, continue to.
Yeah, knight b3, maybe it was a better try, but rook d1 shouldn't be bad either.
Right.
And queen c7 is the only move here.
Right, and now he played something
maybe
like
here
f4
knight b3, yeah?
in king h1, yeah?
Yeah, he played f4, but...
and f4 feels like it's missing its mark, though. What did you feel in the game?
I mean, I can understand why he went f4, because he was in his prep, and I made a move which is not in his prep, and he thought he should be better. But I don't think objectively f4 is good, because what I did in the game, I couldn't see anything for white.
Exactly. And here you were thinking knight b3 also.
Knight b3 and... here I was thinking of bishop e7.
Okay.
And c5.
Looks like
just trying to
mess up
my structure.
Yes.
And bc5. Here... I couldn't really find anything for it. I mean, bishop a5 I thought first was strong, but then queen c8 and if I take, then queen c5 knight d3 is the problem.
And in that position, instead of bishop a5, in that position where you've played, knight b3, bishop e7, c5 takes, f4 here has a little bit more impact.
Here f4
you will give back.
I wanted c4, or maybe I'll start with knight d3.
Right, and rook d3
rook
now
d3
c4.
and then c4.
Okay, but white's... Maybe this is better for white than the game rook d2 when you take, and you still have to face.
I don't think. Yeah, I would prefer white, I think, because of the strong center and all.
Exactly.
But I wouldn't really be like too worried with black.
Okay.
Maybe I should.
Okay, fair. Show us the game, Gukesh.
Yeah.
So you got this really nice counterplay coming suddenly.
Yeah, maybe knight b3 was the move here, but f4.
It's very hard to resist because if you have this position, you say to me, white to move. I'm playing e5 and I'm waiting for the score sheet to be signed because here you're back to the wall, but you came up with some very nice moves.
Yeah, so rook d8 was logical, knight f5, f6, and here there were some nice lines actually.
Yes, exactly.
First of all, e5.
That was our principal move, yeah.
But here it didn't work because of rook d1. And queen d1 there is fe5, so rook d1.
Yes.
fe5. fe5 I thought knight e5 should also work, but I saw a nice line here. Trying to... Yeah, so queen f7.
Right, bishop e4.
Bishop e4, bishop c8.
Yes.
And e6, bishop e6, knight g7, queen f1, yeah. So rook f1 and knight e3 is made. So.
Bravo.
Yeah.
That's very pretty.
That's just a nice line I saw. But okay, here knight e5 should also work, I think.
Right.
And yeah, what he did was best. Here if e5, then I take and knight a3, and he can't protect his knight.
Yes, it took us a while for us to find knight a3. Yeah, and it's nice. Somehow the knight suddenly became vulnerable.
Yeah, queen e4, bishop d3 is the problem. So.
Precisely.
Yeah, this didn't work. Maybe he missed knight a3, I don't know. But even queen e2. I mean, it looks also tempting to get the queen to the king side, also pinning the knight.
G6 was
but G6 was also a very strong move, I think.
Agreed.
And yeah, again, like rook d1, I mean, instead of knight h6, which was the main move I considered, I also saw some rook d1, but here queen c8 was very strong. And like next move, I just remove the knight, and his knight doesn't have a good square.
Right.
So
you're protecting the bishop, yeah.
So, yeah, g6, king g7. And actually this move was kind of interesting.
Right.
If I take the king, I mean take the knight, then ef6. And at first I thought this works, but then g4 is quite strong.
Like a puzzle rush or something, yeah. Oops.
But then, yeah, so I think king h6 is quite dangerous. But
e5, yes.
Yeah, e5. But I can just take fe5. And if knight g4, bishop d4.
As in the game.
It's even a better version for me. So
exactly.
Yeah, that was a tricky move, but it doesn't work. And knight g4, yeah, bishop d4 is again, I think, quite precise. Another possibility was to go knight e5 or knight e3 to have this. But after h3, knight f2, king h2, I don't think...
you made a nice, very impressive... But what did you get?
Yeah. Now he gets e5 and maybe it's even dangerous for me. So
understood.
Yeah. Knight g4, h5 was also maybe possible, but I was really not sure of this one. I mean, I get 2 pieces for a rook, but then he has the center and I have a weak king, so I was really not sure about this.
That you wanted that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So I thought this was quite simple, and instead of rook d1, if he had gone take rook d1, then I guess just queen c5. I mean, it looks kind of scary with rook d7 and all, but I just trade the rooks and I'm just a pawn up with with no counterplay for white.
Right.
So this was also quite good for me. And rook d1 c5, yeah, it was... I thought his best chance was to go here. The idea of this. And okay, it should be winning, but the line I was calculating was knight e3.
Oh wow, that's a surprise move.
Yeah, take, queen e1, e2. Yeah, so take. And here I thought king g1, rook d1, king f2, take. I think it should be winning, but Yeah, probably this was his best chance, yeah.
Was bishop f3 instead of... But then there's like...
yeah, there is also bishop f3.
But then after you win back the queen, the pawn on e4 is very weak, yeah?
Yeah, I'll go bishop d3 after that.
Yes.
And, either you have to give up one of the a2 or e4 pawns.
And
so
that's not nice. No.
Yeah. And... sorry. Yeah, so here, take queen f2.
Right.
I also considered this move. I thought knight e3 and I thought it should win, but after I calculated the line, I thought maybe there's something even better, and I saw queen c8.
Right. Also very attractive, yes.
Yeah, so here I think the only move is h3 because if he
knight is
doesn't do
hanging.
if he doesn't do anything, then h5 traps the knight.
Traps the knight even, yeah.
So
makes it work.
h3.
h5.
Yeah, h5, knight
Knight
h2,
e3.
knight e3, rook d4, queen c1, queen g1.
Queen g1, of course. Blindness, sorry.
I mean, it should be better after queen c3.
Right. So now
I'm
this
not
knight
very
on
sure
e3.
for rook a4, yeah.
Oh. No, rook
Maybe he
a4
might
is
get
a little
some...
confusing.
yeah.
Yeah, you're confusing us with this move, rook a4. Yeah, you have to go down.
Here, yeah.
There it is.
So I think I would have just gone for knight e3 and this endgame. And even
what
if...
you showed.
Sorry?
Yes, what you showed.
The knight e3. Even if it's not winning, I think it's very, very hard to defend that position.
Right.
And also, he had like 6 minutes for 14 moves. So
yes, exactly.
I thought that should easily win. And yeah, queen f3, he wanted to keep the queens, but after this, it's just not completely paralyzed, yeah, for white.
Yeah, and indeed, this final move was especially impressive. It like just shuts down f5. It shuts down g4 and
yeah, because I get this bishop d5 if he
exactly
opens
always.
the diagonal.
And Lizzie was describing this move f5 as like the diver who is deep sea diving and he needs oxygen because he's suffocating. And you take away the last tank, you say no, you don't even get to play g4 or f5. So that was a very impressive move.
Yeah.
A very impressive game, and also a little bit confounding because, white was building up what was looking like a very scary attack, and I have to ask you a very odd question. Where did your opponent make a mistake?
It was probably giving up the pawn, yeah.
like right out of the opening. You think that...
I mean, this f4, yeah, maybe.
the f4.
Maybe
right.
you should have just gone knight b3.
The knight
and
d3 was the line which you spoke about.
And the line we discussed, yeah, bishop
Yes.
e7. What did we discuss?
And I think it was somehow with the c5 included. But knight b3 was the maybe the key moment in the game for him.
Here, we saw something.
We were looking at c5, I think.
c5, but bc.
And then it was like the f4, knight d3, rook takes c4. Kind of a. We were looking at that kind of a. Business.
Yeah, maybe he should have gone here.
Knight b3.
And yeah.
Well, very good, very important victory. You're going through the tournament undefeated. You're in second place, depending on the outcome of Levon's game.
Yeah.
Feeling good.
Yeah.
Feeling good. Who are your last 2 round opponents? Do you know?
Tomorrow I play against Duda and last round against Levon.
Wow. Somebody wrote the script for the championship to be decided in the championship round. Congratulations. Yeah. An absolutely marvelous game. And we will see you on the other side of the break as we get ready to complete our broadcast of this round 7. We'll see you soon. Thank you again.
Welcome back, and I guess you had a very nice time with Gukesh explaining you the same style like Pragg.
Absolutely, a master class of understanding with sacrifices and tactics and confidence throughout. Like here, I thought I would go here, but if he didn't do it that way, and then I thought I was a little bit better with this. So very, very confident, and again, his understanding, as far as I was concerned, was really right on point. All the key moments he covered, and this very impressive-looking attack. Everybody's dressed up and ready to go to the party, and there was no party on the king side. And Gukesh, this combination of active defense, counter-attacking, and then seizing the initiative. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, like, when you compare now Pragg with Gukesh, can you find a difference, or they're both just geniuses?
They're both geniuses. They both have great understanding, and you can see that this rivalry between them and the other great Indian prodigies are just going to get more and more intense because they're getting better.
But actually, it's good for them that they have this
brilliant.
rivalry, because this
No
makes them, of course, working harder and harder.
Right.
And I think sometimes, you know, you need this rivalry in order to keep the motivation.
Yeah.
And some countries have it, and some countries don't have it so much.
So two of the greatest baseball players in the history of baseball were actually living on the same block in St. Louis.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like they were living on the same block, and they grew up together. They played baseball, and they both went into the World Hall of Fame. And, you know, people would ask each of them, ask them, are you the best baseball player in the nation? And they'd say, well, I'm not sure about that. I'd just like to be the best baseball player on the block.
Okay, that's a valid reason.
You know, and you feel it with the Indian players that, you know, that they would be very happy to be the best chess players in India.
And even this would be like nowadays a huge achievement to be clearly number one.
Absolutely. But we have this also an incredibly fascinating battle that's been going on between Levon Aronian and Jan. When I left it in a position where I thought Levon was going to get the tables in his favor. I came back, he was a piece down, and it looked terrible. Like, it really looked really bad for Levon around these parts. He's just a piece down.
For a pawn, actually.
Yeah.
And it was amazing to see that Levon managed to put some troubles.
Any compensation. Now, maybe Jan, you know, reached a little bit. He's a bit too clever with this move, Bishop c3. Obviously, he likes to trade pieces and things like that. But Bishop c3 followed by Queen takes c3, g4, and suddenly it was like White's king, strangely enough, is liberated. That
Yes.
he's got this pawn on g4, and that was a big achievement. And now, after check, here Queen h5, Jan is, well, he did. I was about to say, Jan has either got to grab the pawn on b2,
And he did that.
or play some defensive move on the king's side, knight g5, h6, queen g7, I'm not sure. He's
So
taken
he
the pawn.
Yes, the king has to go to h3, and I think it was played.
Yeah, yes. I just love those cameras in the playing hall. They're just beautiful. King h3.
And now the question is, if I play rook h1, okay, you have rook c2 in the worst case. I was just wondering whether, like, black is actually mated or not.
Playing a little bit with fire.
No, I understand. I was just like, I'm checking for him, not for me.
Yeah, but the knight on f7 and the bishop on e6 are doing a great defensive job too,
Yeah.
right?
And that's for me the question, whether I can allow myself to ask.
Yes, certainly. I don't know if I assume,
King f8.
right. I assumed that
Queen
taking with
c5.
taking with the bishop gave me a little bit more option, but maybe it's
Queen
not true.
a1.
Uh-oh.
But you may have this rook takes f7 in the moment you need it. Not now, but for example, you play bishop d3, and if I
want the queen to go to g1 before I go rook takes f3, and I was settled down to see if a perpetual check exists or not. Yeah, but okay.
Yeah, it's not so trivial. Yeah,
but even in this position, after the move king h3, let's say
queen g7 simply as that. No.
Have you become a pawn
a saver?
A saver? Yeah.
I'm learning from the best.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. I mean, there is, by the way, it comes with a pretty nasty threat to it. I mean, knight g5 is game
annoying,
over.
But king g2 is not yet that clear, no? Although I have queen b2, but, well, it's not yet over. But it looks like that...
Knight g5 looks terrifying.
It looks terrifying, yeah.
Right, whether it is...
okay, let's assume I take on b7 and I say, like, I don't care.
Wow, I admire your courage.
Like, you know, the rule of Tivyakov was when you have a dynamically lost position, crap material.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, either you come up, but actually you have a positionally lost position here, but still you should grab material, I guess.
Grab some material.
Yeah.
Here, I'm not completely satisfied by my queen. Can I make a different suggestion just here? My queen defends... let me, in this position, pardon me, king h3, try the move queen f6. So the idea is the h7 pawn I don't find...
problematic.
Right. I like the construction of the minor pieces. I find that they're defending my king just fine, and I do love the knight g5 threat.
Yeah.
To my mind, that is, wow, like really overpowering. By the way, if Jan was not focused before, he's really focused now. What do you think? Queen f6?
He's playing h6. I always admire those players for their braveness. What happens? I mean, the king is on h3. If queen g6 check.
Well, again, this was the big threat, right?
But I understand. If queen g6 check, he says, like, you will go king f8. No.
No?
No, this is also possible, yes, or king f8.
King f8.
Yeah.
Simple chess.
I mean, one of these two, actually, like, probably both are quite good, because actually, you're right, after queen g7, I don't even have I can't disappear with the queen's exchange, and that would be very bad news.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. I just somehow, in my thoughts, like, it's king h3 first, like the e6 bishop is always hanging, you know?
And that's the beauty of rook on e1, is protects the bishop on e6. h7, h6, and Levon is suffering. He's seeing knight g5. He's desperately looking for rook takes f7, and trying to make a perpetual check. It's just simply not there. Rook f7, bishop f7. There's no.
Yes, I think as long the queen is on the diagonal.
Yes, precisely so.
It's very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the queen's on this diagonal, ready to interpose on g7, I don't see it either. Wow, what a remarkable
h6
game.
is like, you know, threatening. Knight g5 check and
That's
queen
it.
h2 mate.
That's it. It's that
very
simple.
Simple, yeah.
Very simple. Wow.
So what would you do with white here?
As a way of fighting, I'm not sure I'm fighting, okay? Apologies, I'm not sure I'm fighting, but it's like ugly, right?
And okay, although the other question is, like, if I can ignore queen g6 check by playing king f8, but this is a totally different question, because then you don't even have king h4.
That's correct. I think
so
maybe king f8 might even be a tiny bit stronger.
Okay, rook takes f7, but it's not a perpetual, right?
No.
Nah.
Not even
Not
close.
in 100 years.
Yeah,
queen h6.
You described it very well. As long as my queen is monitoring this diagonal, I won't be able to make any kinds of perpets. Rook to e8, any check along the back rank I can interpose with rook e8. Wow. And what? Holy smokes. That would end...
In a second, Black's victory today.
If this result were to hold, and we're saying that Jan has a 1 position, if that that would drop Levon down to +2. I mean, he'd been, which would allow Gukesh to tie him.
Oh, he played a move.
And it would put Jan in clear 3rd place. Queen G6 check on the board.
He played Queen G7, yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't even thinks about King F8.
He did play King H4, I'm sorry to say.
Well, you're like a prophet.
Yeah, but in this case, it was like a desperate thing. You know, I reached the end of everything else I can resign. But just to complete the thought, Jan will be thrilled with himself that he's in 3rd place with +1. He finally got on the scoreboard, and maybe it starts the juices going. For Gukesh, wow. You know, coming from Vaikanze and having a turnaround result here where he's tied for 1st, he's excited. Levon dropping with the white piece is not a big thing, but it sets up our championship rounds.
Yes. By the way, I was wondering if I take, you take,
correct,
and I go for this move.
Unfortunately, that move is really strong.
I mean, like, probably you have to take.
I have to take, otherwise I'm going to get mated.
You take, and the only move is either H3.
I have to play H3.
Yes. And now the question is this a difficult technical thing to do?
Not at all. Not at all. It's just, it plays itself. It's actually completely winning for...
unless, like, there is some kind of tricks with the king on the 6th rank and hoping for some perpetual checks.
Not even close.
Playing a player like Levon, I would be still very nervous to get such a position, of course.
I know, Levon's creative, but Levon said, you know what? I've seen enough. He resigned. He did resign.
Amazing stuff, yeah.
Wow. And Rook H1 is, by the way, what caused him to resign. That was the last move of the game, Rook H1.
Which is slightly...
The whole point being, you don't even get the chance to play Bishop takes G7.
I take, yes, and play Knight G5.
Correct.
Wow, great stuff. But it's amazing how things change.
Wow.
I mean, like, if someone would have said today that Nepo is going to score with Black against the tournament leader, you know, I would have maybe take a bet and bet against
right, and you would say so many things. First of all, let's start off with the obvious. We had something like 9 victories out of 6 games, 6 rounds, 9 victories, and each and every one of them were the white pieces. And today we had our first victory with Black, and then suddenly the second victory with Black, and no victories for White, and a few draws. So really completely against the run of the play were these 2 wins. And wonderful wins by Black. It wasn't like White gifted anything. They were earned, and
I agree with you.
Very, very nice. Wow. I'm kind of stunned, actually.
No, but you know, like, what for me was the most impressive stuff was like how he avoided the draw and always used the pattern of the move repetition, and then to basically always at the end tell his opponent no. No.
What we're talking about is actually a very funny moment occurred in the game. You don't usually see this between the top 10 players of the world. But more or less, we got around here, and there was a repetition. Pardon me, Sorry, let's go. So we get around here, and around here, Levon is thinking very friendly game, very nice. He stops the clock and he says, "I'm going to play this move," and makes a draw. The arbiter informs him, "No, it's not correct," and gives his opponent 10 extra minutes. So.
10 is
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Sorry. So everybody's laughing and smiling, and at this point, Jan starts thinking, like, well, with this extra minutes, I should play. So he played the move G5, and then after Bishop G3, then there was a repetition, and again, we were of the opinion that the game will stop soon. No, he continued with F5.
Yes, he had actually 3 moments.
Wow. And I was thinking, no, no, Jan, you're not playing for a win.
But here, what happens if F4 and
I think
not
that was the more salient question. F3 somehow gave a lot of space, right? Yeah. Whereas F4 would have shut it down, and again, introduce knight c5 as a very serious threat, and maybe this would have resulted in the repetition after all. It would have been funny.
You know, but you know what I believe? Somehow, like in the moment when Lemon claimed the draw in a wrong way.
Yes.
You know, if this would happen to me in front of the camera, and I'm just trying to imagine being him in this moment, I think I would like have this kind of really feeling of being ashamed not to be able to calculate the moves. At least I would like, you know, I might even like blush in a way.
Right.
And it might be that this incident actually like somehow took away from him the grip.
Yes, I think it unnerved him.
Yeah.
In some very, very, very strange way, he was unnerved. I think we have a guest. Would you like to interview? Jan, please come on in.
Welcome back and congratulations, Jan, for an amazing win today.
Thank you.
I have a lot of questions. My very first question is like, after he basically indirectly offered you the draw, were you ever considering to take it, or was it for you from the beginning crystal clear that you will not take it?
Well, it was like I was thinking a lot about this. Well, first of all, I was really mad at myself that I played like rook a8, not rook f8. So I think rook a8 I played quite quickly, but in fact I think rook f8 black is just somewhat better because okay, queen on b5. I do all the same, but my rooks are connected when my bishop is on d8, so it's a huge plus for black, and I think white should be accurate. But I felt like I didn't feel like I'm really like that much better, so here I wasn't sure, like, do I start with g5, h5, and then a6? Because yeah, like white's queen is a little bit stuck. Yeah, so it took, I don't know, it took plenty of time to decide what to do. Yeah, but here actually I repeated once. Then okay, this g5, f5, and g5 in many different ways it was very tempting. But I couldn't, make up my mind to what to do, and if I should like continue, because I was relatively low on time. But good for me that I can,
choose a moment.
I can always repeat. So I think I repeated like 5 times. This bishop d8, bishop e7. So it was basically 2 hours for 30 moves, not for 40. Was very smart of me. Yeah, but here, I guess he wanted to call an arbiter for a free-fold repetition, so it was like priceless 2 minutes for me. And here I felt like maybe, okay, if he wants to draw that badly, then I should push.
Yeah, actually I wanted to ask you like how it feels for you in the moment when your opponent claims a draw. You probably knew that it was not 3 times repetition.
Yeah.
And at your level, I would say it's very unusual that such things would happen.
Well, he probably... I felt like he easily went for this line, which is quite murky, I would say. I was queen on b6. It's not looking good. Maybe white is all right, but it's not looking good for sure. And clearly, because of like tournament situation, I think he was okay for a draw, like more or less to make a draw anytime.
Because you're one of the most dangerous opponents.
I also thought like that. Anyway, I'm losing some rating, so not so much at stake. And it's one of the very few games left in classical until the match. And anyway, the position is very rich and fascinating. Like this g5, f5, f4. I didn't know like if it's good or not, but it looked like very tempting with a lot of nice tactics. But I couldn't calculate everything, so I just decided, just to go for it.
And here in this moment, when you repeated, it was already clear that you would play on the moment you played g5, or you were still hesitating.
Actually, after g5, he smiled like, all right, so like you're gonna repeat sooner or later, yeah. he was expecting. So this was like, another
way to demonstrate
another reason to play on. Yeah, f5. Okay, f4 was surely the move, but after f4 I felt like there is also knight c5 was the move. Yeah, very very interesting position. So I think knight c5 is quite critical. Bishop c5. Let's say rook c5. But I think here after f4 takes and bishop h4, bishop is a little bit misplaced.
That's what we thought, and maybe we're
and
not
despite
sure.
the two bishops, f3, but then bishop returns. I think maybe like queen g7 or something. Yeah, like I can also try to play for attack because it takes ages for white to retreat with the queen, and after queen g7, probably I can also provoke g3 at some moment. Yeah, so it looked maybe white is okay, but it looked like black is
risky,
black is playing. I'm not sure if maybe I'm even winning here, but I'm not sure. Everyone is hanging, yes. So, let's say if knight e7, queen g5, knight g6 looks smart, and maybe like after queen g4, rook takes e4. I mean, lines are really fun, but I think the problem was that hang on, like d4, bishop c4, knight e7, maybe queen d4. Okay, queen d4 here. I can at least take on d4. I mean, I wasn't sure. Maybe takes here, and queen g5, and then knight d4. Okay, it looked like very insanely promising, and I just didn't see this move, and I was relatively low on time, so I decided to go for this. And of course, immediately after I took, I noticed that d4
was
smart.
An option, yeah.
Yeah, and after bishop c4, okay, I'm not sure what's going on, but it surely was like. I mean, okay, I shouldn't whine too much. Because the game ended in a good way, but I think this was one of the critical moments.
I have a question. If he had played not f3 but f4, what was your intention in this
my intention
moment?
Was to immediately repeat once.
Oh, the maneuver.
Okay. Maneuver.
Yes,
I
but
brilliantly.
No.
Yeah, probably there is a way to play like bishop d8, queen c5, bishop f6 also.
And to allow the capture on fg5.
No, sorry. At some point, maybe here after bishop d8, queen c5, maybe here to play g4. I'm not sure because, strangely enough, this is not so great, for white either. So I mean, of course, what I did is very, very
knight d4
very
here?
tough. Well, knight d4, maybe I can just take on d4. With this bishop, I think I might be slightly better, even in the endgame. So not necessarily, but also bishop e7 here, queen c3, bishop f6. So clearly, I'm choosing the moment here, where I decide to make a draw. So, f3, of course, is more. Is more interesting because, maybe d4 just wins, But then if d4 wins, then okay, then shame on me. But this also looks great, to be honest. Of course, repeats once. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what was going on. So this was my intention, bishop f6, and see what happens. Also, he had the move here. I thought maybe it was worthy to try it, play this. So I imagine knight e5, queen c8, bishop b6, and here queen c5. I wasn't sure what is this. So clearly, we'll have queen for two pieces. But here I wasn't sure. Maybe white is in time, to get a nice positional compensation, because then he takes on. I mean, that's very, very tricky. So if I play d4, then okay, white is probably lost. But if he plays bishop c3, white can never be worse here. So this was very, very critical. So after bishop e1, okay, probably I'm not forced to play knight e5. That's another story. I can go for the same bishop f6, but maybe queen goes to f2, and this is more easy for white to play later on. But here probably, here I thought okay, rook c1. I think a careless move. I would probably play queen b6 anyway.
And try to play knight c5.
Yeah, queen b6, probably queen g7. I have to, if I want to play on. Okay, let's say king h1. And this position, well, I wasn't sure. So, yeah, obviously I can get back to my good old bishop d8, bishop e7 strategy, kill another couple of moves and take a draw. But maybe it's just playable, as it is, because, okay, his pieces are far, and maybe king h8, rook g8, I don't know. Well, would be different story. Yeah, and like it was in the game, I think he just blundered that I have this knight f7 resource.
I have a question because we were wondering very strongly, instead of rook e1, what would you have done after knight c5? Because we were like a little bit puzzled.
Yeah, I had no way back, I think.
Yes, and let's say I take on d5 and play bishop f1.
Yeah, and then probably rook e5.
The king has to move first,
yeah. I thought like rook e5 or something should be... I mean, clearly I'm not forced here. But also rook g8, the idea... I mean, knight d4, so the position is very rich. In fact, maybe nothing works, but I shouldn't be worse than that.
Okay.
That's for sure.
Just to us, it looked more natural than this rook e1.
Well, he blundered knight f7. Rook e1 was very smart, intending with playing knight d4 after knight e5. But yeah, unfortunately, this doesn't work. So actually, I also couldn't guess why rook e1 is bad until I saw the win. Yeah, because here after knight d4, I thought maybe I should play knight d3, knight e6, and here queen g6. Very tricky. And let's say if he takes on f8, then rook e1, bishop d4, and d6 is queen is lost. But if queen d5, then surprisingly after knight e1, okay, the mate in 1 is serious business, yeah?
Yeah, I guess.
So after he takes, I guess just queen f7 should be nearly winning for me, I think. Okay, maybe not necessarily like rook e2, but it should be like an extra exchange and a nice position. Maybe that's still unclear, but it looks all right. So after knight d3, yeah, knight e6, queen g6. I thought maybe just rook e2, and here I couldn't see anything. So maybe bishop e5 was the move, which I considered, but I mean, this is a madness, yeah? Like bishop, queen d5, rook e6. Probably just, I don't know, just rook c2, d2, maybe attacking the knight. So yeah, so this wouldn't work for me. But then, okay, I finally saw that, okay, this is knight f7, very nice idea, and bishop on f2 is overloaded. Yeah, it can't protect both d4 knight and d1 rook.
We actually also missed that move in our analysis.
Yeah, so
we
after
checked
knight
e3, actually.
I think rook c7 was the best chance, however. And here, at some point, I was going to play like bishop f7, but then, okay, after bishop e2, I didn't see anything
special,
how to proceed. Okay, I'm better, but I'm not winning, so like knight c4 or something, but I don't know, rook e6, queen d5, I mean, crazy position. But here, at some point, I decided, anyway, it's not so much time left to calculate, so let's just push like queen g5 with the same ideas. So bishop h7 check is nothing, yeah? Basically, yeah, bishop is under attack there, and then, okay, I come back to attack on f3 and on g2.
If I go king h1?
No, then on d3
d3 is still hanging, okay.
So bishop h7 and king h1, maybe that's the way, but then, okay, maybe something worse. I was hoping that something will work, yeah, actually. I wasn't sure, though. Yeah, I mean,
this would have been the last moment.
Rook c7 was very, very serious move. Probably why that should be all right, but yeah, but after knight d4, yeah, it was sort of. But it wasn't over for me actually. Yeah, so here I decided to be very, very cynical and play bishop c8.
We were very surprised by bishop c3 move. Actually,
I was close. I actually was close to blundering some brilliancy. So queen f6. I mean, okay, greedy move. Also, I could play queen e5 anytime, of course. But greedy move, and here. Suddenly I noticed that he actually has an idea, so let's say I play some nonsense move like king g7, queen h5, h6, and here rook c8. And probably I'm lost, yeah? And then queen g4 and queen c8, yeah? So there is some fine geometry. So, yeah, it took some time to make myself like playing bishop c3, but actually after bishop c3, I can also use the weakness of his king, yeah? So I think maybe this is a little bit fancy, but I felt like removing this pair of bishops is
a good thing to do.
Is very good, yeah.
And then after that, everything I think went quite flawless for you.
I could take on h7, but then king g7 doesn't change much. And here, yeah, finally I consolidated all my pieces. And okay,
yes, and it was
a piece is a piece,
easy.
Yeah? Okay, king h3 was fun move in the end here, but.
So I mean, like when you look back at the tournament, you started with 6 draws in a row. Did it ever happen to you that you played a super good tournament where you started really with 6 consecutive draws?
I mean, what do you mean super good?
Like when you play a super strong tournament that you would start with 6 draws, because for us it's very usual that you usually score a lot, but also like not having 6 draws in a row is something which I think I never have seen with you.
Well, you know, everything happens, yeah, you know, sooner or later. I think I had like some
tournaments,
some long draw sequences, but I mean I can't recall, so it should be should be studied. Yeah.
No, I guess.
I'm not sure. I don't want to.
No, it's okay.
I don't want to give a wrong answer. Yeah.
We were just curious because we never, like, I was discussing with Yasser that we don't remember a tournament where we would start with 6 draws in a row.
Yeah, probably start with 6 draws. Yeah.
It was something unusual for us. Yeah. And after the tournament, you have any like plans till the match or something special, or you want to do a lot of sports?
Get back to work. Probably.
Get back to work, to prepare, do a lot of sports. Like despite the chess, you do some sports or like something special exercises to keep in physical shape?
No, I'm just trying to survive.
Okay.
First this tournament, then then trainings, then the match. Yeah.
But you pay attention to sports.
Yeah,
well,
indeed. But it's like I'm not going like I think I'm not doing as much as before Dubai match because it probably was a little bit too much at the time.
I don't know if you want to answer this question or not, how you would evaluate your opponent, like Ding Liren. What kind of player he is for you? Is he someone you have a good score against?
I think we are pretty much had the even score, and obviously he's one of the strongest players perhaps ever, and obviously also right now. So yeah, to have a chance, I should give it all. So let's see.
All right, then. Thanks a lot for coming here, and congratulations again for an amazing win today. And I hope to see you one more time at least, or maybe 2 or 3 more times with a good run for the remaining games.
I'll try. Thank you.
Welcome back, and we have one more game to go.
Still in progress. And I was listening to the whole interview. Yeah, Jan has this self-deprecating way, right, of cynically saying, I didn't play well, and da-da-da-da. But today he was like the reluctant winner.
But today I was wondering
by this draw. Coin.
Like the speed he was showing the lines, probably like he felt similar with Gukesh and with Pragg, right?
Absolutely.
I was thinking like, okay, I can't follow, which is fine,
Right.
But if I can't follow, I mean, how the audience will follow,
Right.
I was thinking like,
this was very difficult. But yes, Jan has his speed of calculation, which is pretty high. But I love it when they just do their thing. They're in their flow. This is what was going on in my mind. I had calculated this. Maybe it didn't work. Okay, I could be bluffing, but then maybe it does work. And you get a really very honest insight into the way they play. Jan has just thrown the tournament a loop. I mean, Levon was cruising to victory.
Yes.
Now we have 3, maybe, I think there are 3 potential winners with 2 rounds remaining.
Yes, it's Gukesh with +2. It's
Levon
+2. And it's Wesley, depending on today, but if he doesn't win, he's also on +2.
Yeah. And Wesley is at least the one with the sunny side of the torture. I mean,
he was escaping yesterday, objectively, but
right?
Yes, it's always, as you said, like for Ulf Andersson, it's nicer to make 2 draws than to lose a game.
Exactly.
So yes.
No, we said it even worse. In Ulf's case, Ulf would rather not win 2 games and lose 1. That would give him 2 out of 3. He would rather have made 3 draws, which would give him 1.5 points.
Than to win 2 and lose.
Was so
bitter for him.
Yeah, bitter. All right. Well, we do have this position, and let's just see the last few moves, because more or less, I would say about these parts, Wesley has kind of maximized what he could do. I mean, his rook is as well placed, his knight is as well placed. The knight always wants to go to the square, and the reason he's keeping his knight on e6, which in turn keeps the knight on e2 tethered. So his king is maximized, his rook is maximized, well, his pawns are maximized, and he really hasn't made any progress. If I could, I would think that the next position I would like to do with black, and again, this is taking a page from Jeremy Silman, is don't calculate, just imagine where your pieces might end up. So I can imagine putting my rook on c4. Yeah? Because then on c4, the knight is tied, and da-da-da-da. Yeah? I could imagine putting my king on f5, and maybe the knight I would nudge towards the e5 square. I would like to see that construction with a pawn on f6. Everything is covered, and I've kind of done maximum things. The problem is there's just not enough imbalances in the position. The double pawns are
sometimes not that bad.
Not that bad. They cover good squares. G3, G4, E3, E4.
Question, like,
please.
If I try, like, for example, something like rook e1, rook takes e2, knight f4, and go for the pawn ending.
Yes.
Is it anyhow dangerous for white? Because
yes.
It is.
It is.
But then the question is, if I go for a move like rook e1, how would you prevent me from this? Are you playing knight? And I don't have knight f4 because the rook on e3 is protected.
Yes, the double pawns. But you're absolutely right. What I desperately want to avoid is an ending, a straight-up king and pawn ending, for example, rook e1, rook e4, because in this case, I'm absolutely terrified I will get zugzwanged. Like something like, I don't know, king takes, king here. I'm absolutely terrified something of this nature will happen.
But can you play this kind of tricks, like not like this, but in the moment you have the option to play f4,
yes,
and then give you the pawn and play king s3? It doesn't work in this scenario, right? Sometimes
possibly.
These are sorry.
Yeah, no, I understand. You can.
I mean, like, for example,
yes.
not here, but let's say here, like, to have this kind of pattern. Hang on, f6.
Yep.
Like, I mean, okay, here you can play g4,
which is very, very strong.
Because
but you
this
want
kind
to
of stuff, sometimes it can make you escape, but probably even here it doesn't.
Even here, I would
It
be
doesn't,
afraid.
yeah.
I would be afraid of c4, king e2, king g2, king g4. Pardon me.
But this means after rook e3, if I play rook e1, and you have to go something like that, right?
But yes, but this move, king g3, does introduce the possibility of f4.
Or even of this, no?
Okay, yeah. Which goes to show that it's still white who is the one is playing.
And
I have to go king
like
g2.
I have even these options. King
or maybe
g2.
Is king g4 ridiculous? Probably it's ridiculous. But you don't have a check on g1. That's the saving grace.
Like this.
Yeah, something weird like this. Okay. Knight
g3, knight e4, and okay, and maybe like
I'm
this.
beginning to feel like I'm untangling a little bit.
Yeah, so it's not, I mean, I was just wondering whether this is a deadly plan or not.
No, but it goes to show that there is at least something in the position that's really, entrapping. If I, imagine the rook on e1 looks a little bit strange. The rook on c2, less so, because the rook on c2 looks like a good place to hit the pawn on c3. And then you suddenly get hit with rook takes e2, the fork. You're in a king and pawn endgame, and you're dead lost. Like, you can't get out.
Yeah, I mean, rook e1, rook c2 is of course also possible, or rook a2, something like this.
Yes,
here.
exactly. That's what I meant. One of the things that's very intriguing is this idea of 3 pawns and a rook versus 2 pawns. So then I say to you, Lizzie, you have a very bad karma, and your job today is to defend rook and 2 versus rook and 3. But and your opponent has the normal f2, g2, h2 setup.
And you give me g3, g2, right?
Or no, you get the choice of the defending side. What's your best pawn structure to defend with? And I was really shocked by the answer that Viktor Korchnoi gave.
We speak of f2, g2, h2,
and
I'm black. I would take g6, h5.
Okay, that's a very good setup. And it turns out that the absolute best is f6, f7. The double pawns.
And you have f6, f7, you give the pass
H
pawn.
pawn. Yeah, you give a passer.
Oh boy.
Because the H pawn's going nowhere, and it's almost for sure that white is going to have to play g5. At some point, you're going to have to play g5, and you get rid of this pawn. And it was this idea that the double pawns in a rook and pawn endgame can be the best. So here, if these double pawns on f3 and f2 are ideal in a rook ending, not a king and pawn endgame.
I see.
Not a king and pawn endgame. And there we see.
But that's something new. I didn't know actually.
Exactly.
I'm learning now.
It was such a surprise for myself as well when Viktor revealed what for me was really.
What did he was suggesting?
Pardon me?
What was Korchnoi suggesting? I mean,
we were just looking at rook and pawn endgames in general, and I mean he was busily writing a book about rook and pawn endgames. I had blundered into his apartment, and he said something like, "Yeah, sir, wonderful. Sit down. I've been looking at this position for a month, and I'm not sure." Like, what?
You're not sure of what?
I'm not sure what the proper result is. I was like, what? Where's the exits in this place? It was pretty funny. It was one of those, it was rook and pawn, and where there was 4 pawns versus 4 pawns, an outside pass pawn for white with the rook in front, so the rook was in behind. Yeah? And he was saying, I was unsure of the result. I said, well, it's a draw. It's a draw. He said, I'm not so sure. I said, well, I've got the active rook. So he demonstrated bang, 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 that it's a win. I go, my God, I'm really, really, really stunned. You're right, it's a win. No, it's a draw. He demonstrates how easily drawn it was. So he was always getting the maximum result. The guy had been working on the position for 30 days.
Well, it's very difficult in general to play rook endings.
True that. Let me just update the board. And what move number are we on, by the way? Already 49, Queen H2, King H2. Last move was King H2.
So he's waiting and doing nothing and seeing how black would improve.
Okay, so let's say Wesley just does his...
King G3.
Very, very steady. Let's go. King G3. So I'm a little bit afraid you might want to play the move F3, F4. So I'll step up to prevent that.
Rook E4.
Okay, so now we have something going. I'm very tempted by the move Rook to D3, but okay, let me tie you up in another way.
Rook E3.
Okay, good. Rook E3. Now it's time for me to find a better place for the knight. Yeah.
King H2.
King H2.
Then you can take maybe knight F4, right?
No, I was avoiding the rook ending.
Okay.
At all costs. Yeah.
Knight G3.
Okay. After knight G3, I have a double threat.
Yeah, I was maybe a little bit careless. I agree. Then I play King G2, but then you have anyway knight E5 coming.
Correct. And with the knight, guess what I have on my agenda again?
That's sad news, yeah.
That is the sad news.
So the endgame actually seems to be a little bit more difficult than it looked like from the first glance.
Exactly. And Wesley, again, very, very gifted technical player. He likes, like Magnus, drawing the blood from the stone. And here you see that this redirection of the knight on d5. Now, it's true that you could have probably back here avoided, maybe you should not step into the fork, like g2 is a kind of a danger square, maybe g1, so that, say knight d5, knight c7, come on, you can do it, Yaz. Come on, Yaz, you can do it. Knight here. Something like this. And
yes.
Here,
actually, black has an easy plan.
Yes. Right. That was my thinking as well.
Impressive. I mean, like, it's impressive how difficult. I mean, I saw it like that when I looked at the position just now with you. It's okay, it's nothing special, but actually it's much more problematic actually than I believed it is.
Exactly. And by the way, what's your need? I do not want to play the move knight f4, okay? But just if you were, once again, if you were assigned this position.
Okay, rook d4 it works, but in general,
sorry.
yes, you're right.
Just a second.
If I can't do this.
That wasn't what I wanted. I wanted this position, rook to d3, knight to f4, knight takes f4, king takes f4, rook to e3, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
f5.
f5. And let's say here.
Mm-hmm. Rook e3 and c4.
Correct. I was trying to get that Zugzwang
okay, king h2.
Kind of position, right. King h2. And that's right. Here you're okay. You just simply,
I have some spare moves.
Yes, the squares. Very, very good. Whew. Whew. So very, very, very tough. Your overall opinion of this round so far? I mean, it really shook up the tournament.
It's amazing. We have 2 black wins, and the one who has a chance here to win, and the remaining one is also black.
Like what happened?
Black is okay?
Yeah, well, exactly. We had 6 rounds in a row where white seemed to be overpowering, and it wasn't just that white was winning. It was like the games that that black drew, let's say. Some of them were very awkward. Gukesh, for example, just to name one person, was on the black side against Anish in a bishops of opposite color ending, and he defended it superbly well. It could have even been a greater whitewash, if you will. And today's turnaround wins with the black makes our tournament champion an open question.
I agree.
How do you like the runners? We've got 4 runners in the final 2 rounds, including Wesley, and I know a lot depends on the outcome of this game. But we'll have Gukesh at +2, Levon, who might be wounded, at +2, Jan at +1, maybe ready to explode.
To come.
Yeah.
And to finally get back.
And Wesley?
Yeah.
Who's going to be the champ, Lizzie?
Well, I'm always the one I would always like to root for the youngest, and the youngest from these guys is Gukesh. So I would always, of course, cross my fingers for the youngest, because I know what it means for a young boy like him to win such a tournament. It can change the world in a way.
Exactly.
And for the experienced guys in this tournament, they won many tournaments. It will not change the world for them,
It won't change the world, but it makes them feel better.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
About themselves as well as the world. So you go with the youngest, I'll go with the oldest. At the start of the tournament, you had asked me who my favorites were, and I said, look, at my age, I'm always
okay, but you're also very often in America, so you have a special relationship to Wesley and to Aaron, so it's not like that you can be totally neutral to that.
That's true. But yes, and I agree with you, by the way, about Gukesh. I mean, it can be a game changer, a
yes.
life.
I mean, I'm just thinking from this point of view, for whom this victory would mean the most.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for Gukesh, clearly it should mean the most, because he's not used to win tournaments like the other guys.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I think for such an experience, it really may change something, and you would even race even more. So that's why I believe such a win.
May I just play devil's advocate on that one for a moment, because I agree with you wholeheartedly, Gukesh. But maybe in some ways it could be career defining for Jan. he wins this tournament after kind of sandbagging his way or quietly being in the background, and then suddenly, he
running
feels
from behind,
great
yes,
with some supreme rally. I mean, that will really empower him.
Yes, you're right about that, because it might be very, very important for the match against Ding.
Precisely.
And if, like, for example, like between Ding and Jan, for whom I'm rooting, here I have to be honest, I'm clearly rooting for Jan.
Me too.
Because, like, Jan, I've known since like a long time, and I have at least like I could talk to him, and he's very social, and he's like, this is like a kind of superstar in chess, but he talks to you. He's like social. He's like chatting. He's like, he would even explain you things. He's a very nice guy in general. And okay, I even once did an interview with Sting, and it was quite funny. I would say he's a very polite guy, but still, very like polite. It's not the same relationship in a way.
No. I mean, and for Ding, I mean, he understands that, of course, because he's coming from China in the East, where like there is the language barrier. Here's doing his best to try to communicate. English obviously is a very difficult language for him, but he's really trying very hard. And as you said, incredibly hard. And he's working hard. He's been working very hard.
And he's a very modest guy. I mean, I was actually astonished when I did the interview with him that first of all his English was quite decent. Because for Chinese, you are right, it's very difficult to learn the language. It's like for us learning Chinese.
Mandarin, yeah.
So it's hard. But yeah, I mean, like, he seemed to me very modest and polite, which was, Yeah,
it's endearing when you. And by the way, Rook C2 on the board, King G1 on the board. It's like there's this landmine square. Don't step on the G2 square with your king. Like, you just, there should be like a arbiter comes by with a warning. like, what you have that kind of atomic thing,
Yes, there's this kind of mind chess. Don't like touch the square anymore, because otherwise it will explode.
Do not step here. Exactly.
So you're right, actually. But Jan is currently on +1, the others are +2, so that's why I thought like it was a question among these three. But yes, if I could choose a second one, then I would go for Jan, because I know what it means for him to get this push.
Wesley has won many, many great tournaments already. He's got that under his belt, and it's not like he has a world championship match tomorrow.
Yes,
that would really send his spirit soaring. So, still 2 great, wonderful championship rounds coming up, rounds 8 and 9, back to back, and then we'll have a Bug House tournament.
Did you learn the rules yet?
Yes, I'm
glad you did.
But here's the problem with the Bug House rules that they play here. The European Bug House is different from the American Bug House. American Bug House, you're allowed to make mate in 1 with the piece that's off the board.
Just imagine we had to comment on mate in 1, and we would miss things. It's so much better that they don't have this rule.
True. Rook E4, I think we had something like this in our just little brief, how do we do
You are still trying to maneuver around.
Maneuver around and, get the pieces where we want them.
Maybe Pragg is clever and at some point you can put his king to F1 and threats Rook C4 if you want to regroup your knight.
Just to
do not allow you this kind of activity in your dream of getting the knight to D5. So if you move like knight C7, for instance, maybe I just go king F1.
Fair. That's a very fair move. And as you say, you're now ready to tickle me back to E6. That makes sense, Lizzie. I'll definitely credit you with that one. Yeah, I'll probably end up having to go back and admitting that I can't get the adjusted maneuvering that I want.
So if he cannot improve his knight, then I'm not sure how he wants to improve at all.
Exactly.
Because I don't believe that pushing F5 and then losing the anchor on E6 is anyhow
Well, you mentioned
appealing.
it. I mean, give me a chance here. Okay, so king here. Now, king F1 makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, king F1, yes. Okay. And so if F5 even, I don't have to go to C4. Let's say I go to A4, not to be annoyed by any kind of attacks, right?
Fair. And I'm not 100% sure what my king is doing, but I'll put it on an active square because that's what the god said. Yes, sir, activate your pieces.
So your next move is king
D5. I'm not sure what my next move is really.
Okay, because first I was thinking like, what about knight g3? But you can have, in the worst case, you have always king e5. So let's say I could go king e1.
And that's the point. I think I can say it like that. The one thing as white I would be petrified of is allowing the knight to get here, because there's like some nightmares that I've had where, getting checkmated by the rook and the knight combination. But I do like what you're saying. King and maybe having
on the
this
fourth
approach,
rank, yes.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Actually, I think there was a move by Wesley.
Let me refresh my board in that case. No, we just saw a move by Prague though.
No, rook e4.
Rook e3. Okay, so no king e7, f7, f5 business. Yeah. Any interesting comments from the chat? Any questions that had been like saliently awaiting a good answer?
No, actually, there was nothing of questions. Actually, they were just astonished by all the variations Nepo brought in.
Yeah.
And they were not the only ones. Because it was very hard for me to follow. Right. And it was even harder for me to ask him questions because I had to find a moment to interrupt him.
Exactly.
And it was not so easy to interrupt him at all, actually.
No, he had a flow. And by the way, he said something that I personally found, wow. I mean, Nepo is not a guy who throws bouquet of flowers at you. If he doesn't call you an idiot, that's a pretty good sign. Let's put it like that. But he said, Ding is like one of the greatest players ever.
Yeah.
He just he's an amazing player, and he is. And it was quite the compliment. I mean, it's one thing to say, I look forward to playing against a very strong player. It's quite another thing when your opponent's saying, he's one of the greatest players ever.
Yeah, I mean, but he didn't mention Carlsen, but basically, he excluded Carlsen from the discussion in this way.
Magnus taking himself
it's
out
like
of
a special
the discussion.
chapter anyway,
right.
But yeah.
Then he's playing the best opponent he could play in
Obviously.
Ding Liren. Yeah. And it was, in my opinion, that was really a very fine very fine thing to say. Do we have more moves from the players, by the way? Just checking. No, that's it.
Yes,
yes, please.
Until which age you played actively professional chess?
Well, I retired at 43 in 2003.
You retired you didn't play any more tournaments?
No, I played tournaments, but I retired mentally, and I also retired in a way to say, I'm no longer focusing on chess. I'm no longer training for my games. I'm no longer doing this. Yes, I played in some tournament. I played in Barcelona in this casino tournament. It was pretty interesting. And it was kind of funny because I actually tied for first.
That's, when they say you're not professional anymore.
And I tied for first and wasn't invited back. And it was like, what? That was pretty funny. But maybe my favorite after I had retired kind of an event is I played in an open tournament in Vlissingen. In Vlissingen, Holland. And it was a very strong tournament, very, very nice tournament. And it was like a nine round open. And Lizzie, I'm not kidding. I mean, the average age of my first 8 opponents must have been under 20.
Oh, wow.
There was just junior after junior after junior. I was always ready to go to the organizer and complain. I mean, dude,
someone my age.
Yeah. Well, it's not only that, but the juniors are coming in at 2,300, and they're playing with their databases. Anyway, I end up in a pretty good position as far as the tournament is concerned. And in the last round, I have Evgeny Sveshnikov. as my opponent. He's like 80 years old.
Yeah, and suddenly
happy.
the age
I felt like a junior. It's like, great, Evgeny, so nice to see you.
Because I want to say, suddenly the age gap, in stats
went in my favor. Precisely.
Because if someone would calculate what was your average age, like opponents, and like, what do you want? It's more or less fine.
I went all the way to 35, from 20 to 35 in one go.
And after you decided basically to give up, not to give up, but to stop or pause your career, you gave lessons, or you went on commentary like in
originally the idea, and I went and I did it for a few years and was successful in it. It was doing financial advice.
So you had a job.
Yes.
Okay.
If you will, in that sense. And then I discovered that, I really miss chess. I miss chess a lot. And it wasn't like I wanted to return to the game as a player, because each and every one of these guys, I don't begrudge their lives at all. I mean, they're really working very, very hard. I'm not going to say, slavishly like dogs, 8 or 10 hours a day, but they're putting in so much time and energy, and they're almost, I think it's a cruel thing to say, but chained to their computers in some way. They have to have the latest in the database. They have to follow the tournaments, what their colleagues are doing. And it takes a lot out of you. There a lot of mental energy. So I don't begrudge them, but I love chess. And commentary was like this perfect way of coming to the tournament, watching the best players in the world, and getting VIP treatment. It's like, what? Count me in. I love it.
So you never actually gave lessons to some young talents, or
that's a kind of a funny thing to say, because I worked just a very little bit with Wesley. Wesley is really, in my mind, a self-made man. But just prodding him here and there and go look over there. I did some work with Daniel Stelvagen and Erwin Lamy and Jan Smeets, and they were all IMs at the time. They were really, really junior players. They all became very strong 2600s and above. But it was more fun than, let's say, anything professional. I kind of moved away from that. It was like, it wasn't something that I found attractive, but commentary, on the other hand, is really fun, because I can tease you, I can tease the audience, I can tease Jan.
And you learn things.
And I learn things, inadvertently, of course. And again, I have this great pleasure of watching, this young Pragg, and looking at this young man and saying, wow, what a bright future he has, and what will happen in the future with him?
Well, I mean, that's what I asked actually Sagar, if he's a prophet, what you would see in the next 10 years,
And he came up with?
No, he didn't come up, I think, with a clear answer. He just, gave me the list of players who could do it. I mean, we spoke from Indian players, of course.
Of being a future world champion. Trust me when I say that Gukesh and Pragg made such strong impressions upon me that if they're not in the candidates in the next 2 cycles, I will be shocked.
Well, but you forgot about Arjun Erigasi. You forgot about
let's put him in there too.
Saren.
Yes, let's put him in there too. Let's put Vincent in there. Pretty soon we have a candidates of the junior players, right?
Yeah, I mean,
we have to forget about Levon.
Yes, a lot of players we can put in there too,
Yes.
And
seriously, I mean, we haven't spoken about him too much because he's been having an awkward tournament. Jan-KrzysztofDuda. I mean, come on, he's a really young player. I mean, at least
he's also
by my
20-something, no?
Yeah,
22, 23?
Early 20s, and very, very ambitious. He's looking for his opportunity to play in the candidates. So, just getting to the candidates is really quite the challenge these days. Always has been, pardon me.
We have some moves, but not much actually changed, because he's maneuvering around.
question for you. I mean, I want you to ask the same question to me. It's like, who do you consider the most unfortunate player in chess? Like, he didn't get his chance. Unfortunate.
Oh, now I have to think. You mean like from the modern world or from the...
just historically, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
That's a tough question.
So, I mean, they said Akiva Rubinstein, because of the outbreak of World Wars, didn't get his chances of playing the world champion.
I like Geller's games a lot.
Geller was another, an amazing. Paul Carrez called, Paul II because he kept coming up
no, I
in
mean,
second
like,
place.
The thing is, like, I mean, I know a lot of players who hadn't been world champion, but I mean, I know too little about the historical background because, okay, we had times of the World War II, and of course it influenced a lot of top players, obviously. So that's why, I mean, I don't have the knowledge like you to understand who was influenced by the war, who was influenced by the Cold War, who was influenced by the conflict between America and Yugoslavia. So, I mean, there are a lot of like political circumstances, of course, which are also like, hitting in a way.
Yeah. I just say for me, the most amazing player was Lajos Portisch. So Lajos Portisch had this incredible career, really spanning, 4 or 5 decades. And Lajos, in the early 60s, he's in the top 10, he makes it to the candidates, and along comes this force of nature, Michael Tal. It's like, dang, where did that guy come from? Just out of the blue, like, boom, and becomes world champion. And then another player, Tigran Petrosian. Tigran Petrosian, completely opposite of Michael Tal.
Yes, by
almost
style.
Almost unbeatable. And he is the world champion.
Who was your favorite from these old world champions?
Tal was just amazing.
But this is amazing. I mean, like, he was my biggest idol when I was a child. Before I understood that half of his combinations didn't work, Because once you had the chance to check with the computer, you understood that actually, like, this was not like always flawless. But of course, he was successful because defense is something very difficult in general.
Well, not only that, but it was just that across the board, you felt that there was this radiating energy coming towards you and ready to consume you. And he was very, very convincing at the board. And he said something along the lines like, 2 months of analysis to refute a combination is not the same thing as 2 hours on the clock in a tournament game. You could refute the combination months later. But to continue with Portisch, after Petrosian comes Spassky, this most unbelievable universal player. He can play attack, he can play defense, and Portisch is thinking to himself, my God, when am I going to get my turn? Yes, it's coming, I feel it. And then suddenly comes Bobby Fischer. Who invited that guy to the party? I mean, when am I going to get my turn? Then Anatoly Karpov, and finally Garry Kasparov. And I mean, Lajos has literally played against and witnessed the greatest, pantheon of geniuses. And of course, Vichy, is the exclamation mark at the end of all of these guys. He's like, wow. So Lajos Portisch, for me, was one of those guys who was like the most unlucky person in the history of chess because he literally witnessed the greatest players ever.
Yeah, that's of course sometimes bad luck.
Yeah, sometimes you just have bad luck and you've got to tip your hat. Now, another thing to speak about just a moment as the players are reaching towards their
60
third
moves.
time control is sometimes, you just play around with the position for as much as you can to eventually get to that moment where there's the time factor, right? Where Pragg might have to rely upon his 30-second increments. And the experienced old hand of Wesley, do you think that could be a factor in this game, that time?
Time, for now, actually, like, Pragg is fine on time.
Right, as is Wesley too.
And Pragg showed yesterday that he's even fine with few seconds on the clock,
True.
So
but in that game yesterday against Anish,
it was more concrete.
If you speak with Pragg, he'll tell you that he was on the sunny side. It's one thing to be on the sunny side and playing moves easily because you have a draw in the pocket.
On the dark side.
Right? That's quite the other thing. So I have seen, players deliberately playing for that type of outcome where the clock is a key factor.
No, here I think I can't imagine that this is going to be difficult. But, for how long does Wesley wants to maneuver around before he would push a pawn? He can do it for some extent.
I think the last move, by the way, rook a6, is a kind of indication that he's ready. Shall we make a move for white? Let's imagine king f1 for just a moment. And let me put the following in front of you. f5.
And if I go rook c4, then you may claim that after rook a5, my rook has no squares. But it's not such a bad thing. Or maybe it is.
I was going to make a different kind of claim for just a moment. The claim I'm making, which is actually a little bit absurd, is I'm going to play f4. What I'm trying to do is capture your knight. Like, literally, I'm trying to create a situation where your knight is trapped.
Okay, if I go rook e4?
Yes, exactly so. And let's say I play king f6.
And the moment I play c4, it's...
c4
is risky because you will not allow me knight c3, right?
Not in a million years. That's
not on a good day.
Right. That's exactly. Here you can start to understand where things might be going a little bit off the rail, in the sense that, okay, your rook can't move, your king can't move at least with the cost of the f3 pawn, and if your knight can move, exactly where would it go? So you can see
h3, but okay, then the other knight comes and yes.
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
Yes,
this is not
starting. It's starting to look a little fearsome. There goes a pawn on c4, by the way. So I can imagine that f5 and f4, completely different construction than we've been looking at. The pawn gets to f4, the knight can't jump to g3. Might be
a moment to play f4, like by white.
f4 now?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't even consider that.
No, since you spoke about f5 and f4, I thought maybe it's time.
I was so convincing.
Yeah, you were so convincing that I thought it's time.
Okay, I'm a pawn grubber. Tell me what you have in mind.
I cannot take... Wait, I take on f4.
And I go here.
I take on e6. And you have a check.
There's, in German we call it Zwischenzug.
Nice.
No.
Wait.
No,
I don't. I thought I had knight e3, but this trick didn't work. Okay.
Okay. And of course we're teasing one another because Lizzie wanted to fork me with knight takes c5 brilliantly.
But that was a Zwischenzug.
But that old Zwischenzug got her every time. She was
very close, but not close enough. But there are even some positions where one pawn and knight are draw. But probably not if the pawn is so much behind. Then it should be winning, right?
Exactly. I think it was a game. I may have it wrong. Edward Lasker versus Emanuel Lasker, where Emanuel Lasker made a draw with king and knight versus rook and pawn, and he actually created a study out of a game by accident. It was a practical game that became an endgame study. It was really remarkable. Okay, hold on. Let's get the current position. So
f4 doesn't work.
And we think Wesley is aiming for a position, with f5 and f4.
Okay, if I play rook e3, you play f5.
Let's say. Why not?
I play f4.
Okay, you're really showing that this move is uncomfortable, and so you play f4. Okay. So I take it, and we're in a king and pawn endgame. Are you taking on e6, Lizzie?
That's what was my plan, actually. But I didn't calculate it.
That's the thing. Once you're in these king and pawn endgames...
No, I should calculate whether I'm in time to king c2, but I'm not. I can.
Exactly.
But maybe I could. No, maybe I should run towards the f pawn.
But I suspect that you're way behind. My pawn is on c5, and you're starting here. Yeah?
Wait.
Wait.
Yeah, I take.
Yes, and let's say here. I don't know.
f4.
C5.
And I'm not getting towards...
Oops, sorry. Yeah.
First.
Queen first. Gotcha.
And you have the king, queen, c5 move.
Yes, yes. Say
but I could have gone with the king to g6 instead, no?
If you like. I think you're...
It doesn't matter, probably.
No, it doesn't. No, not at that point. Yeah. So, whoops. Let me just update my board, pardon me. So there is an element still of danger, and Prague could be lulled into a false sense of security that the danger has passed. But that was with f4. No, you went rook e3, yes? I went f5. You went f4. But I thought this was a clever idea of you for a different reason, Lizzie. I thought after takes, you weren't going to necessarily capture this.
That was just the first thing to check because it was concrete. But of course, you're right. If I can't do it, then maybe I just move on.
Yeah,
yes.
You just like step aside and you go, okay, I will in the future play f3, and your double pawns might get in the way. Wesley looks like he's really enjoying himself, by the way. He's kind of... Ooh. Did we see the move rook e3? Yes, we did. So this could be the big moment, f5. And really putting Prague under that microscopic moment of, are you afraid of f4? I'm looking at the camera and I see that even though I don't see it, the legs are shaking because the body's shaking.
But actually,
right?
like Prague, I witnessed it already yesterday and the days before. He's moving always with his body, while the others, actually, yesterday it was very significant to see. He was moving like this.
Okay.
Because this is the way he's thinking. I think like he needs to have like some movement, and even now he has some kind of shaking.
Right.
Whereas Giri was like, you know,
totally stoic. Yeah.
Yeah, like a stone, you know. It was impressive to see the different body language. So for Prague to shake is quite common, I would say.
Wesley looks as calm as he could possibly be, just enjoying the moment. There again, that kind of a nervous wiggle. A lot of American chess players had the nervous wiggle, including Bobby Fischer. Yeah. So besides the move f5, we had talked about, kind of maneuvering around and kind of coming up with something.
There is a question from chat to you.
Please.
So the question is, like earlier you expressed the opinion that the championship match should be not decided in a quick control or blitz.
Absolutely.
Has your opinion remained the same?
Yes.
Yes, it has. And can you give reasons just for the curiosity?
Oh, yeah, for sure. When I think about, for example, the World Blitz Championship, so you and I are going to compete together, and this will be the ultimate World Blitz Championship, battle of the sexes. And amazingly, Lizzie, we both have played brilliantly, and we've reached 12-12.
Yeah.
How are we going to settle the World Blitz Championship title? I know. Let's play a classical game.
And actually, the second question by the same person was like, if you can change the format of the World Championship, what would you do?
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, let's rip up everything that exists today and start with a brand new paper, which insists the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, join the event in the qualifying stages. I hate this idea of seeding the world champion into the final. So let's just start there and start creating an event where you have a world championship match, world championship series that goes across, let's say, several months, brings in quite a number of qualifiers that we somehow managed to get to 4. Yeah? And then I really like this idea of those 4 players playing a quadrangular, which will bring us to 2, which will bring us a match final. I like the idea that in this World Championship quadrangular, you have seeds. So the idea is very, very simple. You've played these great tournaments and you've amassed X number of points, and there's the number 1 seed, the number 2 seed, number 3 seed, number 4 seed. They play this quadrangular. All the games are drawn. Number 1 and number 2 qualify. End of story. Because of their success that they had during the season.
Yeah, actually that makes sense. I think it's a fair system.
They play the finals, and you know going into the finals that somebody is bringing, this great performance with them, and therefore you have to beat them.
Yes, actually this is similar in a way when you have a tiebreak of let's say the first 3 persons share.
Yes.
Then the first 2 persons by the best tiebreak are only playing the match for the world champion.
Number 3 goes away.
Yes, and number 3 goes away.
That's
right. Like this, I think maybe actually I'm wrong, and number 3 has to play first against number 2 before playing number 1.
But
this
is
similar as well.
Some ideas to that previous performance or past performance should be rewarded. And I really like the idea of a world championship cycle that is more open and inclusive. In my opinion, for what it's worth, I do like very, very much the online championships that the Magnus Carlsen Tour. I think Magnus is basically demonstrating, and he's saying, look, I may be world champion, but there's no reason I should be seeded in the finals. I have to earn it.
Yeah, good. Magnus is like a very competitive player, and he loves to play, and he doesn't love just to sit and wait for his opponent.
Of course.
He wants to have fun beforehand.
Right.
So, yes.
Yeah. By the way, we do have some moves, right?
Yes, and you will be surprised that they played exactly like I accidentally suggested, and I wasn't happy with myself about it.
F5 was
C4.
And this is that moment where I was saying that what I would like to do is somehow snare the rook.
But after F4, I don't play rook E4. I will improve on that particular case.
Okay. So first of all, I guess I need to defend the knight. Let's defend the knight. Yeah.
But then I can play knight c3, no? Or you want to say you win the pawn?
No. I was always of the opinion that I can get the knight to f4. I was a happy camper.
But now I have knight e5 and I...
Check.
No, I mean king h2, of course, and knight f4 and knight e5. Or like knight f4, I have rook e5, which is probably even more annoying.
Okay, let's... I wanted to play
rook e5.
Yeah, and then I wanted to follow it up with knight to d4. Okay, here you go. Lizzie?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm here.
Your tourney.
Yeah, tell me all about it. Knight b5. I'm going back to tricky Hausen.
Relying on the tactics to...
Making some funny tricks.
Definitely. King f6, I guess.
Knight d6.
Knight David 6, yeah.
Yes, now I'm going...
after... So, I guess I got a tickle.
Okay, now I have to think. Because I can't go to e8, the knight is gone.
The knight is kind of trapped there,
Knight
right?
b5 back.
Okay. So after all of the give and take and the back and forth, I do get this chance to maybe put my knight in the middle of the board, and can I run with my pawn? Let's see, knight to d4. Your king on h2, and any rook ending with the king on h2, I'm a little bit concerned that knight
let's say
takes
I
d4.
take, and you take with a rook, I guess.
With the pawn.
With a pawn.
Yes.
Rook e8?
Yes, and I wanted to make some...
Rook d8?
Yeah, I wanted to make some great pretension that your king... No, I guess not.
c5 and king g2? I think I will survive.
Gloria
Probably.
Gaynor. I will survive.
Yeah.
Yes, very good, very good. I did not do it in a very nice way there. Okay. And by the way, we do have knight to c3 on the board.
Now actually I'm getting more and more convinced that Prag is okay.
And I went the other way.
Really?
Really, I'm getting more and more convinced that Wesley has made...
Progress.
Progress, yes.
Okay, then I will change my mind because you are more experienced.
No, it's just that
I trust you on this more because you have much more experience than me.
I find that the king on h2, when I give a rook on a1 to check, the king will be on h2. Black's king is closer to the center, and the knight and the rook and the king are dueling just the rook and the knight. So I do feel that Wesley made a progress. What would you, for example, after the move knight f4?
I mean, the first question is like, how bad is knight e5 this ending? But probably I will just lose this pawn, and that's not a good thing, right?
Right. Knight takes d5, pawn takes d5. You're absolutely right. I will immediately play rook d6 and eliminate the pawn.
Yes, and I can't hold it, right?
No.
So rook d3 and king e5, and that's over. Okay, then let's play king h2 instead.
And knight f4, king h2 instead. Okay.
And mean something prophylactic, just to wait.
King h2 instead. Okay. So
you can play rook a3.
And fall for some nasty girlish tactics.
Yes. You're welcome.
Thank you. Knight f4, king h2. You know, you have to think about it, but all the time, whenever your king is out, obviously if we take the pieces off the board, black wins easily. King e5, king...
No, I agree with you.
Take the rooks off the board. Does black win easily or not?
But the thing is, like, I don't have to trade now.
No, not at all.
If you
On the
trade
contrary,
yourself,
you don't have to trade, and you should not trade.
I mean, I can just wait and sit there. I mean, because if you take, obviously, my pawn structure improved a lot.
A lot. But imagine that you sit and wait, just for example, and I sit and wait. You can easily see that at a certain moment, you're not going to be a happy camper.
King f1?
Yeah, it's actually black to move at this exact moment, and I'm just thinking about the situation after I go for this pawn. I didn't know where I wanted my king in terms...
But wait, Jasa, if I go like king g2, you go knight e5, and I go knight a4, and you get... no, then I start with knight a4, I'm sorry.
Okay. Oops, not king g2, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to take my last move back. Knight...
Yes, knight e3, you have this sneaky threat, and I go knight a4.
I go king d6.
And now I protect with king g2.
Okay.
And knight b2. It looks ugly, but what to do?
Ugly, but what to do?
also interesting, instead of knight b2 might be knight b6, and if king c6, knight d5, and I would attack the f5 pawn.
That's right.
But let's not be too active.
Exactly. Okay, fair enough. I'll stand corrected on this one, that I won't go into the knight ending per se, but I will say that because I have that option of trading rooks, I start to think about it. By the way, Pragg has played rook e8, not waiting around for rook a1 check and
but
things
I like
like
this move because you can give some nasty checks, and I mean at some point.
Okay, so let's see what the action is. Check, no
King
question.
h2.
Gift me your pawns, baby. Oh, that was a
step too much forward.
Exactly. That was a slip. And rook f1 was the
Okay,
intention.
now I will come up with something very sophisticated.
Very sophisticated.
I will play knight d5 check.
Knight d5 check.
Yeah.
Wow.
And now I will play king g2. It doesn't work.
Why?
Because you have rook d1.
Thank you.
But I was trying.
You were trying. You get A for efforts.
Yeah.
So no knight d5 check, you mean?
Yeah, no, but maybe knight d5 check nonetheless.
And this time recapture.
And I just capture.
Okay.
Because I have this rook e6 check coming, and I
Which
have
is
some.
very annoying, of course.
You can take this pawn. I don't care. King g. Oh, well, I care. Sorry, I care.
My sacrilege.
I just have to pretend
my
like
eyes watered. I
E6.
mean,
and
blasphemy.
rook e5.
Rook e5. Okay. Are you getting yourself mated, young lady?
I have king h3.
I'm feeling.
Not yet, yes. Not yet.
I don't know.
d6.
David 6. Good move. Okay. E.
King h3.
Oh, just a second. Let me get rid of these. So I want to pick up the f3 pawn.
Yes.
Check. Okay, so I have to do it like this, yes?
Yes, and you go rook f2 if you want to talk business.
Well, then you're going to go rook d5.
And we will talk business
and
in whatever way.
Everybody's talking business. So I'll take the pawn.
And now you go
down, yeah. This, I have a feeling, might be a table-based draw. You're probably right. You've tricked me nicely. But once again, we talk about being on the sunny side of the position, and Pragg has to find a lot of very, very good moves here. Rook e8. Knight d5 might be just the bailout that's required.
Yes, but knight d5 is maybe the only resource. No, you have. It's not like you have much choices.
How about this one here?
But didn't we knight d5 check? We tried, no?
Yes, but let's try again.
Rook e5.
And check.
King g1, knight h3, king h1.
Rook f3.
That's very sad news.
That's very, very sad news indeed. This has gone wrong.
But actually, I don't know actually what he did. He played rook f1. We will see it.
We will see it. And finally, with this move is rook f1, 60th move rook f1. Wesley has just been gifted his last 15 minutes. Now the game does go into increment play. Both players will get 30 seconds in addition to the remaining time for the third and final time control. This time control is the longest time control and is used in the World Championship match.
So it means like that after knight d5 check you have king f7.
Yes, I do have king f7, and I liked your rook e5 except for one moment.
Yes.
So let's include rook e7 check first.
Yes.
And then play your move rook e5. So that after takes, we're somewhere here, yeah?
Yeah, maybe king h3, not to allow knight h3 check.
Right. And then this one, you could be drawing. White could be drawing, pardon me.
Not many options, right?
No. Not many options at all. Beside knight d5. That is
no,
for
but
sure.
it's. I mean, I'm just wondering why he's thinking if he doesn't. Oh, well, he has a check on f8, but I'm not sure this is helping.
This check on f8 is one of those moves that I would just call an egregious move, because after king e5, the difference between the active the kings is just like so overwhelming. I would assume that is winning on the spot.
It would also be my favorite one, to be honest.
Yeah, it would be one of those, whoops, that didn't help.
Yeah.
Still, the one thing that Prague has in his favor is the incredible reduced material. And knight d5 check, and, kind of slithering your way into some kind of rook and pawn endgame where you're only down a pawn.
And what he has also is a second very long game in a row. But he's young.
Yeah, but when he was here,
yes, I know.
I mean, poor old Yaz, man, I'm on tilt, right? Like, somebody tie me to my chair so I don't fall off.
Did he let you speak?
I got in a compliment here and there, like, yes, good move. I like that variation.
He let you ask questions?
A little bit. But no. He was very, very polite with me. Yeah. But no, he came in bursting with enthusiasm after a 6-hour game, and you're absolutely right. His, how do you say, his stamina was extraordinary.
Yeah. So.
Did you like that song, by the way, on YouTube about Fabi Caruana?
Which song? From this
yes.
girl?
Yeah, Yogo.
From Chile?
Yogo? Yes.
Wow.
He's got the stamina.
The thing is like that. If I was Caruana and I would hear such a song about myself, I'm not sure I would enjoy it.
Oh, I don't care about his opinion. I like your opinion. I love the song myself.
I like the original version of the song.
Right.
But somehow to put it into chess, I mean, it's original. It's quite creative.
Right. It's from Havana Nights or something, yeah?
No, it's quite creative to write texts about chess.
Yes.
But since chess is considered to be a professional, serious sport.
Serious, yes.
I mean, it is a serious traditional. This is connected with intelligence and culture.
Yes.
And then you have such a funny song.
Yes.
I think it doesn't fit.
Oh, I love it.
I know. I mean, it doesn't fit in a combination with chess because you consider chess as something like. I mean, at least for me, chess was something. It's culture,
right?
Intelligence,
right?
And then suddenly I hear some funny song about some funny, like a way of making
fun of the player, or what?
Not like fun of the player, but like using his name to like get chess related with it. It doesn't leave the impression that chess is something like serious and culture and intelligence. So actually, like I would rather, if I was like.
Such a songwriter,
I would use songs which have some more melancholic and like classics.
Okay.
In a way.
I understand.
Because it would fit better to the image of chess, let's say.
But that image of chess, whether, as you've described it, might best be described as an image that we want the rest of the world to cultivate. We want the rest of the world to think of as these intellectual persons who, think about the meaning and purpose of life each and every day.
Yes, but chess anyway changed a lot.
And in fact, what we actually have is the rough and tumble world of the opens and the craziness that happens in the world of chess.
You know why I think chess changed a lot? Because during the Corona times when everything was moved online, and suddenly like I had two commentators making comments about an ending. I don't know if it was Krzysztof against Giri, but it was among the top elites. Mm-hmm. And they played king and rook against king and rook.
No.
And yes, I'm serious. And the commentary and the chat was just like screaming, who's doing the better pre-moves? Who is the master of the pre-moves? And then, of course, Hikaru is the absolute elite master of the pre-moves. And suddenly, these kind of bomb cloud events with even this King E2 and King E7 became so popular. And I was thinking, what happened to chess?
Well, that's where, that's
but this
the
is
reality.
like if someone would play against me, rook and king against rook and king, and would just basically try to flag me because of being a better master of pre-moves, I would say like I didn't learn chess for exactly this reason.
Right.
But maybe I'm too old for this already to understand this generation.
Right.
But I was actually a little bit shocked that so many people had so much joy and fun about it, and even
encouraging it,
and even encouraging it.
Right.
And this
was a little bit of a surprise for you about the real world of chess. Suddenly.
Let's say like it was a surprise, to use a nice word, but it was rather a shock, and I was
a surprise, not a happy surprise.
And I think there was also some other online matches between some like older generation players, like of top level, and younger generation players, and this like they would play on with a piece down and everything, and then would flag them. Yes. And then even some of the older generation players, they would like feel insulted and everything, and saying like, this is out of respect, why you don't resign. On the other hand, time is a part of the game.
That's right. It's a skill to get you to overstep.
But if it's about mouse click and pre-move skills, then I would say this is
gone too far.
This is gone too far. If it's really about like time consumption, the way how you spend time, it's fine. But it gets to the point when we speak about who's a better pre-move maker.
I understand. That is that's not the skill set that you had learned and expected to be gifted at. So knight d5 check, no king f7 by Wesley. He instead is going for this rook and pawn endgame. Now, a moment ago, I played king g3, and I think I absolutely had to. There's no reason for me to allow rook takes f3 and king to d3, so I do think this move is forced. And then following that move, I go behind, right? And then we got to a position like this. And tell me once again.
F4?
Oops, sorry. What?
But F4 doesn't make much of a difference. No, now at this time, but it doesn't make a difference because I go king g4. Right? So rook e6, I meant king f7, rook e5, and I was wondering if he can play f4 to improve.
That might be helpful for white.
Yes, I also slightly agree. So it means like if I can't win here.
Well, but what I was thinking is, wasn't this the variation we were having, where I was trying to play f4?
Yes, and now I went for d6, right?
Yes. d6. There might be some very, very clever Zwischenzügs here, but it might just be a table-based draw as well. The one position I would say that you absolutely want to avoid as white, if I can just put it on the board for just a second, I would say this position would be really egregiously bad. And let me just put this move on the board and this move. Something tells me that this...
But why if I go rook b3 and I do nothing? You can't take on f3.
I can, but it's not good.
Yeah.
I guess you're right. Rook goes to e2 and rook goes to e3. I will come and, in the immortal words of Larry Christensen, I'll get you from behind.
Well, I will not comment on that answer. Sorry.
Check.
But can I play rook b8 to attack you also like in the same style?
Yes. The check from behind is something. So I just refresh the board for a moment, and the players are still on the position. And again, Wesley is really taking some time thinking over whether or not to take on f2. What could he be thinking about? What on earth could he be thinking about other than taking on f2? c4 makes less sense. Okay, one more look. Let's see it again. Check, king, rook, check, yes?
Mm-hmm.
king, rook. I have c4 as a possibility. Let's just see.
But is a pawn that fast?
Might be.
Rook e5.
Maybe
Rook
it's not.
e6.
Ah, this is nice. This
And
is very,
rook
very,
c6.
very, very important. You get the rook behind the pawn.
And here.
Yes.
Here.
I think you can just make d6 work, yeah.
Either d6 or, I mean, not even... I mean, what is your next move, actually?
I know. I understand. I do have that problem as well.
I can even play like... I don't know. Maybe now I'm puzzled king e6 and king g4 or stuff.
Yes.
I don't think that this is like a chance to
No,
win.
I don't think it's a good chance either. So here we have the position, and again, rook f2, rook d2. Rook f2, rook d2, king. Ah, maybe I've done it the wrong way. King to g7, rook to e5. Are we agreed about this position?
What is the difference?
The difference before was my king was on f7 and you were taking on f5 with a check. Here I could play c4, rook takes. You're not taking with a check on f5, and maybe I can go c3.
Okay.
Shall we have a look? Here.
I take.
c3.
And d6.
Okay, just in time, I would
and
say.
I take on g5 and I go rook c5 and I'm the happiest person on the planet.
You made your draw for sure. Yes. Very good. Nicely done. Well done, Lizzie.
You know, like in my previous rook endings in the last tournament, I didn't win a totally winning position. But in the commentary and the analysis, I'm doing better.
And that's what's important. People fail to understand that chess commentary is where it's at.
No,
so if you're going to get it right in the commentary booth. That's where everybody's watching. You know.
No, but I think the main difference is like if you're on the game, then things are totally different because
That's
you have emotions. You have like played 5-6 hours. You have a totally different energy level.
Correct.
And like when you're sitting home from the computer and even have your engine on, and then you see how easy everything is, you know.
I know.
And then suddenly would consider like how she or he cannot win that. It's
I
so
know.
easy.
Well,
you
what's
know?
wrong with these people? They're professionals. How dare they call themselves professionals? You know, they've got it all. They've got it so easy. So this position, I find this position rather annoying. That I've got the king on this incredibly stupid square h3, right? Like, that's probably one of the worst squares that you'll ever want to be on. Sorry, I think I did it in the wrong way. I think I was supposed to take the pawn first. Let me go back here. Yeah, g6. I think I'm supposed to take this pawn first. You're supposed to take this pawn. I'm supposed to come down. You're supposed to go here. I'm supposed to go here, and we get some position like this, where I've got your king cut off in the most passive way.
But even if rook e2 and rook e3, I mean, the moment you play rook e2, I go rook b8.
You go down.
And then you cannot really escape the checks without
That's
attacking
right.
the g5 pawn.
That's exactly right.
Mm.
And that is the most annoying thing. And can I bring the king to f5? And okay, so
yes, but then I will
but
always
then you
attack
always have king
g5
g4.
plus that. Yeah.
And if I put my rook on g3, well,
but even
first
if
of
you
all,
put
how do I get? No, if I get my rook to g3, then I'm winning very easily.
Why? Because I mean, like I stay with my rook on the. Let's say I allow you this.
Yeah, then I win very easily because then your king is absolutely cut away. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can almost remember the game from Chennai between Vishy as white and Magnus as black, where it was all about Magnus's active king.
But the king gets to d4, c4, and then?
And then? Isn't that enough?
And then you play at some point g4.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the only way.
Yes.
It's not like and then.
It will be one of those. Whoa. Is there still a pawn on f2? I believe there is. I believe he did not take the pawn. Wild horses couldn't have stopped me from taking that pawn on f2. Wow.
But this is very sophisticated. And may I ask if I now play rook e6 check?
Correct. That's what Prague is going to do.
And rook e5?
Correct. So somehow Wesley is thinking of a position where the pawn on f2 is a negative for white, and I don't know what that is. He went rook e6, king f7 on the board. We're expecting rook e5, of course.
Yes.
Sorry.
But I mean, I don't understand it, because in the worst case, even like now after rook e5, let's say king g6, right? I can play d6, no?
He might be. Pardon me. After rook e5, he will play what? Sorry.
Like if king g6, at c4 he played.
Yes, exactly. Rook e5, c4 is what he played.
Okay, question. Let's say I take on f5.
That's a good question. Let's say I go king e7. So, in many cases, you have played d6 check, d6, and the rook went to c5. I put my king on e.
Okay, maybe I will not take on f5 immediately.
Ooh, well, that's already a success for me. Just a second, let me give myself a kiss.
d6.
Well, again, in this case, if I take on d6, your intention is then to take on f5 with a check.
Yeah.
Wow.
But maybe if you like play, let's say you play king f6 now, I play rook c5.
Yes.
You play rook d4.
Yes.
And I play d7.
Then I play king back, yeah?
Yeah, but then I take on f5.
Correct. And can I get my rook behind my pawn? I don't think so. Rook takes d7 with the idea of rook c7. You'll go rook back to c5.
And even if you take on d7, don't I have enough time now to take on c5?
I believe you do. Yes, I believe you do. Okay, so c4, you play d6, yeah? Makes a lot of sense. d6. Okay, if I'm going to try to reach into the mind of Wesley So, I'm going to say, I'm going to jettison a kingside pawn, but not both. I'm not going to let you play that rook f5, rook g5 business. I'm going to put a rook on d4, and I'm going to round up this guy. So I'll play f4.
Okay, I take on g5, not like as I have had much choices.
Okay. King e6. So in my mind's eye, I want to play king takes d6 and c3. This very heavy pause over here.
Yeah, I'm thinking, but in this scenario, at least, I'm at least understanding why he didn't take on f2, because the king would be on g3, but now I get it.
Right. That these two extra pawns
are nothing.
Are stymied, let's put it that way, by
okay, let's just say we play it in a very human way. We take on, we play rook c5, you play rook d4, I go king h3.
We went d6, I went f4. What did you mean? Say it again, please.
I want to take.
Yes.
You play king e6.
I did.
And I will play rook c5. You play rook d4.
Yes, I will.
And I will go king h3.
Okay. And that's a very handsome tempo. Thank you.
Really? Rook c8?
Okay. rook c8. Oh boy, my pieces aren't beautiful, are they? My pieces are not beautiful.
I mean, your rook cannot move. Your king can move to d5, but hypothetically speaking, I could even give a check.
I'm a little bit gummied up here. I don't feel that I did it in the most incisive way. So in this moment, you have played rook here, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Does it make sense? No, that feels weird. I guess his idea is rook c1. But then you can play rook to d5. No, I don't feel it, Liz. I think that we've discovered the right way for Prague. The right way for Prague is kind of a narrow path, but I do think that d6 is the right way to go right here. I think that it's important to get the rook to c5.
Well, we first took on f5 and then we played. No?
No, I think this is where we're unhappy. This is a moment of unhappiness.
Yes, here we played d6, and if
this is where I played f4.
Yes, and if you play king f6,
then rook over.
And then king e6.
Now it's an easy draw.
No, I have first to play rook d4, and then I will play d7, and that's it. Yeah. And then I get my f5 pawn, and we will get back to the same business.
Precisely so. Yeah, you get back to this business of putting your rook in behind the pawn. Wow. I think somewhere Carsten Mueller is very happy about rook endings. He's got articles for the rest of the year from Dusseldorf.
Yeah, so...
D6 is the key moment here, I believe.
And he's still thinking.
Yes, he is.
Maybe he should listen to us.
No, we'll speak softer.
Yes, but I think he will figure it out. He has enough time. I mean, objectively.
Mm.
Are these the remaining times? I mean, for Prague for sure, but for Wesley, did he actually get the 15 minutes on the...
Yes, he did. I actually saw it, and he's down to 6 minutes and 11 seconds. They do get 30 seconds, and that is what Prague has been raised on. And he came and he spoke about the fact that he had just a few minutes left, but then he consciously, was getting nervous because he knew he wasn't going to get that 30 minutes, and there goes D6.
Yeah.
Calculated his way through the variations and found the correct move. D6.
It looked like the most logical one, because I learned once on the rook ending, the rook activity is very important.
Very important. But I also thought that king activity was important. Now, once again, f4, rook takes, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
This is probably just fine, yeah? King, rook, rook, rook. That is the key move right there. It's rook d5. It's a rather pretty, it forces the king to step back, and then there's no problems. Then we can activate our king, and we'll be very, whoa. Is that true? No, we go, no.
No, but this is like the old one. It's just a chat I'm sometimes reading.
Yeah.
This is not taking, this is the actual board.
Yeah. And then after c2, we can go rook to c3. Yes, that's the easy draw. Easy draw. Whew.
So
c3.
What do we miss? What do we miss? Not missing.
Missing?
No.
What are we missing?
Yeah.
Okay, rook takes f5 check.
Yeah.
How do you do?
King e6.
Yes. Rook to
c5.
And the rook has to go here, yes?
d3.
And the king comes up.
King takes d6.
And the rook goes down.
King d5.
Okay.
And the thing is, like, you can never go king g4 because of rook d4 and rook c4, perhaps.
So I'm waiting for your king to arrive somewhere, yeah?
Yeah, so rook c7.
Yes.
King d4.
Now, I guess you want to play here and
but
here.
But now I have time for king g4, no?
Yes.
And again, you don't have a good move, but rook d2 or rook d1, whatever, yeah, but...
And now I should be able to give my rook one day.
Yeah, one
for
day.
this pawn and make a draw with the other pawns. Yes. Oof. Okay. Key moment number 2. You take the Swiss Zook. Rook takes f5. Yeah, I almost feel for Prague. He's like just close to the finish line in the draw.
Is able to be grabbed, but
you know, like one slip at the end could be so costly here. But rook takes f5. Again, I admire that Wesley came up with a try that didn't involve rook takes f2. I mean, wild horses, like I said, couldn't stop me. And here we go. Boy, it just feels like such a long day. I almost forgot. How did Vincent play?
Vincent made a draw.
Very good. Very solid. That was the game with Ani Shkiri for a second there. I haven't looked at any other games for so long. They're kind of out of mind, out of body.
No, I mean, like, we had only 2 black wins. Only is like a wrong word, but we had 2 black wins today. No white clash.
Remarkable. Remember, this was like decades ago, and when we were doing these natural language programs, Microsoft was coming up with some really fantastic stuff, and they had this translator, and you typed in the words out of mind, out of body, out of mind, out of body, and you put it into the Russian. And then you have the Russian, and then you translate that back to English. And what did it come back as? Invisible lunatic. Out of mind, out of body. So, rook f5 on the board. King e6. Rook c5, that's an automatic. Rook will come to d3 in order to protect the pawn.
Yes.
White will play king to g3 in order to protect this pawn.
King takes c6 and rook c8.
And rook c8. And this is where we played king d5,
Only
inviting one clever trap.
Last one?
Yes, which would be something of this nature.
But is it actually even this?
That, I mean, not even sure that this, even if Prague were to fall into Wesley's trap, whether it would be a win, because by the time we actually managed to pick up this rook...
Well, my pawn is a very fast pawn grabber.
Yeah.
I mean, pawn mover.
Pawn mover. Yeah, no question.
Yeah, but actually even this is fine.
Even this is fine. Yep, a draw. So probably it's enough. Rook c5 and king g3. Very eventful rounds. We had a number of rounds where we had 5 draws. All great games.
I think I missed these rounds, no?
No, they just...
No, I mean, in one round I wasn't here. It was with 5 draws for sure.
Okay.
And yesterday it was 5 draws?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Could
the
be.
days are all
yesterday it was
merging
5 draws.
together, but Levon and rook c5, rook d3.
King g3.
Yes, that's...
You can even play d7 if you want to have some fun, but I don't think it makes a difference, but there's no point.
d7 to have fun.
Well, doesn't matter, no?
Mm-hmm. No, I would be playing king g3 with alacrity. Fast.
Actually, question, if I play d7...
Yes, and I take it.
Yes. And I take on g5. I mean, I know it's super risky and I would never do it in a lifetime, but I was thinking if we can try.
You are flirting with dynamite. Takes.
Rook. King g2. King.
You're flirting with dynamite. No, but I think you're right. I think you can even get away. It's like one of those sad situations. If you can get away with this,
you get away with everything.
Exactly. And once again, rook c8, and this is where we expected king d5, and we said avoid the trap king g4, rook d4 check, and that actually is not a problem.
Even this is probably not even a problem
anymore.
Underlines the phrase, all rook endings are drawn.
There you go. I don't know who first came up with that phrase, but it's been around for a long time. I mean, and the reality is it's not true. Not all rook endings are drawn. This one is, but not all. Yeah. Indian fans will still remember the victory that Magnus had with the rook endings, where he had the active king as black, and it came diagonally across the board. King d5. And again, we're thinking that king g4, falling into Wesley's trap.
Which is not a trap.
Which isn't such a dangerous trap, let's say. And Wesley's pausing. I guess he's going to play king d4, which he has done.
And if I give it check now, I mean, why I should take on g5, right?
Well, taking on g5 is definitely something I would
not advise.
Advise at all. A move I might find attractive is f4. You like rook check, but I also like to get my own pass pawn and make sure that when I give up my rook.
Yes, so actually f4 I like, yeah.
You like f4 also, me too. I think just getting rid of these...
Because it's very difficult now for you to improve. You have to take, and play something like rook d2.
Yes.
And now question is, king g3, f3, does it matter?
I don't think it matters. I think what's important is by the time your king ends up on c1, and my rook is in your pocket, well, my king is like on e5 and my pawn's on f5.
Actually, he's doing a waiting move, because the moment you play king d3, I can take on g5.
Again, say that again.
He made a waiting move, because the moment you move your rook, I can take on g5, which is quite clever.
Yeah, it is very good. Yes. Zugzwang.
Kind of.
Nice. So let's say that Pragg is waiting for a move like rook d2, just to show our audience. Now he wants to take the pawn.
Because you can't grab the pawn on f3 anymore.
Correct. And now I have my runner. You definitely have your runner. I have my runner. And again, what I'm saying is by the time your king lands on c1, grabbing my rook, I'll be doing the same thing on the other side of the board. This actually didn't turn out so difficult for Pragg.
No, it was easier than expected.
Definitely. And I thought Wesley had come up with something clever at the time that he didn't take the pawn on f2. You know, it's always kind of strange for me in these moments where we're having these discussions, Lizzie, about rook takes f2. And I say to you, I couldn't resist. I really, I'd have to take it. And then, Wesley comes into our studio, and the first thing he says, why didn't I take the pawn on? Like, of course. We've been asking ourselves the question for the last half hour.
But I don't think it would have mattered much, because it would have been an extra tempo,
But still, how did I trick myself into not taking the pawn on f2? No. We've just seen king g5. I'm anticipating rook takes f2. Is there is there a reason why rook takes? Is there some tricks that I'm missing? Is he going to go for king d3, Wesley? And or c2? I mean, from White's point of view, White has a single aim: get his pawn up the board as fast as he can.
I'm not even sure what they are calculating here.
Right?
Because there's not so much left to calculate, no?
Not much at all.
You can take on f2, you can play c2, but at some point, you know, it's wise not to overdo it. He's standing up with 4 minutes on the clock.
Well, there's a man who is very confident in his running ability.
Actually, there was one of the voluntaries, like, I think yesterday or something. I'm not sure, maybe it was not a volunteer, maybe it was one of the junior players. Yes. But he was like sprinting like Forrest Gump, you know?
Yes.
Like a kind of wizard, you know, a blitz shadow was storming out.
Right, to the bathroom and back, boy. But really heavy running.
But they were playing with 1 hour per game, so maybe he was not so much in time, you know. But it was impressive to see.
Agreed. Now for the second time, will Wesley, decline capturing the pawn on f2?
Well, at some point.
That will be very sophisticated.
I mean, since Pragg stood up and was already walking around, I think for him the game is done.
Mm-hmm. I think it's at the Olympiad that the bathroom breaks are like the most difficult, because if you're in a situation where you said, okay, I'm a little bit short on time, but I've got a 10-minute run, and then you go and there's a line around the block.
But I think by FIDE rules you can ask for a special permission to stop the clock.
To go to the bathroom. Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
I mean, like, you have to
request the fact
and maybe explain why, but
do you see the line?
No, but I think you can actually, that if there's something urgent.
That's a new FIDE rule for me too. I've always
never happened to me, but I think you can, because actually, like, not to get too much into detail, being a woman is actually very necessary sometimes to have this chance,
Yeah.
So just imagine you're pregnant, for example.
Wow.
I mean, there had been women playing in the 3rd month or something like that, and you never know what's going to happen. But then you should be able to have this permission.
Clear. Now that you mention it, I do remember seeing this cartoon. The man comes to the arbiter and he says, arbiter, chief arbiter, I think my opponent is suffering a heart attack. No, hold on. How does it go? Comes to the arbiter and he says, I've won the game on time. My opponent's suffering for a heart attack, and I waited until his flag fell before I came to tell you that. It's sort of like, what? Terrible. Rook takes f2 on the board.
Yes, he took
f4.
on f2, yeah.
That was played very quickly. And now the draw is completely inevitable. King d3, f5, c2, f6. Yeah.
So if you sum up this round.
Exciting, great chess. Jan pulls a rabbit out of his hat, wins his first game, wins with the black pieces against the tournament leader, Levon Aronian, throws the tournament completely into chaos and opens up the door for Gukesh and himself and Wesley to all win the event.
Is Nepo still playing Gukesh, by the way? Let me check that.
Yes.
Because it could be that they're playing.
And Gukesh was saying that he expects Levon in the last round. Which I was saying, oh my goodness, that could be the script writers, Hollywood script writer number
Nepo
1.
Plays Pragg tomorrow.
Nepo plays Pragg.
Gukesh plays Duda.
Yes.
And Nepo plays Vincent last round. And Gukesh plays Aronian last round.
That was what Gukesh told me, that he would play Levon Aronian in the last round, and I said, wow.
But it's black. Which
doesn't matter.
Mean,
it's just number, like the two players tied for first, playing for all the marbles. I love it. Sorry, Rook G2. I was wondering why hasn't Prague played F5 yet? And
because it's a check.
It's because it's a check. So I am assuming King F6. Okay, I step in front of the pawn, but it's only temporary. My next turn will be F5. Whoa.
King H5 is also possible. Why not? Why to block the pawn?
It's legal, but
you cannot attack with a king on E4 because I take on C3.
That's such a bizarre move to me. I just can't. I mean, like I go C2 and
I go F5.
Yeah, and why did you, cut off your king?
I give a check.
I understand. And
I go King H4.
King H6?
No.
I heard King H6. I don't know what you said.
I did say King H4.
I heard. Yeah, why would... Okay, never mind. I think it's still enough.
They're playing that line, actually.
That is kind of... Because I'm showing just one line where you could actually, horrifyingly enough, blunder, right? Okay.
I agree, yes.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go King F4.
King H6.
You didn't. Are you sure you don't want to play F6?
I don't know. I didn't like F6.
Because
of Rook G5 check.
Correct.
No, the King H6 was just something instantly because I was thinking that you get too close to my king, so I should run away.
Too close to me. Too close to my king. That is a strange move, King H5. Wow. And what did
Wesley played King F6.
And now the move King H4.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. And Wesley will give it a rest. Make a queen and take on F5.
Do you reckon that?
Well, normally these guys figure out a way to play to naked kings. Mm-hmm. Usually they come up with some sequence that allows them to make naked kings. But yeah.
He played King E7. King D6. He tries hard.
It certainly does.
Rook C8.
Logic. Cool. And after Rook F2, King goes back to G4. Or King G3, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I think any rook move here would do it, as long as on the C file, right?
Yeah. Or not to C7, right? Slip. Yeah, and I think a draw is inevitable at this point. Whoa. Whoa. Rook to D2. I mean, Wesley is trying to find all sorts of ways of trapping and tricking his young opponent, but...
Can I play F6?
Yes. Perfectly good. A perfectly good move, in my opinion, too. Because, I mean, you're actually threatening to play F7, so it almost provokes King E6, and then you have your rook check, and the king is so far away, now you can bring your king all the way back to the C2 pawn. Yeah, sometimes, you can be a little bit too clever in trying to set tricks, and I think this failure to take on F2 was one of those...
failure.
missing moments There ought to be, one of those books, you have these wonderful books, modern chess brilliancies. Modern chess brilliancies. But there ought to be a book like Modern Chess Failures, where people have messed up their prep.
Actually, there's a book. There is like a book of Turetsky. It's called Tragic Comedies. Of the endings or something like. Yeah.
There you go.
So there is such an idea already behind that book.
Like where you almost have to, cry of the failures, yes?
And now I do nothing.
And now I think it's just time to bring the king towards the c2 pawn. Yeah, I have seen people mess up, including Viktor Korchnoi, one of the greatest players in the world, mess up their preparation, and sometimes it's rather comical.
Okay, it's over.
And there they have it. Wow. Whew. A long day for us.
Yes.
A great day for us wow, the events, the results have created a tumultuous...
new gambling of the tournament.
Exactly. Where we think now 4 players have put themselves in great position. Levon and Gukesh share the lead with +2. Jan, Wesley share third with +1. Anybody else in the mix?
No, I think the rest stays with -1.
Right.
Apart, yes, even like now Andre joined the group of -1.
Yes. Okay.
So we have a huge group of -1 and some of the rest. I think maybe 6 people with -1 and 4 people above that.
Sounds
something like that.
Right. Sounds about right. But there we have it. And join us tomorrow as we have our penultimate round. Round 8, what I call the championships rounds, as we determine the winner of the WR Chess Masters. It's going to be very exciting. 2 more rounds, Lizzie.
Yes.
We're looking forward to it. Thank you for joining us. We're going to sign off. We'll have, I'm sure, some wonderful interviews that will be taped, and those will be on our
channels. Like you can follow us on Instagram, on Twitter, on YouTube. We are everywhere.
We are everywhere. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.